Chapter 36, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. Rebellion of James Fitzmaurice, 1579. Sidney's departure had been partly delayed by a report that Stukely's long-threatened invasion was at last coming. The adventurer had been knighted in Spain, and Philip had said something about the Duchy of Leinster. The Duke of Feria and his party were willing to make him Duke of Ireland, and he seems to have taken that title. At Paris, Walsingham remonstrated with Olivarez, who carelessly, and no doubt falsely, replied that he had never heard of Stukely, but that the king habitually honoured those who offered him service. Walsingham knew no Spanish, and Olivarez would speak nothing else, so that the conversation could scarcely have serious results. But the remonstrances of Archbishop Fitzgibbon and other genuine Irish refugees gradually told upon Philip, and the means of living luxuriously and making a show were withheld. The practices of Stukely Road Burgley to Walsingham are abated in Spain by discovery of his lewdness and insufficiency, and he went to Rome, where the Countess of Northumberland had secured him a good reception. He left Florida kingdom, said Fitzwilliam sarcastically, only for holiness' sake and to have a red hat, adding that he was thought holy at Waterford for going barefooted about streets and churches. It is incredible, said Fuller, how quickly he wrought himself through the notice into the favour, through the court into the chamber, yea, closet and bosom of Pope Pius Quintus. An able seaman, Stukely was in some degree fitted to advance the pontiff's daring plan for crushing the Turks. The old Perrott did find his way to Don John of Austria's fleet, and seems to have been present at Lepanto. His prowess in the Levant restored him to Philip's favour, and he was soon again in Spain, in company with a Doria, and in receipt of 1,000 ducats a week. There was much movement at the time among the Irish in Spain, and the air was filled with rumours. Irish friars showed letters from Philip ordering all captains to be punished who refused them passages to Ireland, and the Inquisition was very active. One Frenchman was nevertheless bold enough to say that he would rather burn than have a friar on board, and those who sought a passage from him had to bestow themselves on a Portuguese ship. In 1575, Stukely was again at Rome, and in as high favour with Gregory XIII as he had been with his predecessor. The Pope employed him in Flanders, where he had dealings with Egremont Radcliffe. That luckless rebel had bitterly repented, but when he returned and offered his services to the Queen, she spurned them and bade him depart the realm. From very want, perhaps, he entered Don John's service, and when that prince died, he was executed on a trumped-up charge of poisoning him. Stukely was more fortunate, for he had then left the Netherlands, and Don John took credit with the English agent for sending him away. Wilson was equal to the occasion, and said the gain was the king's, for Stukely was a vain nebolo, and all the treasures of the Indies too little for his prodigal expenditure. It would be interesting to know what passed between the two adventurers, the bastard of Austria and the Devonshire renegade, between the man who tried to found a kingdom at Tunis and talked of marrying Mary Stuart, conquering England, and obtaining the crown matrimonial, and the man who, having dreamed of addressing his dear sister Elizabeth from the throne of Florida, now sought to deprive her of the Duchy of Ireland. Like so many who had to deal with this strange being, perhaps the governor of the Netherlands was imposed upon by his vapourings and treated him as a serious political agent. After leaving Brussels, he went to Rome, well supplied with money, and spending it in his old style everywhere. At Siena, Mr. Henry Cheek thought him so dangerous that he moved to Ferrara to be out of his way. At Florence the Duke honoured Stukely greatly, as did the other Dukes of Italy, esteeming him as their companion, but he was without honour among his own countrymen, and they refused a dinner to which he invited all the English at Siena except Cheek. James Fitzmaurice was already at Rome. He had spent the best part of 2 years in France, where he was well entertained, but where he found no real help. He received supplies of money occasionally. The Parisians daily addressed him as King of Ireland, but nothing was done towards the realization of the title. Sir William Drury's secret agent was in communication with one of Fitzmaurice's most trusted companions, and his hopes and fears were well known in Ireland. At one time he was sure of 1,200 Frenchmen, at another he was likely to get 4,000, and de la Roche, who was no stranger in Munster, was to have at least 6 tall ships for transport. De la Roche did nothing but convey the exile's eldest son, Maurice, to Portugal, where he entered the University of Coimbra. Sir Amorous Paulet had instructions to remonstrate with the French court, and the old Puritan seems to have been quite a match for Catherine de' Medici, but there was little sincerity on either side. The Queen Mother's confidential agent confessed that all was in disorder, and that the French harbours were full of pirates and thieves, but she herself told Paulet that de la Roche had strict orders to attempt nothing against England. Having little hope of France, Fitzmaurice himself went to Spain, where his reception was equally barren of result. The Catholic king was perhaps offended at the Most Christian king having been first applied to, and at all events he was not yet anxious to break openly with his sister-in-law. But at Rome Fitzmaurice was received by Gregory with open arms. He was on very friendly terms with Everard Mercurian, the aged general of the Jesuits, who was, however, personally opposed to sending members of the order to England, Ireland, or Scotland, a point on which he was soon overruled by younger men. What the life of a Jesuit missionary was may be gathered from a letter written to the general about this time. "Once," wrote Edmund Tanner, "from Ross Carberry, was I captured by the heretics, and liberated by God's grace and the industry of pious people. 12 times did I escape the snares of the impious, who would have caught me again had God permitted them." But the harvest, though hard to reap, was not inconsiderable. Tanner reported that nobles and townsmen were daily received into the bosom of Holy Church out of the sink of schism, and that the conversion would have been much more numerous, but that many feared present persecution and the loss of life, property, or liberty. This chain still kept back a well-affected multitude, but the links were worn, and there was good hope that it soon would break. We know from an original paper which fell into the hands of the English government what were Fitzmaurice's modes and requirements for the conquest of Ireland. 6,000 armed soldiers and their pay for 6 months, 10 good Spanish or Italian officers, 6 heavy and 15 light guns, 3,000 stand of arms with powder and lead, 3 ships of 450 and 30 tons, respectively, 3 boats for crossing rivers, and a nuncio with 20 well-instructed priests. Such were the instruments proposed. He required license to take English ships outside Spanish ports and to sell prizes in Spain. Property taken from Geraldines was to remain in the family, and every Geraldine doing good service was to be confirmed by His Holiness and His Catholic Majesty in land and title. Finally, 6,000 troops were to be sent to him in 6 months, should he make a successful descent. As sanguine or as desperate as Wolfe Tone in later times, he fancied that England could be beaten in her own dominion by such means as these. Sanders, who was probably deceived by his Irish friends as to the amount of help which might be expected in Ireland, had no belief in Philip, whom he pronounced as fearful of war was as a child of fire. The Pope alone could be trusted, and he would give 2,000 men. If they do not serve to go to England, he said, at least they will serve to go to Ireland. The state of Christendom dependeth upon the stout assailing of England. Stukely appears to have got on better with Fitzmaurice than with Archbishop Fitzgibbon, which may have been owing to the mediation of Sanders or Allen. The Pope agreed to give some money, and Fitzmaurice hit upon an original way of raising an army. At that time, says an historian likely to be well informed about Roman affairs, Italy was infested by certain bands of robbers who used to lurk in woods and mountains, whence they descended by night to plunder the villages and to spoil travellers on the highways. James implored Pope Gregory XIII to afford help to the tottering Catholic Church in Ireland, and obtained pardon for these brigands on condition of accompanying him to Ireland, and with these and others he recruited a force of 1,000 soldiers more or less. This body of desperadoes was commanded by veteran officers, of which Hercules of Pisa, or Pisano, was one, and accompanied by Sanders and by Cornelius O'Morion, Bishop of Killaloe. Stukely kept up the outward show of piety which he had begun at Waterford and continued in Spain, and he obtained a large number of privileged crucifixes from the pontiff, perhaps with the intention of selling them well. It must be allowed that an army of brigands greatly needed indulgence, and 50 days were granted to everyone who devoutly beheld one of these crosses, the period beginning afresh at each act of adoration. Every other kind of indulgence might seem superfluous after this, but many were also offered for special acts of prayer, a main object of which was the aggrandizement of Mary Stuart. Stukely was placed in supreme charge of the expedition, which seemed to have been done by the desire of Fitzmaurice, and the titles conferred on him by Gregory were magnificent enough even for his taste. He took upon himself to act as mediator between some travelling Englishmen and the Holy Office, and having obtained their release, he gave them a passport. This precious document was in the name of Thomas Stukely, Knight, Baron of Ross and Idrone, Viscount of Murros and Kinsella, Earl of Wexford and Carlow, Marquis of Leinster, General of our Most Holy Father, and the contents are certified in ample and infallible manner. Marquis of Leinster was the title by which Roman ecclesiastics generally addressed him. Stukely left Civita Vecchia early in 1578, and brought his ships, his men, and his stores of arms to Lisbon, where he found 9 Irish refugees, priests, and scholars whom Gregory had ordered to accompany him. He called them together, and with characteristic grandiosity offered a suitable daily stipend to each. 6 out of the 9 refused, saying they were no man's subjects, and would take no stipend from any one but the Supreme Pontiff, or some king or great prince. This exhibition of the chronic ill-feeling between English and Irish refugees argued badly for the success of their joint enterprise. After some hesitation, Sebastian of Portugal decided not to take part in this attack on a friendly power, and he invited the English adventurer to join him in invading Morocco, where dynastic quarrels gave him a pretext for intervention. Secretary Wilson was told that Stukely had no choice, the king having seized upon him and his company to serve in Africa. Sebastian had also German mercenaries with him. There was a sort of alliance at this time between England and Morocco, Elizabeth having sent an agent with an Irish name who found the Moorish emperor an earnest Protestant of good religion and living, and well experimented as well in the Old Testament as in the New, with great affection to God's true religion used in her Highness's realm. Whatever we may think of this, it is easy to believe that the Moor despised Philip as being governed by the Pope and Inquisition, but it is not probable that this curious piece of diplomacy had much effect on the main issue. Stukely warned Sebastian against rashness, advising him to halt at the seaside to exercise his troops, who were chiefly raw levies, and to gain some experience in Moorish tactics. But the young king, whose life was of such supreme importance to his country, was determined to risk all upon the cast of a die. The great battle of Alcazar was fatal alike to the Portuguese king and the Moorish emperor. Stukely also fell, fighting bravely to the last, at the head of his Italians. It may be said of him, as it was said of a greater man, that nothing in his life became him so much as his manner of leaving it. The Geraldine historian O'Daly says Fitzmaurice was landed in Ireland entirely ignorant of Stukely's fate, but this statement is contradicted by known dates, nor can we believe that if Stukely had come with his Italian swordsmen while Fitzmaurice lived, it would have fared ill with the English, that a little money and less blood would have sufficed to drive them out of Ireland. Yet it is probably true that the Battle of Alcazar was of great indirect value to England. Sebastian left no heir, and the crown of Portugal devolved on his great-uncle, Cardinal Henry, who was 67 and childless. The next in reversion was Philip II, whose energies were now turned towards securing the much-coveted land which nature seemed to designate as proper to be joined with Spain. For a time, however, it was supposed that he would heartily embrace the sanguine Gregory's schemes, and rumours were multiplied by hope or fear. Lord Justice Drury knew that the lull in Ireland was only temporary, but Elizabeth made it an excuse for economy, and disaffected people, otherwise base-minded enough, were encouraged to believe that the government would stand anything rather than spend money. By refusing to grant any protections and by holding his head high, Drury kept things pretty quiet, but he had to sell or pawn his plate. He hinted that, as there was no foreign invasion, Her Majesty might continue to pay him his salary and save his credit. Meanwhile he had some small successes. Vic MacHugh made his submission in Christchurch Cathedral and gave pledges to Harrington, whom he acknowledged as his captain. Desmond and his brothers John came to Waterford and behaved well, and a considerable number of troublesome local magnates made their submissions at Carlow, Leighlin, Castledermot, and Kilkenny. 29 persons were executed at Philipstown, but the fort was falling down, and this was little likely to impress the neighbouring chiefs. Drury's presence alone saved it from a sudden attack by the O'Connors, but a son of Ardoyne's was fined for concealment, and his father took it well, so that it was possible to report some slight progress of legal ideas. Meanwhile there was great danger lest the Queen's ill-judged parsimony should destroy much of what had been done in Sidney's time. Thus the town of Carrickfergus had been paved and surrounded by wet ditches. The inhabitants had in consequence been increased from 20 to 200. 40 fishermen resorted daily to the quay, and 60 ploughs were at work. But over £2,000 was owing to the town. The garrison were in danger of starving, and it was feared that the townsmen came not so fast thither, but would faster depart thence. Turlough Leonich O'Neill was now old and in bad health. It was again proposed to make him a peer, but this was not done, since it was evident that a title would make fresh divisions after his death. There were already 4 competitors, or rather groups of competitors, for the reversion, of whom only 2 were of much importance. Shane O'Neill's eldest legitimate son, known as Henry MacShane, was supported by 1 legitimate and 5 illegitimate brothers, and Drury's idea was by persuasion or by force of testoons to make him a counterpoise to the Baron of Dungannon, whose ambitious character was already known. The bastardy of the Baron's grandfather had been often condoned by the Crown, but was not forgotten, and might be turned to account. Against the advice of his leeches, old Turlough was carried 40 miles on men's shoulders to meet Bagenal at Blackwater, and said he was most anxious to meet Drury. Dungannon, who expected an immediate vacancy, begged hard for 200 soldiers, without which the MacShanes would muster twice as many men as he could. He promised not to go out of his own district, as long as the old chief lived. Drury temporized since he could do nothing else, and tried what effect his own presence in the north might have. The suddenness of his movement frightened Turlock, who got better, contrary to all expectation, and showed himself with a strong force on the top of a hill near Armagh, refusing, however, to come in without protection. This Drury refused on principle, and Turlock's wife, who was clever enough to see that no harm was intended, tried in vain to bring her husband to the viceroy's camp. Meanwhile he and the baron became fast friends, and the latter proposed to put away O'Donnell's daughter, to whom he was perhaps not legally married, and to take Turlock's for his wife. Drury made him promise not to deal further in the match, but his back was no sooner turned than the marriage was celebrated, and the other unfortunate sent back to Tyrconnell. At the same time Turlock gave another of his daughters to Sorleyboy, MacDonald's son, and the assistance of the Scots was thus supposed to be secured. There were rumours that Fitzmaurice would land at Sligo, and a general confederacy was to be looked for. Fitton, who had been long enough in Ireland to know something about it, saw that the Irish had great natural wits, and knew how to get an advantage quite as well as more civil people, and that Turlock, like the rest of his countrymen, would submit while it suited him, and no longer. After Stukely's death, James Fitzmaurice continued to prepare for a descent on Ireland. After his return from Rome, he went to France, where he joined his wife, son, and 2 daughters. He then spent nearly 3 months at Madrid with Sanders, and obtained 1,000 ducats for his wife, who was then in actual penury at Vidonia in Biscay. But he could not see the king, and professed himself indifferent to help from Spain or Portugal. "I care for no soldiers at all," he said to Sanders. "You and I are enough, therefore let me go, for I know the minds of the noblemen in Ireland." Some of Stukely's men, with a ship of about 400 tons, had survived the Barbary disaster. O'Marion, papal bishop of Killaloe, came to Lisbon from Rome with the same men and 2 smaller vessels, and by the Pope's orders Stukely's ship was given to them. Sanders accompanied the bishop, and there seem to have been about 600 men, Italians, Spaniards, Portuguese, Flemings, Frenchmen, Irish, and a few English. It was arranged that this motley crew should join Fitzmaurice at Corunna, and then sail straight to Ireland. A Waterford merchant told his wife that the men were very reticent, but were reported to be about to establish the true religion. When questioned, they said they were bound for Africa, but the Waterford man thought they were going to spoil Her Majesty's subjects. Meanwhile Fitzmaurice was at Bilbao with a few light craft. The largest was of 60 tons, commanded by a dingle man who knew the Irish coast, but who ultimately took no part in the expedition. William Roche, who had been Perrott's master gunner at Castlemaine, and James Den of Galway were also retained as pilots. A little later Fitzmaurice had a ship of 300 tons, for which he gave 800 crowns, several small pieces of artillery, 6,000 muskets, and a good supply of provisions and trenching tools. The men received 2 months' pay in advance. Fitzmaurice's one idea was to raise an army in Munster, and he told an Irish merchant, who thought his preparations quite inadequate, that when the arms were occupied he made no account of all the Queen's forces in Ireland. He was accompanied by his wife and daughter and about 50 men, who were nearly all Spaniards. Sanders went to Bilbao after a short stay at Lisbon, and 2 merchants, one of Waterford and one of Wexford, who came together from the Tagus to the Shannon, reported that a descent was imminent. The men, they said, be willing. They want no treasure, they lack no furniture, and they have skilful leaders. To oppose a landing, the Queen had one disabled ship in Ireland, and there were no means of fitting her out for sea. The French rover de la Roche, in spite of Catherine de Medici's assurance, seems to have cooperated with Fitzmaurice. John Picot of Jersey, bound for Waterford with Spanish wine, was warned at St. Lucar by a Brest man that de la Roche and Fitzmaurice spoiled every one they met. To avoid them, Picot kept wide of the coast. Nevertheless, he fell in with 8 sail 60 leagues northwest of Cape St. Vincent. They fired and obliged him to lower a boat wide of the coast, Nevertheless, he fell in with 8 sail 60 leagues northwest of Cape St. Vincent. They fired and obliged him to lower a boat, and then robbed him of wine, oil, raisins, and other things of Spain. Pico saw 12 pieces of cannon in La Roche's hold, but was warned significantly not to pry under hatches again. The Jersey men were beaten, the St. Malo men spared, and all were told, with vehement oaths and gnashing of teeth, that if they had been Englishmen they would have been thrown overboard, a fate which actually befell a crew of a Bristol vessel 2 or 3 days later. Finding that Pico was going to Ireland, his captors said they would keep company with him, but thick weather came on, and by changing his course he got clear within 24 hours. A few days after, Fitzmaurice was in Jersey Sound with 6 ships, and others were sighted off Baltimore. He picked up a fisherman and bade him fetch in Owen O'Sullivan beer, but that chief refused, and 3 days later the invading squadron cast anchor off Dingle. The Port Reeve and his brethren went off to speak with the strangers next morning. Some Spaniards whom they knew refused to let them come on board, and they sent at once to Desmond for help. The preparations for resistance were of the slightest. The constable of Castlemaine reported that he had only 5 hogsheads of wheat, 2 tons of wine, 3 hogsheads of salmon, and some malt, and that he was dependent for meat upon such bruised reeds as Desmond and Glencairn. There were neither men nor stores at Dublin, and no hope of borrowing even £500. Cork had but 5 barrels of inferior powder and no lead. At Waterford there were only 2,000 pounds of powder. All that Drury could do was to write letters charging the Munster lords to withstand the traitors, but a fortnight passed before he himself could get as far as Limerick. Mr. James Gold, Attorney General for Munster, writing from Tralee, thus describes the manner of Fitzmaurice's landing, which took place on the day after his arrival at Dingle. The traitor upon Saturday last came out of his ship. 2 friars were his ancient bearers, and they went before with 2 ancients. A bishop with a crozier staff, and his mitre was next the friars. After came the traitor himself at the head of his company, about 100, and went to seek for fresh and kind, which they found, and so returned to his ships. On the same day they burned the town, lit fires on the hills as if signalling to some expected allies, and then shifted their berths to Smerwick harbour, taking with them as prisoners some of the chief inhabitants of Dingle. At Smerwick they began to construct a fort, of which the later history is famous. It was believed that Fitzmaurice expected immediate help out of Connaught. Ulick Burke is obedient, said Waterhouse, but I believe that John will presently face the Confederacy. Drury could only preach fidelity and commission Sir Humphrey Gilbert to take up ships and prosecute the enemy by sea and land. Fitzmaurice brought to Ireland 2 printed proclamations, one in English for those who spoke it and were attached to the English crown, the other in Latin for the Irish and their priests. End of chapter 36, part 1. Chapter 36, Part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rebellion of James Fitzmaurice, 1579. The first paper sets forth that Gregory XIII, perceiving what dishonour to God and his saints, etc., hath fallen to Scotland, France, and Flanders by the procurement of Elizabeth, the pretensed Queen of England, perceiving also that neither the warning of other Catholic princes and good Christians, nor the sentence of Pope Pius V, his predecessor, nor the long sufferance of God could make her to forsake her schism, heresy, and wicked attempts. Now proposeth, not without the consent of other Catholic potentates, to deprive her actually of the unjust possession of these kingdoms, etc. Any attack on the crown of England is disclaimed. The usurper was alone aimed at, and the help of the English Catholics was considered certain. The Catholics were everywhere, but Wales, Chestershire, Lancashire, and Cumberland were entirely devoted to the old faith, and their proximity to Ireland increased their importance. Throughout England the husbandmen, the raw material of every army, were commonly all Catholics. Elizabeth had a few friends indeed, but she would be afraid to send them away from her, and if Ireland remained united, all must go well. One great crime of Queen Elizabeth was her refusal to declare an heir apparent. By espousing the cause of that heir whose name is not mentioned, the reward of those who worship the rising sun might fairly be expected. Fitzmaurice explained that the Pope had appointed him general because he alone had been present at Rome, but that he intended to act by the advice of the Irish prelates, princes, and lords, whom he took in great part for his betters. And his appeal ends thus: "This one thing I will say, which I wish to be imprinted on all our hearts, if all we that are indeed of a good mind would openly and speedily pass our faith by resorting to his holiness' banner, and by commanding your people and countries to keep no other but the Catholic faith, and forthwith to expel all heresies and schismatical services, you should not only deliver your country from heresy and tyranny, but also do that most godly and noble act without any danger at all, because there is no foreign power that would or durst go about to assault so universal a consent of this country, being also backed and maintained by other foreign powers, as you see we are, and God willing shall be. But now, if one of you stand still and look what the other doth, and thereby the ancient nobility do slack to come, or send us, which God forbid, they surely that come first, and are in the next place of honour to the said nobility, must of necessity occupy the chief place in his holiness' army, as the safeguard thereof requireth, not meaning thereby to prejudice any nobleman in his own dominion of lands or lands, which he otherwise rightfully possesseth, unless he be found to fight or to aid them that do fight against the cross of Christ and his holiness' banner, for both which I, as well as all other Christians, ought to spend our blood, and, for my part, intend, at least by God's grace, whom I beseech to give you all, my lords, in this world, courage and stoutness for the defence of his faith, and in the world to come life everlasting." The whole document is a good example of the sanguine rhetoric in which exiles have always indulged, and of the way in which the leaders of Irish sedition have been accustomed to talk. The part assigned to continental powers and to English Catholics in the 16th century was transferred to the French monarchy in the 17th, and to the Revolutionary Republic in the 18th, and now in the 19th it is given to the United States of America and to the British working man. A translation of the shorter paper may well be given in full. A just war requires three conditions: a just cause, lawful power, and the means of carrying on lawful war. It shall be made clear that all three conditions are fulfilled in the present case. The cause of this war is God's glory, for it is our care to restore the outward rite of sacrifice and the visible honor of the holy altar, which the heretics have impiously taken away. The glory of Christ is belied by the heretics who deny that his sacraments confer grace, thus invalidating Christ's gospel, on account of which the law was condemned. And the glory of the Catholic Church they also belie, which, against the truth of the Scriptures, they declare to have been for some centuries hidden from the world. But in the name of God, in sanctification by Christ's sacraments, and in preserving the unity of the Church, the salvation of us all has had its chief root. The power of this war is derived first from natural and then from evangelical law. Natural law empowers us to defend ourselves against the very manifest tyranny of heretics, who, against the law of nature, force us, under pain of death, to abjure our first faith in the primacy of the Roman pontiff, and unwillingly to receive and profess a plainly contrary religion. A yoke which has never been imposed by Christians, Jews, or Turks, nor by themselves formerly upon us. And so, since Christ in his gospel has given the help of the kingdom of heaven, that is the supreme administration of his church, to Peter, Gregory XIII, the legitimate successor of that chief of the apostles in the same chair, has chosen us general of this war, as abundantly appears from his letters and patent diploma, and which he has the rather done that his predecessor Pius V had deprived Elizabeth, the patroness of those heresies, of all royal power and dominion, as his declaratory decision, sententia, which we have also with us, most manifestly witnesses. Thus we are not warring against the legitimate sceptre and honourable throne of England, but against a she-tyrant who has deservedly lost her royal power by refusing to listen to Christ in the person of his vicar, and through daring to subject Christ's church to her feminine sex on matters of faith about which she has no right to speak with authority. In what belongs to the conduct of the war, we have no thoughts of invading the rights of our fellow citizens, nor of following up private enmities from which we are especially free, nor of usurping the supreme royal power. I swear that God's honour shall be at once restored to him, and we are ready at any moment to lay down the sword and to obey our lawful superiors. But if any hesitate to combat heresy, it is they who rob Ireland of peace, and not us. For when there is talk of peace, not with God but with the devil, then we ought to say with our Saviour, I came not to bring peace on earth, but a sword. If then we wage continual war to restore peace with God, it is most just that those who oppose us should purchase their own damnation, and have for enemies all the saints whose bones they spurn, and also God himself, whose glory they fight against. Let so much here suffice, for if anyone wishes to understand the rights of the case, he need but read and understand the justice and reasonableness of the Fuller Edict, which we have taken care should be also published. In these papers the arguments derived from the right to liberty of conscience, which all Protestants should respect, and from the papal claims, which all Protestants deny, are blended with no small skill. But Fitzmaurice, while demanding liberty of conscience for himself, expressly denies it to those who disagree with him. There can be no doubt that Desmond was jealous of James Fitzmaurice, and historians well affected to the Geraldines have attributed latter's rebellion to the ill feeling existing between them. It is said that Lady Desmond, who was a butler, had prevented her husband from making any provision for his distinguished kinsman. It was reported to Drury that Fitzmaurice had called himself Earl of Desmond on the Continent, and that this would be sure to annoy the Earl, whose pride was overweening. But this does not seem to have been the case. Fitzmaurice is not called Earl either in his own letters or in those written to him. The general of the Jesuits addressed him as the most illustrious Lord James Geraldine. The Pope speaks of him as James Geraldine simply, and so he calls himself, sometimes adding, of Desmond. But that he should have been appointed general of a force which was to operate in Desmond's country was quite enough to excite suspicion. No sooner did the news of his arrival reach the Earl than he wrote to tell Drury that he and his were ready to venture their lives in Her Majesty's quarrel, and to prevent the traitorous attempts of the said James. He had nevertheless been in correspondence with Fitzmaurice, and had urged his immediate descent upon the Irish coast some 18 months before. Not less important than Fitzmaurice was Dr. Nicholas Sanders, who acted as treasurer of the expedition. He was known by the treatise De Visibilibili Monarchia, which Parker said was long enough to wear out a Fabius, and almost unanswerable, not for the invincibleness of it, but for the huge volume. Answers were nevertheless written, which no doubt satisfied the Anglican party, but the Catholic refugees at Brussels thought so highly of Sanders that they begged Philip to get him made a cardinal. The English were then in disgrace at Rome, where the appointment of a Welshman as rector of the new college had caused a mutiny among the students, and Alan doubted whether his own credit was good, but it was upon him that the red hat was at last conferred. To Sanders must be ascribed most of what was written in Fitzmaurice's name, and that was a small part of what fell from his prolific pen. Queen Elizabeth said the nuncio was a heretic. She was childless, and the approaching extinction of Henry VIII's race was an evident judgment. She was a wicked woman, neither born in true wedlock or esteeming her Christendom, and therefore deprived by the Vicar of Christ, her and her lawful judge. Her feminine supremacy was a continuation of that which the devil implanted in paradise when he made Eve Adam's mistress in God's matters. When a knowledge of Celtic was necessary, Sanders' place might be taken by Cornelius O'Merle Ryan, an observant friar lately provided to the see of Killaloe, or by Donogh O'Gallagher of the same order, who was provided to Killaloe in 1570. Letters in Irish were written to the Munster MacDonalds, Hebridean Galloglasses, serving in Desmond, whom Fitzmaurice exhorts to help him at once. First, inasmuch as we are fighting for our faith and for the Church of God, and next, that we are defending our country and extirpating heretics, barbarians, and unjust and lawless men. And besides that, you were never employed by any lord who will pay you and your people their wages and bounty better than I shall, inasmuch as I never was at any time more competent to pay it than now. We are on the side of truth, and they on the side of falsehood. We are Catholic Christians, and they are heretics. Justice is with us, and injustice with them. All the Bannock men shall get their pay readily, and moreover we shall all obtain eternal wages from our Lord, from the loving Jesus, on account of fighting for his sake. I was never more thankful to God for having great power and influence than now. Advise every one of your friends who likes fighting for his religion and his country better than for gold and silver, or who wishes to obtain them all, to come to me, and that he will find each of these things. In the letter written by Sanders to Desmond in Fitzmaurice's name, the Earl is reminded that the latter warfareth under Christ's banner for the restoring of the Catholic faith in Ireland. Then flying into the first person in his hurry, he says His Holiness has made me General Captain of this holy war. There are many allusions to Christ's banner and to the ancient glories of the Geraldines, and the epistle ends with a recommendation to your fellows, and to all my good cousins your children, and to my dear uncle your brother, longing to see all us, all one, first as in faith so in field, and afterwards in glory and life everlasting. A like appeal was made to the Earl of Kildare, and we may be sure that none of the Munster lords were forgotten. Friars were busy with O'Rourke, O'Donnell, and other northern chiefs, and the piratical O'Flahertys brought a flotilla of galleys, which might have their own way in the absence of men of war. 3 of Fitzmaurice's ships sailed away, and were expected soon to return with more help. Thomas Courtney of Devonshire happened to be at Kinsale with an armed vessel, and was persuaded by his countryman Henry Davils, one of the commissioners of Munster, to come round and seize the remaining Spanish ships. Courtney seems not to have been in the Queen's service like so many other men of Devon. He was probably half pirate and half patriot. To cut out the undefended vessels from their anchorage was an easy and congenial task, and thus, to quote another Devonian, James Fitzmaurice and his company lost a piece of the Pope's blessing, for they were altogether destituted of any ship to ease and relieve themselves by the seas, what need soever should happen. The O'Flahertys sailed away with the 2 bishops on Courtney's arrival, but Maltby afterwards found their lair upon the shores of Clew Bay. One was promptly hanged by martial law. A second, who had property to confiscate, was reserved for the sessions, and a third was killed for resisting his captors. The rest were to be hanged when caught. Fitzmaurice had with him at Smerwick but 25 Spaniards, 6 Frenchmen, and 6 Englishmen, besides 27 English prisoners, whom he forced to work at the entrenchments. Provisions were scarce, and the whole enterprise might have collapsed had it not been for a crime which committed the Desmonds irretrievably. On hearing of the landing in Kerry, Drury had dispatched a trusty messenger to confirm the Earl and his brother in their allegiance. The person selected was Henry Davils, a Devonshire gentleman who had served Henry VIII in France and afterwards seen fighting in Scotland, and had long lived in Carlow and Wexford, where he was well known and much respected. His countryman Hooker, who knew him, says he was not only the friend of every Englishman in Ireland, but also much esteemed by the Irish for his hospitality and true dealing. If any one of them had spoken the word which was assuredly looked to be performed, they would say, Davils hath said it, as who saith it shall be performed. For the nature of the Irishman is, that albeit he keepeth faith for the most part with nobody, yet will he have no man to break with him. The same writer assures us that the mere fact of being Davils' man would secure any Englishman a free passage and hospitable reception throughout Munster and Leinster. He was equally valued by Desmond and Ormond, an intimate friend of Sir Edmund Butler, and on such terms with Sir John of Desmond, whose gossip he was, and whom he had several times redeemed out of prison, that the latter used to call him father. Davils now went straight to Kerry, saw the Earl and his brothers, whom he exhorted to stand firm, and visited Smerwick, which he found in no condition to withstand a resolute attack. Returning to the Desmonds, he begged for a company of gallows-glasses and 60 musketeers, with whom, and with the aid of Captain Courtney, he undertook to master the unfinished fort. Desmond refused, saying that his musketeers were more fitted to shoot at fowls than at a strong place, and that gallows-glasses were good against gallows-glasses, but no match for old soldiers. English officers afterwards reported that 60 resolute men might have taken Smerwick, and were thus confirmed in their belief that Desmond had intended a rebellion from the first, and that Fitzmaurice, whose ability was undeniable, would not have taken up such a weak position without being sure of the Earl's cooperation, but religious zeal might account for that. Davils, who was accompanied by Arthur Carter, Provost Marshal of Munster, and a few men, started on his return journey, prepared to, no doubt, to tell Drury that nothing was to be expected of the Desmonds. John of Desmond, accompanied by his brother James and a strong party, followed to Tralee, surrounded the tavern where the English officers lay, and bribed the porter to open the door. Davils and Carter were so unsuspicious that they had gone to bed, and allowed their servant to lodge in the town. When Davils saw Sir John entering his room with a drawn sword, he called out, "What, son, what is the matter?" "No more, son, nor no more, father," said the other, "but make thyself ready, for die thou shalt." A faithful page cast himself upon his master's body, but he was thrust aside, and Sir John himself dispatched Davils. Carter was also killed, and so were the servants. In a curious print, the two Englishmen are represented as sleeping in the same bed. Sir John holds back the servant with his left hand, and transfixes Davils with the right, while Sir James goes round with a sword drawn to Carter's side. Outside stand several squads of the Desmond gallows-glasses, and armed men are killing Davils' followers, while Sanders appears in two places carrying the consecrated papal banner, hounding on the murderers and congratulating the brothers on their prowess. According to all the English accounts, Sanders commended the murder as a sweet sacrifice in the sight of God, and 2 Irish Catholic historians mention it, but Fitzmaurice was a soldier and disapproved of killing men in their beds. There is no positive evidence as to Desmond. Geraldine partisans say he abhorred the deed, but he never punished any one for it, and Sir James was said to have pleaded that he was merely the Earl's executioner. Desmond accepted a silver gilt basin and ewer and gold chain, and only a few days after the murder. Landed gentlemen, says Sidney Smith, have molar teeth and are destitute of the carnivorous and incisive jaws of political adventurers. The Munster proprietors held aloof with the Earl of Desmond, letting I dare not, wait upon I would, while the landless men followed his bolder and more unscrupulous brother. When Fitzmaurice disembarked, Desmond had 1,200 men with him. Shortly after the murder of Davos he had less than 60, but Sir John was soon at the head of a large force. The activity of Maltby not only prevented any rising in Connaught, but also made it impossible for Scots to enter Munster. He lay at Limerick, waiting till Drury was ready, and when the latter, who was ill, came to Limerick at the risk of his life, it was Maltby who entered the woods and drove the rebels from place to place. For a time Fitzmaurice and his cousin kept together, though it may be that the latter's savagery was disagreeable to the man who had seen foreign courts and who was evidently sincerely religious, though the English accused him of hypocrisy. According to Russell, who gives details which are wanting elsewhere, the two marched together unopposed into the county of Limerick, where one of Sir John's men outraged a camp follower. Fitzmaurice ordered him for execution, but Sir John, little regarding the Pope's commission and not respecting murder or rape, refused to allow this, and Fitzmaurice, seeing that he could not maintain discipline, departed with a few horsemen and kerns, nominally on a pilgrimage to Holy Cross Abbey, really perhaps to enter Connaught through Tipperary and Limerick, and thus get into Maltby's rear. In doing so he had to pass through the territory of a sept of Burkes, of whom some had been with him in his former enterprise. Fitzmaurice was in want of draught animals, and took 2 horses out of the plough. The poor peasants raised an alarm, and at a ford some miles south of Castle Connell, the chief's son, Theobald, who was learned in the English language and law, and who may have had Protestant leanings, appeared with a strong party. He was already on the lookout, and had summoned MacBrien to his aid. Fitzmaurice urged Burke to join the Catholic enterprise. He answered that he would be loyal to the Queen, and a fight followed. Burke had but 2 musketeers with him, one of whom aimed at Fitzmaurice, who was easily known by his yellow doublet. The ball penetrated his chest, and feeling himself mortally wounded, he made a desperate dash forward, killed Theobald Burke and one of his brothers, and then fell with or without a second wound. He found, says Hooker characteristically, that the Pope's blessings and warrants, his Agnus Dei, and his grains had not those virtues to save him as an Irish staff or a bullet had to kill him. The Burkes returned after the death of their leader, and having confessed to Dr. Allen, the best of the Geraldines breathed his last. Lest the knowledge of his death should prove fatal to his cause, a kinsman cut off Fitzmaurice's head and left the bare trunk under an oak, an evidence of haste which shows that there was no great victory to boast of. The body was nevertheless recognized, carried to Kilmallock, and hanged on a gibbet, and the soldiers barbarously amused themselves by shooting at their dead enemy. Well, says Russell, there was no remedy. God's will must be done, punishing the sins of the father in the death of the son. Fitzmaurice made a goodly end of his life, only that he bore arms against his sovereign princess, the Queen of England. His death was the beginning of the decay of the honourable house of Desmond, out of which never issued so brave a man in all perfection, both for qualities of the mind and body, besides the league between him and others for the defence of religion. End of chapter 36, part 2. Chapter 37, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond Rebellion, 1579 to 1580. Sir John of Desmond at once assumed the vacant command, and Drury warned the English government that he was no contemptible enemy, though he had not Fitzmaurice's power of exciting religious enthusiasm, and had yet to show that he had like skill in protracting a war. The Munster lords were generally unsound, the means were wanting to withstand any fresh supply of foreigners, and there could be no safety till every spark of rebellion was extinguished. The changes of purpose at court were indeed more than usually frequent and capricious. English statesmen, who were well informed about foreign intrigues, were always inclined to despise the diversion which Pope or Spaniard might attempt in Ireland, and the Netherlands were very expensive. Moreover, the Queen was amusing herself with Monsieur Simier. Walsingham, however, got leave to send some soldiers to Ireland, and provisions were ordered to be collected at Bristol and Barnstaple. Then came the news that Fitzmaurice had not above 200 or 300 men, and the shipping of stores was countermanded. On the arrival of letters from Ireland, the danger was seen to be greater, and Walsingham was constrained to acknowledge that foreign potentates were concerned, notwithstanding our entertainment of marriage. 1,000 men were ordered to be instantly raised in Wales, 300 to be got ready at Berwick. Extraordinary posts were laid to Holyhead, Tavistock, and Bristol. Money and provisions were promised. Sir John Perrott received a commission as admiral to cruise off Ireland with 5 ships and 1,950 men, and to go against the Scilly pirates when he had nothing better to do. Then Fitzmaurice's death was announced, and again the spirit of parsimony prevailed. The soldiers who were actually on board were ordered to disembark. These poor wretches, the paupers and vagrants of Somersetshire, and as such selected by the justices, had been more than a fortnight at Bristol, living on bare rations at 6d. a day, and Wallop with great difficulty procured an allowance of a halfpenny a mile to get them home. The troops dispatched from Barnstaple were intercepted at Ilfracombe, and all the provisions collected were ordered to be dispersed. Then again the mood changed, and the Devonshire men were allowed to go. The Earl of Kildare, who was probably anxious to avoid fresh suspicion, gave active help to the Irish government, making, as Waterhouse testified, no show to pity names or kindred. He exerted his influence with the gentry of the Pale to provide for victualling the army, and he accompanied the Lord Justice in person on his journey to Munster. The Queen wrote him a special letter of thanks, and Drury declared that he found him constant and resolute to spend his life in the quarrel. The means at the Lord Justice's disposal were scanty enough, 400 foot, of which some were in garrison, and 200 horse. He himself was extremely ill, but struggled on from Limerick to Cork, and from Cork to Kilmallock, finding little help and much sullen opposition. But the arrival of Perrott with 4 ships at Baltimore seemed security enough against foreign reinforcements to the rebels, and Maltby prevented John of Desmond from communicating with Connaught. Sanders contrived to send letters, but one received by Ulrich Burke was forwarded after some delay to the government, and Desmond still wavered, though the doctor tried to persuade him that Fitzmaurice's death was a provision of God for his fame. That devilish traitor Sanders, wrote Chancellor Gerard, I hear, by examination of some persons who were in the forts with him and heard his 4 or 5 masses a day, that he persuaded all men that it is lawful to kill any English Protestants, and that he hath authority to warrant all such from the Pope, and absolution to all who can so draw blood. And how deeply this is rooted in the traitors' hearts may appear by John of Desmond's cruelty, hanging poor men of Chester, the best pilots in these parts, taken by James, and in hold with John, whom he so executed, maintenance upon the understanding of James his death. No one, for love or money, would arrest Sanders, and Drury could only hope that the soldiers might take him by chance, or that some false brother might betray him. Desmond came to the camp at Kilmallock, but would not or could not do any service. Drury had him arrested on suspicion, and according to English accounts he made great professions of loyalty before he was liberated. The Irish annalists say his professions were voluntary, that he was promised immunity for his territory in turn, and that the bargain was broken by the English. Between the 2 versions it is impossible to decide. The Earl did accompany Drury on an expedition intended to drive John of Desmond out of the great wood on the borders of Cork and Limerick. At the place now called Springfield, the English were worsted in a chance encounter, their Connaught allies running away rather than fight against the Geraldines. In this inglorious fray fell 2 tried old captains and a lieutenant, who had fought in the Netherlands, and the total loss was considerable. Drury's health broke down after this, and instead of scouring Harlow woods, the stout old soldier was carried in a litter to his deathbed at Waterford. As he passed through Tipperary, Lady Desmond came to him and gave up her only son as a hostage, an unfortunate child who was destined to be the victim of state policy. Sir William Pelham, another Suffolk man, had just arrived in Dublin and was busy organising the defence of the Pale against possible inroads by the O'Neills. He was at once chosen Lord Justice of the Council, and the Queen confirmed their choice. Drury was an able and honest, though severe governor, and deserved well of posterity for taking steps to preserve the records in Birmingham Tower. Sanders gave out that his death was a judgment for fighting against the Pope, forgetting that Protestants might use like reasoning about Fitzmaurice. Maltby was temporary governor of Munster by virtue of Drury's commission, and had about 150 horse and 900 foot, the latter consisting in great measure of recruits from Devonshire. He summoned Desmond to meet him at Limerick, and sent him a proclamation to publish against the rebels. The Earl would not come, and desired that freeholders and others attended him might be excepted from the proclamation. Maltby, who had won a battle in the meantime, then required him to give up Sanders, that papistical arrogant traitor that deceiveth the people with false lies, or to lodge him so that he might be surprised. Upon this the Earl merely marvelled that Maltby should spoil his poor tenants. I wish to your lordship as well as you wish to me, was the Englishman's retort, and for my being here, if it please your lordship to come to me, you shall know the cause. It did not please him, and the governor made no further attempt at conciliation. The encounter which gave Maltby such confidence in negotiation took place on October 3 at Monasterneach, an ancient Cistercian abbey on the Meg. The ground was flat, and Sir William Stanley, the future traitor of Deventer, said the rebels came on as resolutely as the best soldiers in Europe. Sir John and Sir James of Desmond had over 2,000 men, of which 1,200 were choice gallowglasses, and Maltby had about 1,000. Desmond visited his brothers in the early morning, gave them his blessing, and then withdrew to Askeaton, leaving his men behind. He is now, said Maltby, so far in that if Her Majesty will take advantage of his doings, his forfeited living will countervail Her Highness's charges, and Stanley remarked that the Queen might make instead of losing money by the rebellion. After a sharp fight the Geraldines were worsted, and the Sheehy gallowglasses, which were Desmond's chief strength, lost very heavily. The 2 brothers escaped by the speed of their horses, and bore off the consecrated banner, which I believe, said Maltby, was anew scratched about the face, for they carried it through the woods and thorns in post-haste. Sanders, if he was present, escaped, but his fellow Jesuit, Allen, was killed. In a highly rhetorical passage, Hooker describes this enthusiast's proceedings, and likens his fall to that of the prophets of Baal. Maltby's commission died with Drury, and he stood on the defensive as soon as he heard of the event. Ormond had been about 3 years in England, looking after his own interests and binding himself more closely to the party of whom Sussex was the head. Disturbance in Munster of course demanded his presence, and he prepared to start soon after the landing of James Fitzmaurice. I pray you, he wrote to Walsingham, do more in this my cause than you do for yourself, or else the world will go hard. In thanking the secretary for his good offices, he said, I'm ready to serve the Queen with my wonted good will. I hope she will not forget my honour in place of service, though she be careless of my commodity. A month later he was in Ireland, and after spending some days at Kilkenny, was present at the delivery of the sword to Pelham, whom he prepared to accompany to the south. He had the Queen's commission as general in Munster, and Kildare was left to guard the Ulster border. Little knowing the man he had to deal with, Desmond wrote to bid him weigh his cause as his own. Maltby, he said, is a knave that hath no authority, who has been always an enemy to mine house. To some person at court, perhaps to Sidney, he recounted his services. Before the landing of Fitzmaurice, he had executed 3 scholars, of which one was known to be a bishop. He had at once given notice of the landing, had blockaded Smerwick, and had helped to drive off the O'Flahertys, so that the traitors had like to starve. After Fitzmaurice's death, he had broken down the fort, and had been ready to victual Drury's army, had not the latter prepared to support his men by spoiling the Desmond tenants. Finally, he had delivered his son, and would have done more, but that many of his men had deserted while he was under arrest. All along he had feared the fate of Davos for his wife and son, knowing that his brother John hated them mortally. Maltby had none the less treated him as an enemy, and had, in particular, most maliciously defaced the old monument of my ancestors, fired both the abbey, the whole town, and all the corn thereabouts, and ceased not to shoot at my men within Askeat Castle. The letters which Ormond received from Desmond, for there seemed to have been more than one, were handed over to Pelham, who directed the writer to meet him between Cashel and Limerick, or at least at the latter place. He was to lose no time, for the Lord Justice was determined not to lie idle. Desmond did not come, but he had an interview with Ormond for the discussion of certain articles dictated by Pelham. The principal were that Desmond should surrender Sanders and other strangers, give up Carrickfoyle or Askeaton, repair to the Lord Justice, and prosecute his rebellious brother to the uttermost. The penalty for refusing these terms was that he should be proclaimed traitor. After conferring with Ormond, he wrote to say that he had been arrested when he went to the late Lord Justice. He refused to give up Askeaton, perhaps thinking it impregnable, but was ready to do his best against Sanders and his unnatural brethren if his other castles were restored to him. Pelham answered that the proclamation was ready and should be published in 3 days, unless Desmond came sooner to his senses. Still protesting his loyalty, he refused to make any further concession. At last chance was given him. If he would repair to Pelham's presence by 8 next morning, he should have license to go to England. No answer was returned, and the proclamation was published as Pelham had promised. By a singular coincidence, and as if to presage the ruin of the house of Desmond, a great piece of the wall of Youghal fell of itself upon the same day. The die was cast, and the fate of the Geraldine power was sealed. The proclamation asserted that Desmond had practised with foreign princes, that he had suffered Fitzmaurice and his Spaniards to lurk in his country, and that he had been privy to the murder of Davos and others. He was accused of feigning loyalty and of purposely allowing the garrison to escape from their untenable post at Smerwick. It was said that he had gone from the Lord Justice into Kerry against express orders, had seen that the strangers were well treated, being in fact in his pay, and had even placed some of them in charge of castles. He had joined himself openly with the proclaimed traitors, his brothers, and with Dr. Sanders, that odious, unnatural, and pestiferous traitor, and quite lately his household servants had been engaged with the Queen's troops, and Rathkeil. Perhaps the strongest piece of evidence was a paper found in a portmanteau belonging to Dr. Allen, one of the traitors lately slain, which showed how the artillery found at Smerwick had been distributed by Desmond among the rebels. To detach waverers, it was announced that all who appeared unconditionally before the Lord Justice or the Earl of Ormond should be received as liege subjects. Besides Pelham, Waterhouse, Maltby, and Patrick Dobin, Mayor of Waterford, the subscribers to the proclamation were all butlers. Ormond and his 3 brothers, Lords Mountgarrett and Dunboyne, and Sir Theobald Butler of Cahir. Some of these had been rebels, but all were now united to overwhelm the Geraldines and possibly to win their lands. There was, said Waterhouse, great practice that the Earl of Ormond should have dealt for a pacification, but when it came to the touch he dealt soundly, and will, I think, follow the persecution with as much earnestness as any to whom it might have been committed. He was in fact enough of an Irishman to wish that even Desmond might have a last chance, but when it came to choosing between loyalty and rebellion, his choice was as quickly made as his father's had been when he resisted the blandishments of Silken Thomas. Finding himself in no condition to attack so strong a place as Askeaton, Pelham returned to Dublin, and Ormond went to Waterford to prepare for a western campaign. He wrote to tell Walsingham of his vast expenses. His own company of 100 men was so well horsed and armed that none could gainsay it, but the ships were unvictualled, and Youghal and Kinsale were doubtfully loyal. I have the name of 800 footmen left in all my charge, and they be not 600 able men, as Mr. Fenton can tell, for I caused my Lord Justice to take view of them. They be sickly, unapparelled, and almost utterly unvictualled. There are 150 horsemen with me that be not 100. My allowance is such as I am ashamed to write of. I long to be in service among the traders who hope for foreign power, but the Queen was very loath to spend money, and very angry at the imperfect intelligence from Ireland. The number of Spaniards who landed was never known. There were certainly more in the country than Fitzmaurice had at Smerwick, and the number of harbours between Kinsale and Tralee was most convenient for contraband cargoes. Her Majesty also grumbled about Pelham's new knights, lest they should be emboldened to crave support to maintain their degree. There were but two, Gerard, the Chancellor, and Vice-Treasurer Fitton. Both had served long and well, and it was customary for every new governor to confer some honours. Peremptory orders were sent that the pension list should be cut down, and the Queen even talked of reducing the scanty garrison. She was offended at the proclamation of Desmond, as she had been 5 years before, and found fault with everything and everybody. Pelham said the proclamation was an absolute necessity, since no person of any consideration in Munster would stir a finger until assured by this public act that your Majesty will deal thoroughly for his extirpation. Before the proclamation, at the time of the fight with Maltby, Desmond had guarded the Pope's ensign with all his own servants, and in all his skirmishes and outrages since the proclamation crieth, Papo Abu, which is the Pope above, even above you and your imperial crown. In despair, the Lord Justice begged to be recalled, but Ormond, who knew Elizabeth's humour, made up his mind to do what he could with small means. At this juncture, and as if to show that he had not been proclaimed for nothing, Desmond committed an outrage which for ever deprived him of all hope of pardon. The town of Youghal, which had always been under the influence of his family, was at this time fervently Catholic. The Jesuits kept a school there, and the townsmen had been daily instructed in Christian doctrine, in the celebration of the sacrament, and in good morals, as far as the time permitted, but not without hindrance. The corporation were uneasy, and sent two messengers, of which one was a priest, to fetch powder from Cork. Sir Warham St. Leger, who had been acting as provost marshal of Munster since Carter's death, gave the powder, or sent it, and offered to send one of Sir Humphrey Gilbert's well-armed ships to protect the town, which the fallen wall laid open to attack. But the corporation refused to incur the expense of supporting Gilbert's sailors or Ormond's soldiers, and made little or no preparation for their own defence. On Friday, November 13, Desmond, accompanied by the Seneschal of Imolgilly, encamped on the south side of Youghal, near the Franciscan priory which his own ancestors had founded. He gave out that his intentions were harmless, and that he had come only to send messengers to Ormond, who could prove that he had been wrongfully proclaimed traitor. Meanwhile he demanded wine for his men, and the mayor, who was either a fool or a traitor, let him take the ferry boat, which was the only means by which the town might be relieved from the Waterford side. The Geraldines were to take 2 tons of wine and then depart, but during Saturday and Sunday morning they had frequent conversations with their friends on the walls. The result was that they mustered with evidently hostile intentions, and that the mayor ordered the gunners in the round tower, which commanded the landing place, not to fire first, although they had a saker charged with a round shot, a square shot, and a hand spike of an ell long, wherewith they were to like to have spoiled many of them. One elderly man of the town commanded not to shoot off, lest the rebels would be angry therewith, and threatened to kill the gunner if he would give fire. Other sympathizers had already carried out ladders and hung ropes over the walls. With such help the rebels easily entered the breach, and in an hour all was over. Wives and maidens were ravished, and the town was ruthlessly sacked. Many of the inhabitants helped the work, notwithstanding that they saw the ravishing of their women, the spoiling of their goods, and burning of their houses, and that which is the most detestable treason, notwithstanding that they saw the Earl and Sir John, the Seneschal of Ilmolcley, and divers others draw down in the court-house of the town Her Majesty's arms, and most despitefully with their daggers to cut it and thrust it through. This they did, Ormond added as an argument, of their cankered and alienated hearts. The plunder was considerable, and the four masters sympathetically record that many a poor indigent person became rich and affluent by the spoils of this town. Some of Lord Barry's men were present, and most of the plunder was carried into his country and sold there. As one of Desmond's followers filled his pouch with gold and silver from a broken chest, he said to his master that the thing was very pleasant, if not a dream. Dermot O'Sullivan, the historian's father, stood by and warned the Earl that the sweetest dreams might be but a mockery. The houses and gates were burned, and when Ormond came a few weeks later, he found the ruins in sole possession of a friar who was spared for his humanity in securing Christian burial to Henry Davils. The mayor was caught and hanged at his own door, and it is hard to say that he did not deserve it. A fortnight after the sack of Youghal, Ormond was in the field, and thus describes the nature of his 3 weeks' campaign. I was in Canello the 6th of this month, between Askeaton and Newcastle, 2 of the Earl's chief houses, and prayed, spoiled, and burned the country, even to the mountain of Slieve Locher, and returned to Adair without sight of the rebels. In the county of Cork I burned John of Desmond's town, and castle called Lisfinnan, with all his land in Coshbride. He then returned to Tipperary, and let his officers go to Dublin for a holiday. The soldiers had had bread only for 1 day out of 4, and neither wine, beer, nor spirits. Beef and forage were scarce, and they had passed rivers, wading to the stomach, often 7 times a day, and never less than 3. They had to bivouac in the open, and campfires were hard to light in December. It is easier, said Wallop, to talk of at home of Irish wars than to be in them. The garrisons had not a very pleasant time of it either. Sir George Bouchier was at Kilmallock with 200 men, whose pay was 2 months in arrear. He had but 50 pounds of powder, and was unable to join Ormond, for the chief magistrate locked the gates, and the inhabitants declared that they would vacate the town if he deserted them. Desmond was expected daily, and the fate of Youghal was before their eyes. Sir William Stanley and George Carew had been left by Maltby at Adair. Between them and Askeaton lay Kerry, which Sanders, in the Pope's name, had granted to Sir James of Desmond. One morning early, Stanley and Carew passed 120 of their men over the Meg in one of the small boats, and then and now called cots, which scarcely held 10 at a time. After spoiling the country and putting to the sword whomsoever they thought good, they were attacked by Sir James, the Knight of Glyn, and the Spaniards who garrisoned Ballalokin Castle. Though the enemy were nearly 4 to 1, Stanley and Carew managed to keep them in check till they reached the river, and then passed all their men over without loss, they themselves being the last to cross. It may be supposed, though Hooker does not say so, that they were in some measure covered by the guns of the castle. A little later Desmond tried to lure the garrison out by driving cattle under their walls, failing which he sent a fair young harlot as a present to the constable, by whose means he hoped to get the house. But the constable, learning from whence she came, threw her, as is reported to me, with a stone about her neck into the river. The English government urged Pelham to go to Munster himself, and he waited for provisions at Waterford. Reports of the rebels' successes came to England constantly from Paris, for the war had become a religious one. by every ship sailing to France or Spain. Sanders, said Burghley, sent false libels of the strength of his partners and of the weakness of the Queen's part. He spread rumours through Ireland that a great fleet was coming from Spain and Italy, bringing infinite stores of wine, corn, rice, and oil from the Pope and King Philip. Munster was to be Desmond's, Ulster's, Turlough, Luinich's, and the Nuncio was soon to come with full powers. It was reported that Desmond and Sanders distrusted each other, and that the latter was watched lest he should try to escape. His credit was probably restored by the arrival of 2 Spanish frigates at Dingle. It had been reported in Spain that both Desmond and Sanders were killed, but after conferring with the doctor and learning that the rebellion was not yet crushed, the strangers promised help before the end of May. Sanders pleaded hard for St. Patrick's Day, lamenting that he had been made an instrument to promise to perfect Christians what should not be performed. Still, through the spring and summer, he confidently declared that help was coming, and in the meantime both he and Desmond were hunted like partridges upon the mountains. Pelham begged the Queen to consider what her position would have been had a stronger force landed with James Fitzmaurice, and to harden her heart to spend the necessary money. Ormond was still more outspoken, and we know from others that his complaints were well-founded. I required, he said, to be victualled, that I might bestow the captains and soldiers under my leading in such places as I knew to be fitted for the service, and most among the rebels. I was answered there was none. I required the ordnance for batteries many times, and could have none, nor can it as yet, for my Lord Justice saith to me, it is not in the land. Money I required for the army to supply necessary wants, and could have but 200 pounds, a bare proportion for to leave with an army. Now what any man can do with these wants I leave to your judgment. I hear the Queen mislikes that her service has gone no faster forward, but she suffereth all things needful to be supplied to want. I would to God I could feed soldiers with the air, and throw down castles with my breath, and furnish naked men with a wish, and if these things might be done, the service should on as fast as her Highness would have it. This is the second time that I have been suffered to want all these things, having the like charge that now I have, but there shall not be a third. For I protest I will sooner be committed as a prisoner by the heels than to be thus dealt with again. Taking charge of service upon me, I am also beholding to some small friends that make, as I understand, the Queen mislike of me for the spoil of Youghal, who most traitorously have played the villains, as by their own examination appeareth, an abstract of which I send to the council, with letters written by the Earl of Desmond and his brethren to procure rebellion. There be here can write lies, as in writing Kilkenny was burned, before which, though it be a poor weak town, the rebels never came. They brag they would spoil my country, but I hope if they do they will pay better for it than I did at the burning of theirs. Burghley and Walsingham strove hard to persuade the Queen that her economy would save nothing in the end, and Pelham's wise obedience in discharging some pensioners conciliated her a little. But he told the ministers that there had been no such peril in Ireland since the conquest, and Burghley agreed that the fire could only be quenched by English power. The conflagration would be great if not checked before the spring, for the Pope stood ever ready to supply Spanish coals, and the barbarous people ever willing to receive them. But even Burghley thought someone was to blame for proclaiming Desmond before there were means to punish him. The Queen, he told Ormond, had yielded at last. Money is sent, munition is in lading, and so is victualling for 2,000 men for 3 months, and for men to serve it is certain there are more in charge of the Queen's pay than ever there were in Ireland those hundreds of years, and for anything we hear no open hostilities in any part of Ireland but these in Munster, so as now merely, I must say, Badler Abu, against all the cry, as I hear in a new language, Papa Abu. God send you only your heart's desire, which I know is agreeable to mine, to banish or vanquish those cankered Desmonds and their sequels, and to plant again the Queen's Majesty's honour and reputation. I and others have persuaded her Majesty that you may have authority to reclaim by offer of pardon all such as have offended, saving the Earl and his brothers, and such as that you may have authority to reclaim by offer of pardon all such as have offended, saving the Earl and his brothers, and such as murdered Davils, and such as have come from foreign parts to stir up the rebellion, among which I mean Sanders, that viper, whom of all others the Queen's Majesty is most desirous that you could take hold of. Ormond sent Zouch and Stanley to garrison Youghal, who lost 2 or 3 men in passing the Blackwater at Lismore. The Spaniards set fire to Strancally Castle, where some of the plunder had been stored, and ran out at the first sound of the English drums. Some were shot or drowned, and the remainder crossed over to Deasy's in boats, where they were very friendly, welcomed in sight of the soldiers. Sir James Fitzgerald of Dromana was loyal, but his followers preferred Desmond. Stanley and Zouch went on to Youghal, driving before them 140 cows and 300 sheep, with which they fed their men. The poor soldiers suffered dreadfully from rain and cold, for they were penniless, and unroofed houses gave but scant shelter. For horses there was no food, nor was this misery peculiar to Munster, since Athlone required repair to the extent of £500. Maryborough and Philipstown did not keep their defenders dry, and the wall in each case was ready to fall into the ditch. Leighlin and Dungarvan were almost untenable. Dublin Castle was much dilapidated, and the timber of Kilmallock was rotting. English artificers must be brought over to repair damages, for lack of skill and desire to gain by the work had been the ruin of all. On the other hand, there were signs of wavering among the rebels. A ship with 400 soldiers from the Pope was driven ashore at Corunna, and 4/5 of the men perished. Sanders was suspected of wishing to steal away, and Desmond had him carefully watched. At this juncture 1 French and 1 Spanish vessel arrived in Dingle Bay with letters for Desmond and earnest requirers for Dr. Sanders. They were well received by the country people, and the bearers of the letters were conducted to Castle Island, where they found the men they sought. The foreigners said it had been reported at the French and Spanish courts that no Geraldine was left alive. Sanders railed and reviled them for not performing their promises to perfect Christians, but they still maintained that 20,000 were ready in Spain to sail with James Fitzmaurice's sons, and that France would also help as soon as the truth was known. One Owen O'Madden, a foster brother of Desmond, who was present, fell into Ormond's hands, and reported that Desmond and Clancar had solemnly sworn to join their forces, which oath was ministered by Dr. Sanders, having a mass book under their feet and a cloth spread over their heads. He believed that Lord Fitzmaurice would also join them. The Confederacy would command a force of 600 gallo-glasses, 1,600 kern, and 80 horse, with 200 musketeers. Sympathy with the Geraldines was universal among the common people, but men who had something to lose were in no great hurry to commit themselves. I suppose, said Pelham, it is now considered that what sworn prince soever come, he will not allow to any freeholder more acres than he hath already, nor more free manner of life than they have under our sovereign. And further, I'm told that some of the traders themselves begin to consider that the invaders will put no great trust in those that do betray their natural prince and country. Pelham left Waterford about the middle of February, having with great difficulty made such preparations as would give likelihood of a successful campaign. Unable to feed pack horses, he had his provisions carried by 300 strong countrymen, and he vigorously describes the pleasures of Irish warfare. Touching the comparison between the soldier of Berwick and the soldier of Ireland, alleging him of Berwick to serve in greater toil, all the soldiers of Christendom must give place in that to the soldiers of Ireland, and so much difference for ease as is between an alderman of London and a Berwick soldier. And surely, said Captain Zouch, the wars here is most painful, in respect that of force we make great and long journeys without victual, by which means we have great sicknesses, and do want we can. We shall never fight with them unless they have a will to fight with us. But a good spirit prevailed, and some companies stood so much on their reputation that they begged to be mustered in order that their wants might be known and supplied. End of chapter 37, part 1. Chapter 37, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond Rebellion, 1579 to 1580. Osmond joined the Lord Justice at Clonmel, where it was arranged that the butlers should guard the eastern end of the Ahurlo fastness. Pelham proposed to make all the country from Askeaton to Dingle as bare a country as ever Spaniard set his foot in. At Limerick he spent more than a fortnight listening to reports of what was going on in Kerry and in Spain, and waiting for Wallop and Maltby. On March 10 he met Ormond at Rathkeil, and each assumed his own share in the work of destruction. The Earl took the Shannon side, the Lord Justice kept inland, spoiling the country far and wide, and meeting with no enemy. Near Shannet Castle, the original seat of the Desmonds, from which their war cry was derived, the two camps were not far apart, and the country was scoured to the foot of the mountain in which the Feel and the Blackwater take their rise. According to the four masters, they killed blind and feeble men, women, boys, and girls, sick persons, idiots, and old people. 400 were killed in the woods on the first day, and everything that would burn was burned. The next camp was a glen, where provisions had been collected, and thither came Lord Fitzmaurice, who thought it time to declare himself on the side of the strongest. Pelham and Ormond then determined to cross the mountain into Kerry, having heard that ships with stores had arrived at Dingle. Desmond had already gone that way in the belief that the ships were Spanish. Passing the Feel a little above Listowel, the army marched unopposed to Tralee, and on the march Patrick Fitzmaurice, heir of the house of Lixnaw, followed his father's example. Everything between Castle Island and Tralee was already destroyed by the rebels, and Tralee itself was burned, with the exception of the abbey. 300 men under Sir William Stanley were detached to Castlemaine, and Pelham and Ormond started for Dingle, but were driven back by a furious snowstorm from the foot of the Cork-a-Guinea mountains. In the meantime the ships had gone to the Shannon, and Pelham, having no means of feeding the men, was forced to withdraw Stanley's division from Castlemaine. Clancaird had promised to come to Tralee, but excused himself on account of the floods. The same reason prevented Pelham from recrossing the mountains, and he lost men and horses in fording the Feel near its mouth. These ships had arrived at Carrickvoyle, and immediate preparations were made to besiege the castle, which was held by 19 Spaniards and 50 natives. The commandant was Captain Julian, who reported himself to be a very notable engineer, and who had undertaken the defence at Lady Desmond's request. While the guns were being landed, Pelham went forward to view the place, and had a narrow escape from a shot. The villains of Spaniards and the traitors, said Ormond, railed like themselves at her Majesty, especially the Spaniards who had named the King of Spain King of Ireland, which, or it be long, God willing, they shall dearly pay for. Julian probably trusted in the strength of the castle, which was 86 feet high, surrounded by water, and defended by several outworks. On the land side there were 2 separate ditches, divided by a wall and a strong earthwork. Vessels of 100 tons could go up to the wall at high tide. The pieces used in the attack were 3 cannons, 1 culver and 1 culverin, Not a formidable battery, according to modern ideas, but too much for the old castle, even with Julian's additional defences. The hyperbolical four-masters say such guns had never yet been heard in those parts, and that their tremendous and terror-awakening roar penetrated every glen from Mizzen Head to Tuam. A cannonade of 6 hours on 2 successive days was enough to make a practicable breach, both in the Barbican and in the inner walls, which crushed many as they crumbled. The storming party soon mastered all but one turret, which stood farthest from the battery and was still intact. The fire was directed upon this point, and 2 or 3 shots dislodged the garrison, of whom, says Zouch, there escaped not one, neither man, woman, nor child. Those who swam were shot in the water, others were put to the sword, and a few who surrendered, including one woman, were hanged in the camp. Captain Julian was kept prisoner for 2 or 3 days and then hanged. The people began to curse Desmond for bringing all these misfortunes upon them. He answered that if no help from Pope or Spaniard came before Whit Sunday, he should seek a strange country and leave them to make their compositions. The castles of Ballygolin and Askeaton were abandoned by their defenders when they saw the fate of Carrigafoyle. Those at Askeaton escaped to cross the water, having made an unsuccessful attempt to blow up the castle. Pelham occupied this last stronghold, and the war was turned into a hunt. Sanders and Desmond failed to rouse Connaught, which Maltby had retained after Drury's death. Richard Burke, called Richard in Iron, husband of the redoubtable Grace O'Malley, alone ventured to take arms in reliance upon the remoteness and natural strength of his country. He collected all the loose men of Connaught and sent for 100 Scots bowmen from Ulster, but the Hebrideans were disinclined to join him, knowing that they would encounter English soldiers and a skilful leader. To prevent them from changing their minds, Maltby secured Sligo, through which they would have to pass. O'Connor, Sligo, and O'Rourke, proudest man in Ireland though he was, agreed to Maltby's terms, and kept their words as to excluding the Scots. He had 2 English companies, to which he added 100 native horse and 400 foot, who were to pay themselves in Richard in Iron's country, and to cost the Queen nothing. Burke, with 1,000 men, had spoiled the devoted district about Athenry and the northern part of Roscommon, but he fell back to the shore of the Atlantic before Maltby could advance. When all was ready, he went from Athlone to Ballinsloe, where he hung 6 malefactors, and to Athenry, where he hung another. At Claregalway he met John and Ulrich Burke, full of complaints against each other, between whom he made a truce till he had leisure to hear them. He then marched by Shrule and Ballintubber to Clew, the fate of a castle held by a priest who was Richard in Iron's chief counsellor is thus concisely described. I put the band, both men, women, and children, to the sword, whereupon all the other castles in the country were given up without any resistance. Grace O'Malley came to him with some of her kinsmen, but her husband took refuge with his forces in the islands in Clew Bay. Burrishoole Abbey, where Maltby encamped, was chosen by him as the site of a walled town, the people seeming very willing to have such a place among them, and MacWilliam Burke, who accompanied the governor of his own accord, offered land for its support. Richard in Iron, finding Maltby too strong for him, said he was ready to submit. Maltby sent for boats to Atchil, but the weather was so bad that he could not reach the island for a week. In the meantime, more than 100 of Richard's followers had died of starvation. A little episode which shows what Irish warfare sometimes was. In the end, Burke submitted to the garrison which Maltby left at Burrishoole. The return journey to Athlone was accomplished in deep snow. The starved pigs and sheep with lambs came out of the woods into the camp, but they were killed and eaten. During the siege of Carrickfoyle, Maltby was in Scattery Island and in frequent communication with Pelham, whom he joined at Limerick after the capture of Askeaton. Pelham's policy was to bridle the Desmond district with garrisons who should be strong enough to eat up the country and to fatten themselves while the rebels starved. He hoped thus to localize the struggle in Kerry, which was too poor to maintain it unaided. The English fleet would look after the seaboard. The garrisons seemed to have performed perfectly their rather inglorious duties. Captains Hollingsworth and George Carew had 400 foot at Askeaton, but no horse, the soil being already too bare to support them. The soldiers drove in all the sheep and cows in their neighborhood and killed 25 of the miserable people who ventured to protect their own. Sir George Bourchier, who had 2 companies and a troop of horse at Kilmallock, scoured the woods in the Meg district and killed 60 rebels in a skirmish, making good his retreat and keeping his spoils. Captain Walker, who held Adair with 200 men, met Desmond himself on one of his forays. The Earl had about 600 followers who stood well to their pikes for a time, but were ultimately worsted with great loss. Captain Dowdall occupied Cashel with 300 men. With the help of Lord Dunboyne, he penetrated Aherlow Wood and brought off 300 cows and ponies. Pelham himself lay chiefly at Limerick, endeavouring to do his part by diplomacy, while Ormond was securing his own district against Piers Grace and other marauders. The 10th of May was appointed by the Lord Justice for a General Assembly of the Munster Lords at Limerick. Ormond duly appeared, bringing with him White, the Master of the Rolls, who had just returned from England, Lords Dunboyne and Power, and Sir James Fitzgerald of D.C.'s, Lord Roche and his son Maurice, who had for a time been in rebellion, and Sir Thomas of Desmond came from Cork, and 2 days later they were followed by Lord Barry and by Sir Cormac MacTeague. Thomond also attended. None of the western chiefs came, but Lord Fitzmaurice took the precaution of sending an excuse. Sir William Burke, whose son had lost his life in taking that of James Fitzmaurice, received his patent as Baron of Castle Connell, and was invested by Pelham. The poor old gentleman, says White with a certain pathos, made many grateful speeches in his language, and afterwards, partly from joy at his own promotion, partly from some natural remembrance of his child, and partly from the unwonted straightness of his new robes, fell suddenly in a swoon at the Lord Justice's table, so as he was like to have been made and unmade all of a day. Seeing no hopes of many more, Pelham conferred with those who were present. Lords Barry and Roche were sworn to forego their private quarrels and to join with Sir Cormac in prosecuting the rebels under Ormond's directions, and particularly in keeping them out of the county of Cork. A like arrangement was made for Waterford, and Ormond was to encamp at or near Kilmallock. The deliberations at Limerick were concluded by a volley of 3 or 400 shots. Pelham himself decided to visit Kerry. As the plot thickened round Desmond, Dr. Sanders redoubled his assurances that help was coming from Spain. 6,000 Italians were reported to be in the Asturias, ready to sail. The Lord Justice believed himself well able to deal with invaders, but want of provisions and arrears of pay in the Queen's army helped the rebels more effectually than any foreigners could do. After many delays, Pelham and Ormond prepared to enter Kerry together. The Earl lay for some time at Cashel, where he enjoyed the society of Sir Nicholas White. The Master of the Rolls complained with an odd professional conceit that he had to sleep in the Star Chamber, that is, in the open air. Clancair's eldest son was also in the camp, and Ormond declared that if the father wavered in his allegiance, he would graft him to the highest tree in his country. In the meantime they probably amused themselves with coursing, for White says Her Majesty had many countries forsaken of the people, but well stocked with hares. Pelham left Askeaton on June 11, joined the Adair garrison, and marched up the Meg Valley to Brue. Edward Fenton, who had an eye for scenery rare in those days, was struck by the pleasantness of the scene. The neighbourhood was explored next day, but neither rebels nor cows were caught in any numbers, and the army crossed the hills which divide Limerick from Cork. Ormond broke up his camp and joined the Lord Justice near Budvant, where Lord Roche came to pay his respects, but offered very little help in the way of provisions. Pelham noted this in silence and led the whole army up the Blackwater, driving the McCarthys and O'Callaghan's with their cattle into the vast woods. Then followed a toilsome and dangerous march through the hills to Castle Island, the Lord Justice riding in advance and taking up the ground himself. The island, says White, and the ruins attested, is a huge monstrous castle of many rooms, but very filthy and full of cow dung. Desmond and Sanders had but just time to escape, and the Earl's store of whisky, the Countess' kerchers, and certain sacerdotal vestments, which Pelham calls basking furniture, fell into English hands. White secured the Sanctus Bell, a cruciform lectern, and the cover of a chalice. Never, he says, was the bad Earl and his legate Alatir so bested in his own privy chamber and County Palatine of Kerry. The bell and lectern went to his patron Burghley, with remainder to Mr. Blanche's toys. The valley of the Main was full of cattle, but the soldiers were too tired to do much. Some horsemen who were fresher than the rest managed to bring in 1,500 kine and 2,000 sheep. Desmond and his wife had a narrow escape, being carried on men's shoulders through the bogs. The best of the cattle were driven off into Maurice, but Lord Fitzmaurice and his son Patrick came into the camp. While Pelham was at Castlemaine, Ormond searched the recesses of Glenflesk, where he found no cattle, but many of the Munster chieftains, Glencartys, O'Callaghan, MacAuliffe, O'Donoghue, Moore, and McGibbon, all offered their services, and he took them with him to Pelham at Castlemaine. Thus accompanied, the whole army marched to Dingle, having first erected a breastwork to protect the cattle which had been taken. At Dingle they found the squadron under winter. Pelham dined on board the Admiral, and afterwards went round the fleet, the Swallow firing a royal salute when he went ashore. Over 8,000 pounds of biscuit and 10 tons of beer were sent round to Castlemaine. Dingle was found razed to the ground by John of Desmond, though the merchants' houses had been very strong and built castle-wise. The inhabitants, Bonvilles, Halleys, Skurlocks, Knolts, Slaneys, Angelis, Goldings, Horgets, Rices, and Trants, hung about their ruined homes, cursing John Desmond, the Knight of Kerry, and Dr. Sanders as the root of all their calamities. The Merlin was sent to ransack the numerous harbours between Dingle and Cork, and Pelham and Winter scoured the country, on one occasion amusing themselves by robbing an eagle's nest. The Lord Justice came by chance upon a deserted bakehouse belonging to the Knight of Kerry, and converted a barrel of meal into bread, from the want of which he had suffered much. After exploring both shores of Dingle Bay, even sending light vessels to the Blaskets, lest cattle should be harboured in those sea-beaten islands, Winter and Pelham returned to Castlemaine, and came suddenly upon a vast herd of cows, not less than 4,000 or 5,000, which they drove into their entrenchments and slaughtered for the use of the fleet. The starving people of the county besought Winter for God's sake to give them something to eat, and he left them 12 or 13 cows, a few goats, and 400 sheep, the distribution being entrusted to one Macmorris, a steward of Desmond's, who had deserted, and from whom some service was expected. The works made for the protection of the prey were then raised, and the fleet sailed for Berehaven. Ormond accompanied Pelham to Dingle, and left him taking in provisions from the fleet, while he went to look for James of Desmond in O'Sullivan Moore's country. He had to pass round the bottom of Dingle Bay through Clancair's territory, and that Earl met him and acted as guide. The expedition was not expected, and 1,000 cows were taken, but Ormond's followers were closely pursued by O'Sullivan's sons. Many of the chief's tenants sided with the strongest, and with their help the cattle were brought away. Beef and water formed the only sustenance of Ormond's men, but they did not lag in their work of destruction, and the fires which they raised in Valentia were seen across the bay at Ventry. Pelham returned to Castlemaine, where Ormond, sore broken in his feet with rocks, joined him after a foreway of 5 or 6 days. He brought with him Clancair, O'Sullivan Beer, and O'Sullivan Moore, MacFinnan of the Kern, MacDonagh, O'Keefe, O'Callaghan, MacAuliffe, O'Donoghue More, and all the other chiefs of Desmond except O'Donoghue of Glenflesk, who remained with the traitor Earl. The combined forces of Pelham and Ormond encamped between Pallas and Dunloe by the lower lake of Killarney, the famous lake called Lough Lean. The Sir N. White notes 40 islands and abbey Innisfallen in one, a parish church in another, in a third a castle, out of which came to us a fair lady, the rejected wife of Lord Fitzmaurice, daughter to the late MacCarthy More, eldest brother to this Earl. Edward Fenton was struck by the beauty of the scene and interested by the report of large mussels containing pearls, but he was even more struck by Clancair's castle, called the Palace, a name very unfit for so beggarly a building, not answerable to a mean farmer's house in England, and his entertainment much like to his dwelling. O'Sullivan Moore's castle of Dunloe had been razed by Ormond during his first expedition against James Fitzmaurice. Leaving Killarney, the army explored Glenflesk, which White, with Virgil and Cacus in mind, calls a famous spelunce, but they saw neither men, monsters, nor cattle, and crossed into the upper valley of the Blackwater without any fighting. Near Canturk, Ormond recovered his heavy baggage which he had left behind on first entering the mountains, and the whole army then marched by Mallow to Cork. The citizens, who were half-starved themselves, were very slow to relieve their wants, but at last agreed to send Pelham £100 to give £100 worth of wine on credit, and £100 worth of friezes, brogues, and stockings. Many soldiers had broken down for want of bread. They could do anything, White said, if they had but bread, the lack whereof is their only overthrow and nothing else. In White's quaint language, all the lords and chiefs, Cisalpine and Transalpine, the mountains of Slieve, Locke, were present at Cork. Pelham found that nearly as many berries as Geraldines were in rebellion. But nevertheless Lord Barrymore stood the stiffest on his defence. The rest had very little to say for themselves, and Ormond bitterly upbraided them, charging himself with their faults for making of her Majesty to conceive so well of them. Desmond, he says, was their ancient scourge and enemy, and as they had favoured him, he would cast them off and bid each shift for himself. He would utterly refuse their friendship and spend his blood against them all and against all her Majesty's enemies, advising such as loved him to follow his ways, and such as would not bade them defiance, swearing a great oath, and clapping his hand upon the Bible, that if her Majesty did proclaim them traitors with the rest, he would lay it on their skins, and in conclusion advised the Lord Justice to carry them all with him to Limerick till better order were taken with them. All were received to mercy except Lord Barrymore, who was committed for trial. He is, said Ormond, an errant papist who a long time kept in his house Dr. Tanner, made bishop here by the Pope, who died in my Lord of Upper Ossory's house, being secretly kept there. Believe me, Mr. Secretary, you shall find my Lord of Upper Ossory as bad a man as may be. Pelham took Clancair, Barrymore, and several others with him, and having been delayed at Mallow by a summer flood in the Blackwater, arrived at Limerick without further adventure. He professed himself fairly satisfied with the progress made. Frequent inroads, and still more the steady pressure of the garrisons, would soon starve out the rebels, unless help came from abroad. In that case, he said, I look their strength will be infinitely multiplied. As if to fill the time till the Spaniards came, a movement now began which defeated Pelham's calculations. The new rebel was James Eustace, who had lately succeeded his father as Viscount Baltinglass, and who was an enthusiastic Catholic. He was already connected with the turbulent O'Byrnes, and his father had been in opposition on the cess question, but it is clear that religion was the chief motive. Before he succeeded to the title, Sanders and others persuaded him to go to Rome, and what he saw there under Gregory XIII had exactly a contrary effect on him to what the Rome of Leo X had upon Luther. On his return he heard Mass, boldly gloried in the fact before the Ecclesiastical Commission, and was mulcted in the statuable fine of 100 marks, Sidney quaintly declaring that he could not countenance papistry and abolished religion. Loftus was told to exact the money or a bond and to imprison in default. The young lord went to jail for 24 hours and was pardoned on signing the bond, but fine and imprisonment never convince, though they sometimes silence, and Baltinglass was in no way changed by what courtly officials called Her Majesty's godly proceedings. I mean, he wrote to a Waterford merchant to take this holy enterprise in hand by the authority of the supreme head of the church. The letter fell into Ormond's hands, and the bearer seems to have been hanged in chains. Ormond had already warned the Viscount to be careful, and he now sent an answer which at once committed him irretrievably and almost without hope of pardon. He said he had been commanded to take the sword by the highest power on earth, and would maintain the truth to the extent of his means. Questionless, he added, it is great want of knowledge and more of grace to think and believe that a woman uncapax of all holy orders should be the supreme governor of Christ's church, a thing that Christ did not grant unto his own mother. If the Queen's pleasure be, as you allege, to minister justice, it were time to begin, for in this 20 years' part of her reign we have seen more damnable doctrine maintained, more oppressing of poor subjects under pretence of justice within this land than ever we read or heard. If Thomas Becket, of the Bishop of Canterbury, had never suffered death in the defence of the church, Thomas Butler, alias Becket, had never been Earl of Ormond. Ormond sent the letter by express to Walsingham for the Queen's eye, characterizing it as foolish, traitors, popish, and devil-persuaded, praying that God might confound all her unnatural subjects and give her victory over all his enemies. Sir, I pray you tell Her Majesty that poor Lucas will remain constant in the true faith, whoever follow the Pope and do the contrary, and that neither Becket nor Canterbury shall alter him. It was a year of great activity among the English Catholics. Parsons and Campion had just landed. The air teemed with rumours, and papers were freely circulated to prepare men for something extraordinary. A Devonshire gentleman named Eve brought one of these to Waterford, and it was not calculated to make the task of the Irish government easier. 10 or 12,000 men from the Pope, rather more from the King of Spain, and rather fewer from the Duke of Florence, were expected to invade England, and there to reassert the Pope's lawful sovereignty. Elizabeth was declared ineligible both as bastard and as heretic to wear the vassal crown, and it was proposed to publish the bull of excommunication in every Christian church and court. The English Catholic nobles were, however, to be allowed to crown one of their own number who was to be independent of Spain, but her faithful ally in reducing the Hollanders. All church lands were to be restored. The importer of this notable scheme was arrested by the mayor of Waterford and sent in irons to Clonmel, with his companion, a merchant of Bridgewater, to be dealt with by Pelham. We may, however, be sure that for one such production intercepted, many escaped the notice of the officials, and that Baltinglass had reason to expect support from outside, but he probably rested his hopes mainly upon the help of his neighbours, and even fancied he could get Kildare to join him. On July 14th, nearly a fortnight before the insurrection actually broke out, the Archbishop of Dublin met Kildare on the legendary hill of Tara. Baltinglass was only 2 miles off, and in charge of the Earl's own troop. Kildare had been told everything, and he informed Loftus that the Viscount and other papists had conspired and were ready to rebel. The first exploit they will do, he said, is to kill you and me, you for the envy they bear to your religion, and me for that, being taken away, they think there is no one to make head against them. Dr. Loftus indeed might have had a bad chance had he fallen into their hands, but there is no likelihood that they had any murderous intention towards Kildare. The threat was probably used as likely to have weight with one whose sympathies were already more than half gained. The Archbishop pressed the Earl to arrest the traitor, and more than once received an evasive answer, but at last Kildare confessed what was doubtless the true cause of his inaction. I should heap to myself universally the hatred and ill will of my country, and pull upon my house and posterity for ever the blame. At last he agreed to make an appointment with Baltinglass, and to arrest him, provided the Archbishop had an agent present to charge him on his allegiance. In the meantime he went to the Viscount several times in a quiet way, and did nothing until he and Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne were in actual rebellion. After this Baltinglass wrote to tell the Earl that he had unfurled his Holiness's banner, and asking for an interview at the bridge of Ballymore Eustace. Kildare not appearing, he wrote again to express his regret, and to urge him to join the good cause. I trust, therefore, the day shall never come that strangers shall say that when Christ's banner was in the field on the one side, and the banner of heresy on the other side, that the Earl of Kildare's forces were openly seen to stand under the heretical banner. The charming was not particularly wise, yet Kildare did not altogether refuse to hear it. In the end he so managed matters as to alienate both sides. At the very moment that Baltinglass broke out, Lord Grey de Wilton's patent as deputy was signed in England. Pelham had but a few weeks of authority left, and he did not pass them in idleness. By the advice of Sir Warham St. Leger, and with the consent of Ormond, he detained most of the Munster lords and chiefs at Limerick, and having thus laid hands on the shepherds, he proceeded to make his own terms with the flock. My manner of prosecuting, he wrote to the Queen, it is thus: I give the rebels no breath to relieve themselves, but by one of your garrisons or other they be continually hunted. I keep them from their harvest, and have taken great praise of cattle from them, by which it seemeth the poor people that lived only upon labour, and fed by their milch cows, are so distressed as they follow their goods, and offer themselves with their wives and children rather than to be slain by the army, than to suffer the famine that now in extremity beginneth to pinch them. And the calamity of these things have made a division between the Earl and John of Desmond, John and Sanders seeking for relief to fall into the company and fellowship of the Viscount Baltinglass, and the Earl, without rest anywhere, flieth from place to place, and maketh mediation for peace by the Countess, whom yesterday I licensed to have speech with me at Askeaton, whose abundance of tears betrayed sufficiently the miserable estate both of herself, her husband, and their followers. It was by just such means that Mountjoy afterwards put down a much greater rebellion, and a much abler rebel than Desmond, and those Englishmen who knew Ireland best could see no alternative. It shall be found, said Bagwell, how severely and thoroughly good Sir William Pelham hath handled Munster, as in all his government here he deserved with the best that preceded him, so in that wrought he good perfection, and so weakened the traitors there, that John Desmond is fled to Leinster, where he is to salve his drained estate with Baltinglass. His own actions, if his commendation should be withdrawn, will sufficiently express his desert. All important persons who sued for mercy were first required to imbrue their hands in some better blood than their own, and special services in proportion to their rank were required of leading rebels. Rory McSheehy, a noted captain of the Desmond Gallowglasses, was given to understand that he could have a pardon if he gave up Sanders alive. Sir John of Desmond sought to confer with Saint Leger. He was told that he could have his own life by giving up his eldest brother, Dr. Sanders, and the Seneschal of Imokilly. Sanders himself might perhaps be spared if he would lay bare the whole network of foreign intrigue. The detained magnates were let loose one by one as they seemed likely to do service. Sir Cormac McCarthy was Sheriff of Cork. He made humble submission, confessed his negligence, took a new oath, and departed with 150 English soldiers under Captain Apsley and Captain Daring. Soon afterwards Sir James of Desmond entered Muskerry and collected 2,000 of Sir Cormac's cattle, which he proposed to drive off into the mountains west of Macroon. The sheriff came up with him, and a skirmish followed, in which Sir James was wounded and taken. He was carried from Carrickhoe Droghid to Blarney, and thence to Cork, where he was tried and condemned, having in vain begged for summary decapitation to avoid a public trial. After 2 months, during which he gave earnest attention to religious subjects, he was hanged, drawn, and quartered, or, as the for master's sake, cut into little pieces, dying a fervent Catholic, and, as his enemies allowed, a yielding to Godward a better end than otherwise he would have done if he had not died the death. And thus, says Hooker, the pestilent hydra hath lost another of his heads. Lord Fitzmaurice was at liberty, but his 2 sons were detained at Limerick, and he was told that he could only make his peace by intercepting Desmond or the seneschal, or at the very least by procuring the release of Sir James Fitzgerald of Decies, who was imprisoned in Kerry by the rebels. Sir Owen O'Sullivan Bear it was thought safe to keep at Limerick, but his neighbour Sir Owen McCarthy Rioch was released, his Tanist Donald Ane Pippi D being retained as a hostage. Glencairn had been protected by Ormond, and the engagement was kept, but he was required to leave his son Lord Valentia in pledge. Lord Barrymore remained contumacious and was sent to Dublin Castle, his sons being encouraged to come in under protection, but St. Leger was told to keep them safe until they offered good security. Sir Warham, who was always for harsh courses, advised that the father should be executed and his estate confiscated. The example, he thought, would be salutary, and the land would pay the whole cost of the war. In the meantime, the garrisons were busy. Sir George Bouchier was near taking a rich prize at Kilmallock. During a night foray, the soldiers fell in accidentally with Sanders and John of Desmond. Sir John was wounded, and both he and Sanders were over an hour in company with the soldiers, whose suspicions they disarmed by exhorting them in English to slay the Irish. An Englishman in Sanders' service was taken and killed by the soldiers because he would confess nothing. James O'Hay, a friar of Youghal, was made prisoner and gave important information. A division of opinion had arisen between Desmond on the one hand and his brother Sanders on the other. The Earl was inclined to sue for peace, but the others were determined to fight it out to the last. Finding themselves straitened in Kerry, they made their way to Leinster, where Baltinglass eagerly expected them. With about 25 followers, they passed through the glen of Alherlow and crossed North Tipperary into the Queen's County, where they were helped by the remnant of the O'Moores and by the veteran Piers Grace until they joined the O'Byrnes near the border of Wicklow. They had an escape on the road, which Pelham called strange, and which a Catholic writer evidently thought miraculous. They met Ormond, or more probably one of his brothers, who called out that they were in the net. A sudden tempest, we are told, arose on a fine day, whether at the doctor's prayers or not, God knows, and the rain was so thick that the Earl, with the ministers of Satan, could not advance against the Catholics, nor even hold up their heads for a whole hour. The fugitives who had the wind at their backs threw away all superfluous weight and escaped. Having lost their best leader, the Munster rebels sought terms for themselves. Baltinglass summoned Desmond himself to join him for defence of the Catholic faith, but the Earl's people said they were starving and could endure no longer war, and they openly reviled Sanders as the cause of all their misery. Wearied by want of bread and all comforts, the rebel Earl began to feel that the game was up, and he besought Winter to give him a passage to England. Pelham did not object, provided the surrender was unconditional, but would allow no agents to pass, nor the Countess to go over without her husband. The poor lady's tears showed him that her cause was desperate. Chief Secretary Fenton was principally struck by her impudence in venturing to defend her husband's conduct. Pelham was inclined to believe that they both meant nothing but villainy, and were only seeking time to get in the harvest, and he directed Bouchier at Kilmallock and Case at Askeaton to give the fugitive Earl no rest for the sole of his foot. The hunted wretch might have surrendered to Winter had it not been for the change of government which, both before and since in Ireland, has often been wrongly supposed to denote a change of policy. He had perhaps been told that Grey's orders from the Queen were to treat him leniently. At all events, he changed his tone, though he had but 120 gallows-glasses with him. These men clamoured loudly and vainly for their quarter's pay, and the camp was followed by a horde of poor and starving creatures officials who begged such scraps as unpaid soldiers could give. In spite of all this, Desmond now declared that he would yield to Grey only for that he remembered former had hard treatment in England and doubted that it would be worse than ever. And so the matter stood when Pelham, who had himself desired to be relieved, received the order to go to Dublin, and there surrender the sword to his successor. He had declared himself willing to serve under the new governor in Munster, with or without title of Lord President, and the latter was directed to take advantage of his zeal, his experience, and his martial skill. As it was, he left Ireland on the nominal ground of health, perhaps because he could not get on with Grey, or because the Queen was frightened at the expense. He afterwards found work in the Netherlands, and Bouchier was left in charge of Munster with the rank of colonel, Ormond having enough to do in defending his own country against the Leinster insurgents. End of chapter 37, part 2. Chapter 38, Part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond War, Second Stage, 1580 to 1581. Whatever private hints the Queen might give to Grey, his official instructions contained nothing to Desmond's advantage. On the contrary, he was warned to avoid the common fault of former governors, who had been too easy in granting pardons to notorious transgressors of the law, and had thereby bred boldness in subjects prone to offend. In future, pardons were not to be given without good reasons, nor at all in general terms, but only for some specified offence. On the other hand, the Queen was anxious to have it known that she did not wish to extirpate the inhabitants of Ireland as it had been falsely and maliciously reported. Outrages committed by soldiers were to be severely punished, and officers of high rank were not to be exempt. The rebellion was to be put down as quickly as possible, so that Her Majesty's charge might be reduced. Grey landed on August 12, but the sword of state was still in Munster, and he could not take the oath without it. Baltinglass and Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne were in force not much more than 20 miles from Dublin, and he resolved to attack them before Pelham's arrival. Whatever hopes Desmond himself may have had from Grey, the change of government was not favourable to the chances of a rebellion near Dublin. The advent of a governor of high rank generally signified increased force, a more liberal expenditure of money, and more activity in official circles. Lord Chancellor Gerard had just landed on a part of the coast over which Baltinglass was for the moment supreme, and the latter had unaccountably neglected to make him a hostage. Compared with the rest of his doings, said Pelham, this doth argue that both he and his followers be the most foolish traitors that ever I heard of. The Chancellor reported that all the Leinster chiefs, as well as O'Neill, O'Donnell, O'Rourke, and O'Connor Sligo, were sworn to Baltinglass, and that he had the hearts of the whole country. The rebels had burned Harrington's town of Newcastle, and openly displayed the Pope's banner, but Kildare seemed to stand firm, and comforted the Chancellor by abusing the captains for giving false musters, saying that the Queen paid for 1,300 when she had only 700. But his most trusted follower, Gerald Fitzmaurice, had joined the rebels with his company. Sir William Stanley brought reinforcements from England, but in such plight as to argue no great probability of good service. Out of 120 calivers, scarce 20 were serviceable, and the men were raw, ill provided with necessaries, and fewer than their leader had been given to expect. The captains blamed by Kildare said their pay was at least 3 months in arrear, and of course all their men were discontented. Gormanston lay at Naas with 500 men, but the distrust was so general that our Archbishop Loftus believed the throats of all Englishmen were about to be cut. "Unless strangers land," the Chancellor remarked, "I mistrust, and if they do, I am of the Archbishop's mind." Meanwhile, the country south of Dublin was at the mercy of the rebels, and it was easy to know who sympathized with them. "They religiously pray," said Gerard, over-skipping some. "Many have taken oaths not to fight against them. 2,000 Scots were plundering loyal people in Ulster, and it was hard to see where it was to stop." Baltinglass and Fiachmachew lay in the valley of the Liffey, somewhere about Ballymore Eustace. On the approach of Grey's army from the side of Nass, they withdrew into Glenmalure, a deep and rocky fortress, a combe, as the Devonian hooker calls it, to the northeast of Lugnaquilla. The glen was thickly wooded and at least 4 miles long, and Colonel George Moore was ordered to enter it with about half the army. Grey was more a knight-errant than a general, and he determined to attack at once in front, though warned by those about him of the risk he was running. His object was to drive the rebels from the covert, so that they might be shot or ridden down on the open hillside. Old Francis Cosby, general of the Queen's Kern, who was a man of extraordinary personal courage and of unrivalled experience in Irish warfare, foresaw the danger, but he was not listened to, and he boldly advanced to what he believed to be almost certain death. Jacques Wingfield, the master of the ordnance, who doubtless remembered his own overthrow 19 years before, was present with his 2 nephews, Peter and George Carew, and he vainly tried to dissuade them from risking their lives. "If I lose one," he then urged, "yet will I keep the other." And George, reserved as Camden says for greater things, consented to stay by his uncle. Sir Peter, with Captain Audley and Lieutenant Parker, were with Colonel Moore in front, while Sir Henry Bagwell and Sir William Stanley brought up the rear. "When we entered," says Stanley, "the force at Glen, we were forced to slide sometimes 3 or 4 fathoms ere we could stay our feet. It was in depth at least a mile, full of stones, rocks, bogs, and wood. In the bottom, a river full of loose stones, which we were driven to cross divers times. So long as our leaders kept the bottom, the odds were on our side, but our colonel, being a corpulent man, before we were half through the glen, being 4 miles in length, led us up the hill that was a long mile in height. It was so steep that we were forced to use our hands as well as to climb as our feet, and the vanward being gone up the hill, we must of necessity follow. It was the hottest piece of service for the time that ever I saw in any place. I was in the rearward, and with me 28 soldiers of mine, whereof were slain 8 and hurt 10. I had with me my drum, whom I caused to sound many alarms, which was well answered by them that was in the rearward, which stayed them from pulling us down by the heels. But I lost divers of my dear friends. They were laid all along the wood as we should pass, behind trees, rocks, crags, bogs, and in covert. Yet so long as we kept the bottom, we lost never a man, till we were drawn up the hill by our leaders, where we could observe no order. We could have no sight of them, but were fain only to beat the places where we saw the smoke of our pieces. But the hazard of myself and the loss of my company was the safeguard of many others. Were a man never so slightly hurt, he was lost, because no man was able to help him up the hill. Some died, being so out of breath that they were able to go no further, being not hurt at all. Carew and Audley had a dispute at the outside, and the loud talk of 2 unusually quiet and modest officers had a very bad effect on their men. The renegade captain, Gerald Fitzmaurice, had full information from Kildare's people, if not from the Earl himself, and he knew the companies had never been together before. They contained many raw recruits, and he rightly calculated that they would be thrown into confusion by an unseen enemy. The soldiers, fresh from England, wore red or blue coats, and Maltby, who was with Grey in the open, saw how easily they were picked off. The strangeness of the fight, he adds, is such to the new-come ignorant men that at the first brunt they stand all amazed, or rather give back to the enemy. Their coats stand them in no stead, neither in fashion nor in giving them any succour to their bodies. Let the coat money be given to some person of credit, with which and with what that which is also bestowed on their hose, they may clothe themselves here with jerkins and hose of frieze, and with the same money bring them every man a mantle, which shall serve him or his bedding for his bedding, and thereby shall not be otherwise known to the rebels than the old soldiers be. The recruits wavered, the kern ran away to the enemy, and so the gentlemen were lost. Stanley says not above 30 Englishmen were killed, but Moore, Cosby, Audley, and other officers were among them. Gray thought the rebels were fewer than the soldiers who were stricken by panic. Sir Peter Carew was clad in complete armour, which proved more fatal than even a red coat. Suffocated from running uphill, he was forced to lie down and was easily taken. It was proposed to hold him to ransom, but one villain, says Hooker, most butcherly, as soon as he was disarmed, with his sword slaughtered and killed him, who in time after was also killed. 3 months afterwards, George Carew rejoiced that he had the good fortune to slay him who slew his brother, and announced that he meant to lay his bones by his, or to be thoroughly satisfied with revenge. No doubt the survivor under such circumstances would be filled with remorseful bitterness, but his thirst for revenge, fully slaked by a murder 3 years later, can be scarcely justified, even according to that ancient code which prescribes that eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. When a civilized government receives a check from its revolted subjects, the moral effect is generally out of all proportion to the actual loss. But Pelham had effectually bridled Munster, and Maltby had for the moment nearly neutralized Connaught, and Ulster also. O'Rourke and O'Donnell now both took arms in the Catholic cause, and there was every prospect of a general conflagration. Maltby rode post from Dublin northwards, and such was the dread which he had inspired that O'Donnell at once disbanded his men and wrote to say that nothing should make him swerve from his allegiance. The President hastened to Leitrim, where he found that O'Rourke had dismantled the castle. He immediately began to repair it, though he had to draw lime 8 miles. The Tanist Brian O'Rourke, who regarded the chief as his greatest enemy, helped the work and gladly acted as sheriff under the President. O'Rourke appeared at the edge of a wood with 1,200 men, of whom 500 were Scots, but Ulick Burke, who begged for the place of honour, charged at the head of 200 soldiers and 500 kern. Some Scots were killed, and the building was not further interrupted, leaving a strong garrison in the castle. Maltby then hurried back to Dublin, and arrived there in time to be a witness and a critic of the Glenmalure affair. He warned the English government that Ulster was in a dangerous state, and that Turlough, Luinich's wife, was determined to make a new Scotland of that province. She has already planted a good foundation, for she in Tyrone, her daughter in Tyrconnell, being O'Donnell's wife, and Sorleyboy in Clanboy, do carry all the sway in the north, and do seek to creep into Connaught, but I will stay them from that. The news of Grey's defeat did not reach the officials at Cork for 11 days, and then only in a fragmentary way, but its effect upon the natives was instantaneous. Turlough Luinich, whom Captain Pearse had just brought to terms, suddenly swept round the lower end of Lough Neagh, drove off the cattle of the loyalist Sir Hugh Magennis, and killed many of his men, demanded the title of O'Neill, and the old hegemony claimed by Shane declared that he would stand in defence of religion while life lasted, and proposed to invade the Pale with 5,000 men. The Scots' galleys lay in Lough Foyle, and effectual resistance seemed impossible. The Baron of Dungannon sent his cattle to the mountains and hid himself in the woods, protesting his loyalty even if all the Irishry in Ireland should rebel, and if he had nothing left but his bare body. But Magennis, after crouching for a while at narrow water, was forced to go as a suppliant to Turlough's camp. The southern side of the Pale was in no better case. A strong force under John of Desmond besieged Maryborough, and the constable was so closely watched that he dared to not write. A private settler living in the unfinished castle of Desert, and expecting to be attacked every moment, sent the news to Dublin, but was forced to entrust his letter to a poor beggar-man. Ladders were ready in the woods to attack all posts. Some of Ormond's villages were burned, and his brother Piers, though he maintained his own ground, could not save Abbeyleix from the flames. The remnant of the O'Connors rose once more, and Ross MacGeoghegan, the most loyal and useful subjects in the Midlands, was murdered by his half-brother Brian, whose mother was an O'Connor. All is not here, wrote Maltby from Dublin, and like to be worse. He had to reach Athlone by a circuitous route, and found his province already in an uproar. It was in foreign aid that all Irish rebels mainly trusted, and it was supposed that the fleet would prevent any descent upon Munster, the only district where strangers from the south would have much chance of maintaining themselves. Winter had been directed to cruise about the mouth of the Shannon, having first sent some light craft to the Biscay coast for news. He was not to land himself, but if necessary to employ a naval brigade under Captain Richard Bingham. The admiral was not in good health. He hated the service, he hated Captain Bingham, and he was ready to run home as soon as there seemed the least chance of victuals running short. The fleet reached Ireland about the beginning of April, and early in July Winter threatened to sail away, but the Queen's positive orders restrained him for a time, and Pelham was at hand to inculcate obedience, reminding him that there was generally a Michaelmas summer in Ireland. Pelham left Munster on the last day of August. On December 5th, Winter sailed for England, and on the 12th the long-expected Spaniards arrived at Smerwick. The admiral was required to explain his very unseasonable departure, and it must be admitted that he had reasons, though a Drake or a Nelson might not have allowed them much weight. The ships were foul and sailed too badly either for flight or chase. The sails and ropes were rotten from the unceasing wet of a Kerry summer. Victuals were running short. There was a most plentiful lack of news, and the Shannon was a bad anchorage at the best. Whatever the Queen may have thought of the Admiral's conduct, it did not prevent her from sending him to Ireland again. An attack on England could not be secretly prepared in Spain, for the carrying trade was in England's hands. Armed rovers like Drake Hawkins and Frobisher, half merchants and half buccaneers, came and went as they pleased upon the peninsular coast, in the confident hope that no Spaniard could catch them. Such a one was Captain James Sidey, an excellent seaman, but not altogether free from suspicion of piracy, whom it had been necessary to pardon some years before. He sailed boldly into the splendid harbour of Ferrol, and wrote to the governor demanding the surrender of certain English subjects whom he supposed to be living there. He had perceived, he said grimly, that the country folk were in terror at his approach, but he was no pirate, and would take no one by force, for Ferrol was the king's chamber, which he was commanded not to break. But he wanted his own fellow subjects, who had plundered a Plymouth ship at sea, and hinted plainly that he could take them if he liked. He said they were only cow-keepers who had left their cows, and John Fleming, James Fitzmaurice's admiral, had run away from his creditors. The Irish bishop who was with them might find some better employment than keeping kine in Ireland. The Spanish governor's answer does not appear, but one Barnaby O'Neill wrote to say that the bishop was noble, chaste, virtuous, and learned, while the heretic bishops of England were shoemakers, scavengers, and pudding-makers. That Fleming was Lord Shlane's cousin, and that Sidey had served under the rebel traitor and coward, the Prince of Orange. Sidey retorted that the silent prince was far above his praise, and that he did not believe his correspondent was an O'Neill at all, for he had never heard his name. He might, of course, be some bastard, but he rather inclined to think that he was really one William Hall, a murderous thief well known in Ireland and Spain. Sir William Winter was of opinion that Sidey's proceedings would not facilitate English diplomacy in Spain, and indeed it was an uncomfortable time for Englishmen there. But Philip was most anxious to avoid war, much too anxious indeed for the taste of his ambassadors in England, and Elizabeth's subjects suffered more petty annoyance than actual hardship. William Carus of Drogheda sailed from Tenby to Spain with cargo in the gift of God, a vessel of only 19 tons. Being chased by a man-of-war, he put into Santander, where he found an English ship and an English bark, and where he was boarded by the corregidor and by 2 or 3 ecclesiastics who vainly searched for books and seemed to have helped themselves to 6 shillings. The national proverb that in Spain a little oil sticks to every hand was exemplified by Carus's treatment. He made friends with Mr. Brown, natural brother of Lady Kildare, and afterwards with Oliver Plunkett, a Drogheda gentleman who had served Spain in Flanders. Both befriended him with the Spanish authorities, and as they meditated an invasion of Ireland, it was not their cue to make enemies there. Brown had a map of Ireland drawn by himself, and showed by his conversation that he knew the coast. Plunkett declared that the conquest of the island would be child's play, but that Dublin and Drogheda might give trouble. Lord Gormanston had just married a relative or friend of Plunkett's, who was most anxious to send her a letter of congratulations, but Carus refused to carry letters. His sails were then taken away, and by Brown's advice he gave 6 ducats to the corregidor, 4 to a scrivener, and 2 each to 2 other officers. Then the sails were restored. 500 ducats belonging to him were impounded, but afterwards restored, with a deduction of 4 as a fee for counting them. A further fee of 3 ducats and expenses was exacted by Brown, and then Carus was allowed to go free. He noted that Plunkett had 3 large ships under his orders, and he conversed with several Irishmen, including a priest and a friar. All talked long and loud of the coming conquest, and the ecclesiastics dwelt with unction on the bishoprics and other preferments which would be vacant. Meanwhile the very Lord Gormanston, about whom Plunkett spoke, was giving information to the government. It was, he said, a religious war, and religion would draw men far. Nevertheless, he could do a great deal if he had only money. Ireland was as corrupt as Spain. The fleet were lying at Ventry when the news came that Pelham had gone to Dublin and left the troops under Sir George Bouchier's command. Bouchier immediately entered Kerry with 600 or 700 men, and, with the help of Lord Fitzmaurice, began to devastate the country still further. From Castle Island to Dingle, on both sides of the Slieve Mish, the powers of fire were tried to the utmost. An Englishman who had been with Sanders was taken and executed, and Lady Desmond was closely chased for 2 miles. The Earl fled into Limerick, and the wretched people crowded down to the sea and submitted to the Admiral as the lesser of 2 evils. Winter persuaded Bouchier to spare them on condition of their maintaining a garrison of 200 foot and 30 horse, artillery, and of giving hostages for good behavior. Otherwise they were told that Sir George would execute his commission strictly, and his commission was to burn their corn, spoil their harvests, kill and drive their cattle. The 4,000 cows which had been driven in were then spared, and so were many prisoners, poor and rich. Winter sailed away just as the hostile expedition was leaving Corunna, and 1 week later 4 Spanish vessels came into Smerwick, where they landed men and tents and began to fortify on the old ground. 2 other ships were taken at sea by the Huguenots, who carried them into Rochelle. The more successful part of the squadron took a homeward-bound Frenchman with 56,000 codfish from Newfoundland, killed the captain and 3 men, and brought the remaining 28 to Ireland, where they used them as labourers. One of the Spanish ships was a galley with 32 oars, and they gave out that she was powerful enough to batter castles. But Captain Thomas Clinton, who was cruising about the mouth of the Shannon, said he would fight her had he but 10 musketeers on board his small vessel. The strangers were nearly all Italians, and only about 600 men seemed to have landed, though there were rumours of more coming. Friar Matthew Oviedo was apostolic commissary, and with him were Dr. Ryan, papal bishop of Killaloe, 2 Jesuit preachers and 3 or 4 friars. Desmond came down the coast to meet them and attacked Dartford and Fennet castles with their aid, but they had brought up only small cannon, and the Irish garrisons easily beat them off. Captain Bingham contemptuously designates the rank and file as poor, simple bisognos, very ragged, and a great part of them boys, but they had 5,000 stand arms, and 4 kegs of Spanish reals were given to Desmond. Ormond immediately prepared to take the field, and Grey, who at first scarcely believed that the strangers had landed, thought it better to temporize with Turlough Luanich, to whom Sanders had offered the sovereignty of Ulster. If the Queen would give him a butt or 2 of sack, it might for the moment make him forget to urge inadmissible claims. As toys please children, so to Bacchus knights the lick of grapes is liking, of which crew this is a royal fellow. Just 3 weeks after the landing of the Spaniards, Ormond set out from Cork with 1,600 men. He was completely ignorant of the enemy's force, but was anxious to have the first brush with them, and he passed the mountains into Kerry without his full armour and without camp furniture. He learned at once that Desmond and his brother John, Baltinglass, Piers Grace, and Sanders, with most of the foreigners, were strongly posted at Bungunder near Tralee. They gave out that they would fight, but fell back at Ormond's approach and left his way open to Smerwick. The enemy in the field broke up into small bodies, but the fort was too strong to attempt without artillery. After conferring with the invaders, Baltinglass returned to his district, thus passing, as John of Desmond and Sanders did, twice unmolested right across Ireland. Hearing that Desmond had got into his rear, Ormond turned to pursue, when the garrison of Smerwick made a sally and tried to provoke a fight. But Ormond was too cautious thus to be drawn under their guns, and went on to surprise Desmond's bivouac near Castlemaine. He took a few Spanish prisoners, as well as some painted tables, altar-cloths, chalices, books, and other such furniture said to be the nuncio's. The Earl left his troops in the county of Limerick and went home to help his wife to make great cheer, for the Lord Deputy Grey had written to him for 1,000 beeves, and he remarked that he might as well ask him to kill all the enemy with a breath. 500 by great exertion might perhaps be collected. He found time to write a letter to a Spanish nobleman, and to send him a hawk, taken, as he was careful to mention, out of one of the many castles from which Desmond had been driven to woods and mountains. He told his correspondent that he was busy hunting the wild Biscays and Italians, and that the rebel earl would soon be hanged and quartered like his brother James. As for the foreigners, he added, this much I will assure you, that they curse the Pope and as many as sent them, which they shall shortly have better cause to do. Having had time to put his squadron into something like trim, Winter was ordered back to Ireland, Bingham accompanying him as vice-admiral. Sailing from Harwich with a fine breeze from the northeast, they ran through the straits and down Channel as far as Ryde, where some days were lost waiting for orders. When the word was at last given, the wind held in the same point, but the sea rose, and the ships parted company in Portland Race. Captain Bingham, in the Swiftsure, looked into Falmouth, but did not see the admiral, and chose to think that he was gone ahead, whereas he was really far astern. Bingham ran past the Land's End, where the wind changed to west-northwest, made Cape Clear in the morning, and anchored at the mouth of Valentia harbour. Winter strongly objected to his second-in-command's excessive zeal, and it was plain that they hated each other cordially. In great glee, probably at having outstripped his chief, the strenuous Bingham went into Valencia with the boats, but found only Captain Clinton, who directed him to Smerwick. There he anchored near the fort, after a run of 60 hours from Portland, of which 10 had been passed in Valentia harbour. Yeti tells us that the Swiftsure was the slowest ship in the fleet. Ormond was gone already, and the garrison, with the help of the peasantry, were busy strengthening their works. Bingham prepared to cut out their ships, but they towed them in almost aground, and after exchanging shots with them, he made up his mind that the works could not be taken without heavy ordnance. 14 pieces were mounted on the rampart, the largest being of the kind called sakers. John of Desmond and all the foreigners were at the fort, and Bingham understood that many of the latter would leave Ireland if they could. The chill October weather did not suit the Italians, and many of them died. Brave Romans, the Irish called them, but the Englishmen said they were as poor rascals as he had ever met with. Towards the end of October, the Lord Deputy, much hindered by flooded rivers and a bad commissariat, slowly made his way by Kilkenny into the county of Limerick. At Rathkeil he was joined by the English companies, whom Ormond had with him, and led the united force to Dingle. The Earl seems to have returned himself. Among the newly arrived captains was Walter Raleigh, burning with anxiety to distinguish himself, and ready to tempt fortune to almost any extent. When the camp at Rathkeil broke up, he held his own company in ambush until the main column had gone to some distance. Then came some wretched kerns to pick up what they could as the lepers came to the Syrian camp before Samaria. Raleigh took them all prisoners, including one who carried a bundle of osiers used by the Irish as halters, and who imprudently said that they were to hang up English churls. "They shall now serve an Irish kern," said Raleigh, and this jester out of season was hanged forthwith. The other prisoners, says Hooker, were treated according to their deserts, but we are not told what those deserts were. The whole army then marched as far as Dingle, where they encamped to wait for the admiral, who lingered at Kinsale after his rough voyage. After conferring with Bingham and viewing the fort, Grey agreed that regular approaches were necessary, and until the fleet came nothing could be done, for the army was not provided either with trenching tools or heavy guns. More than a week later, an express came from Winter to say that he had been delayed by weather, but was now in Smerwick harbour, and that 3 provision ships had come from Cork and Limerick. Grey at once rode to Smerwick from his camp near Dingle, and Winter agreed to land 8 pieces of cannon. Next day was Sunday, part of which Grey spent with Bingham studying the ground, and on Monday he moved his camp to near the doomed fort. At his approach the garrison hung out the Pope's banner and saluted the Lord Deputy with a round shot, which very nearly killed Jacques Wingfield. A small party sallied forth and skirmished with the advanced guard of the English under cover of a heavy fire from musketeers lying in the ditch. The practice was remarkably bad, for the only damage done to the English by more than 600 rounds was to graze Captain Zouch's leg without breaking the skin. Grey pitched his tent near the fort, and that night a trench was made. The sailors went to work with a will, and 2 pieces were mounted, which began to play next morning at a distance of about 240 yards from the work. The enemy had mounted their guns so badly that only 2 seriously annoyed the besiegers. These were disabled by 2 o'clock, and the garrison were reduced to musketry and to harquebuses, which they fired from rests. Every little skirmish went against the Italians, and in spite of 4 sallies, the sappers worked up that night to within 120 yards of the ditch. The only serious casualty happening next morning. Good John Cheek, as Grey calls him, was a son of the great scholar, and inherited most scholar-like poverty, although he was Burghley's nephew. Tired of living as a dependent on his uncle's favour, and much more in awe of him than of Spanish bullets, he begged a horse from the great Lord Treasurer, and resolved to seek his fortune in Ireland. Incautiously raising his head above the trench, he received a fatal wound, and Grey descants at great length upon his edifying end. He wrote the Puritan warrior to the Queen, so divine a confession of his faith as all divines in either of your Majesty's realms could not have passed, if matched it. So wrought in him God's Spirit, plainly declaring him a child of his elected. Grey observed that the fatal volley came from under a wooden penthouse, and pointed out the spot to Winter, who himself laid the guns. The second shot dislodged the musketeers, and at the 4th a flag of truce was shown on the ramparts. The Pope's banner had first been struck and replaced by a black and a white banner. This was to warn Desmond, who had promised to be on the neighbouring hills with 4,000 men. The furling of the black flag was a first signal of distress, but no help came, and a parley was asked for. Sir James Fitzgerald of D.C.'s had been given by Desmond to the Italians with instructions to exact £1,000 ransom. He was now brought out and liberated. The campmaster, Alexander Bartoni, a Florentine, then came into the trenches and said that certain Spaniards and Italians had been lured to Ireland by false representations, that they had no quarrel with Queen Elizabeth, and that they were quite ready to depart as they had come. A Spanish captain followed, but he made no pretence of being sent by his king, or of having communicated with any higher authority than recalled the governor of Bilbao. The Florentines said they were all sent by the Pope for the defence of the Catholic faith, and Grey, in true Puritan style, replied that His Holiness was a detestable shaveling, the right Antichrist and general ambitious tyrant over all right principalities, and patron of the diabolica feed. All conditions were refused, and in the evening the commandant, Sebastian de San Josefo, a Bolognese, came himself into the trenches and begged for a truce till morning. End of chapter 38, part 1. Chapter 38, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond War, second stage, 1580 to 1581. The interpreter was Oliver Plunkett, who expected no mercy and therefore opposed all negotiations, and his double-dealing may have caused such confusion as to make it possible to say that the garrison had surrendered on promise of their lives. The strangers may even have thought they had such a promise, but it is clear that Grey's terms were unconditional surrender or storm as soon as practicable. The unfortunate Sebastian embraced his knees and promised to evacuate the place unconditionally next morning. Catholic writers accuse San Josefo of cowardice, but he could not help surrendering, for the fort had been heavily battered and there was no chance of relief. To make assurance doubly sure, the English worked all night and mounted 2 fresh guns before sunrise. On the morning about a dozen officers came out with their ensigns, trailed and surrendered the fort at discretion. Grey distributed them among his officers to be held a ransom for their profit. The arms and stores were secured, and then, says Arthegall himself, put I in certain bands, whose trade fell to execution. There were 600 slain. Hooker adds that Mackworth and Walter Raleigh were the captains on duty, and that they superintended the butchery. The poor Italians had no commissions, and were treated as filibusters, just as the Spaniards would have treated Drake had they been able to catch him. But many blamed Grey, though he does not himself seem to have been conscious that he had done anything extraordinary. Sussex was among the critics, though he had plenty to answer for himself, but the Queen approved of what had been done. At the top of the dispatch sent in answer to the Lord Deputies, she wrote as follows, in the fine Roman hand, which sometimes contrasts so strangely with her studiously involved and obscure phraseology. The mighty hand of the Almighty's power hath showed manifest the force of his strength in the weakness of feeblest sex and minds, this year to make men ashamed ever after to disdain us, in which action I joy that you have been chose the instrument of his glory, which I mean to give you no cause to forethink. She censured Grey rather for sparing some of the principals than for slaying the accessories, not for what he had done, but for what he had left undone. For the object was to prevent such expeditions in future. Elizabeth, who belonged to her age, probably wondered that anybody should object, nor does it appear that the Catholic powers made any official complaint. It was their habit to do likewise. Those who condescended to excuse Grey urged that 600 prisoners would be very inconvenient to an army of 800, and that lack of provisions made delay dangerous. But there were 8 ships of war and 4 provision vessels in the bay, which might have carried most of the prisoners, and enough biscuit, bacon, oil, fish, rice, beans, peas, and barley were found in the fort to support 600 men for 6 months. The 4,000 stand of arms taken might easily have been conveyed on shipboard. Between 300 pounds and 400 pounds was found in Spanish reals, and this money was divided among the soldiers who were in their habitual half-paid state. If the Pope recruited for this enterprise, as he did for the former one, among the brigands of Umbria and Samnium, there would be a reason for treating the rank and file rigorously while sparing the officers, but this point is not raised in the official correspondence. The best defense of Grey, and yet not a very good one, is to be found in the cruelty of the age. After the fall of Haarlem, Alva butchered 3 or 4 times as many as perished at Smerwick. Santa Cruz put to death the crews of several French ships after the fight at Terceira in the Azores. It would be easy to multiply examples, but it may suffice to say that Captain Mackworth afterwards fell into the hands of the Offaly O'Connors, who mutilated him horribly and flayed him alive. The 4 masters say that the name of the Italian succeeded the reality, and that either Limerick, Cork, or Galway would at first have opened their gates to them. This is probably enough, and at any rate Smerwick was a bad place for their enterprise, for it was hardly to be supposed that England would not have the command of the sea. The same mistake was made more than once by the French in later times, and it may be assumed that Ireland is unassailable except by an overwhelming force. The Spaniards at one period and the French at another might often have landed an army large enough to overtax the actual resources of the Irish government. For a time they might have been masters of the country, and would at first have commanded the sympathies of the people, but the rule of a foreign soldiery would soon become more irksome than the old settled government, and the invading general would find as little real native help as Hannibal found in Latium, or as Charles Edward found in Lancashire. Had Limerick, Galway, or Cork admitted Sanders and his Italians, the struggle might have been prolonged, but while an English fleet kept the sea, the result could hardly have been doubtful. The garrison at Smerwick consisted chiefly of Italians, with a contingent from northern Spain, and the numbers were variously estimated from 400 to 700. The 200 are said to have been veteran soldiers, but opinions differed as to the general quality of the men. Grey, when he saw their corpses, mused over them as gallant and goodly personages, while Bingham said they were beggarly rascals. Among the officers were a few Spaniards, but the majority were from Italy, Rome, Florence, Milan, Bologna, Genoa, and Bolsena being all represented. A few Irishmen who had allowed themselves to be entrapped were hanged, and some women with them. An Englishman who followed Dr. Sanders, a friar who is not named, and Oliver Plunkett were reserved for a peculiarly hard fate. Their arms and legs were broken, and they were hanged on a gallows on the wall of the fort. Plunkett, who was examined before his death, said that 24 sail at Corunna and Santander were ready to sail for Ireland. Lord Westmoreland was to be sent over by the Pope, and Charles Brown at Santander was in correspondence with Inglefield and others. Not only was the extreme point of Kerry a bad place to attack Queen Elizabeth, but the fort itself was ill-suited for defence. The only water supply was from streams half a mile off on each side, and the work was too small for those whom it had to protect. Its greatest length was 350 feet, and its average breadth was about 150 square feet of ground. To each person is but scanty room. The thing itself, says Sir Nicholas White, is but the end of a rock shooting out into the Bay of Smerwick under a long cape, whereupon a merchant of the Dingle called Piers Rice, about a year before James Fitzmaurice's landing, landing built a castle under pretence of gaining by the resort of strangers thither of fishing, whereas in very truth it was to receive James at his landing, and because at that very instant time a ship laden with Mr. Furbisher's new-found riches happened to press upon the sands near to the place, whose carcass and stores I saw lie there, carrying also in his mind a golden imagination of the coming of the Spaniards, called his building Down and Warrow, which is as much as to say the Golden Down, the ancient name of the bay Ardcani, from a certain devout man named Canutidis, which upon the height of the cliffs, as appears at this day, built a little hermitage to live a contemplative there. White's description is very good, but it applies only to the little promontory which contains the salient seaward angle of the work, and where embrasures are still clearly traceable. The lines on the land side, which did not exist at the time of White's visit, are visible enough, being covered with roguish pasture, but the Mariner's Trent is undecipherable owing to tillage. There was a bridge between the mainland and the outer rock, and Rice's fortalice was no doubt confined to the island. In the meantime O'Rourke had risen and attacked Maltby's garrison at Leitrim. The President had but 400 English, half of whom were newcomers and simple enough, and he had to ferry them over the flooded Shannon in cots. The gentlemen of the county advised him not to face such great odds, but 100 of their kerne behaved well, and he put a bold face on it. The O'Rourkes and their Scots allies railed exceedingly against the Queen and exalted the Pope, but they did not dare to face the dreaded President, and disappeared, leaving him to burn Breffni at his will. Ulick Burke seemed at first inclined to serve faithfully, and Maltby was disposed to trust him, but John and William were in open rebellion, and their youngest sister begged for protection. "I pray you," she wrote to the President, "receive me as a poor, destitute, and fatherless gentlewoman. I found nowhere aid nor assistance, and no friends since my lord and father departed, but what I found at your worship's hands." A few days later Ulick styled himself MacWilliam, and joined John, who accepted the position of Tanist in forcibly collecting corn for the papal garrison. They announced that they would hang all priests who refused to say Mass, and Maltby reported that the papal bishop of Kilmacduch was leading them to the devil headlong. They demolished Lugria and most of the castles between the Shannon and Galway Bay. Communications with Munster were interrupted, and Maltby, self-reliant as he was, began to fear for the safety of Galway, where there was no stock of provisions and no artillery worth mentioning. Affairs were at this pass when Grey's success at Smerwick reduced the rebellion in Connaught to insignificance. Grey was not long in Ireland before he encountered the great Elizabethan problem of how to make bricks without straw. Treasurer Wallop estimated the soldiers' pay £6,000 worth, exclusive of extraordinaries, and the victualling difficulties were as great as ever. The English officials in Dublin seldom gave Ormond a good word, but on this head their complaints chimed in with his. The victualler at Cork warned him not to reckon on more than 12 days' biscuits and wine, and there were no means of brewing at Cork. "I know," said the Earl, "it is sour speech to speak of money. I know it will be also wondered at, how victuals should want. I never had for me and my companies £100 worth of victual, and this being true, I can avow that some have told lies at court to some of your counsellors, yea, not only in this, but in many other things." "The soldiers," said Sir William Stanley, "are so ill chosen in England that few are able or willing to do any service, but run away with our furniture, and when they come into England there is no punishment used to them, by means whereof we can hardly keep any." Meantime there were loud complaints of abuses in purveyance for the viceregal household, and the Irish Council could think of no better plan than to swear the purveyors and cut off their ears in case of perjury. Wallop reported that bribes were openly taken in official circles. That was the usual course, though he had never given or taken any himself. When Grey went to Munster, he left Kildare to act as general in the Pale. With the whole force of the country and with 1,400 men in the Queen's pay, including garrisons, he undertook to defend Dublin to the south and to do some service against the rebels. 600 men were on the Ulster frontier, and these also were to be at his disposal in case of necessity. He and his son-in-law, the Baron of Delvin, were accused of conspiring to turn the war to their own advantage by promising everything and doing nothing. Should the Pope's title prevail, they would be all-powerful. Should the Queen be victorious, they would at least make money out of the business. It was arranged that Kildare should have 600 men paid by the country in addition to the Queen's troops. He preferred to take the money and to raise 400 kerns himself, but I think, said Wallop, he will put all that in his purse and 3 parts of his entertainment of his horsemen, and 50 shillings a day for his diet. In this town he lieth for the most part, and spendeth not 5 pounds a week, keeping his chamber with a board not anyways an ell long. A civilian named Eustace, properly learned, but a papist in the highest degree, was accused of fomenting treason among the nominally loyal, and Gerard, by remaining a secret ghostly father to him for a time, made him fear for his own neck, and induced him to give information against many persons in the Pale. Mulby took care to remind the Irish government that both Kildare and Ormond had given security for John and Ulick Burke, and that Kildare was the same man that he had always been and always would be. It was plain that those to whom the conduct of the war was entrusted did not care to end it, and that only English officers and soldiers could really be depended on. An occasional raid into the Wicklow mountains did not advance matters much, and Fiach MacHugh was able to burn Rathcoole, a prosperous village 10 miles from Dublin, and to make the very suburbs tremble for their own safety. Kildare made light of the burning of Rathcoole, and threw the blame on inferior officers, but this was not the view taken by the council generally. When Grey returned to Dublin, he found the whole official circle bent upon disgracing Kildare, and after some days' consideration he summoned a general body of nobles to meet the council, ostensibly for the discussion of military dispositions. Delvin saw that he was suspected, and vehemently demanded an inquiry, putting in a written declaration in answer to rumoured accusations. The full council, including Kildare, found this statement, inquiry, putting in a written declaration in answer to rumoured accusations. The full council, including Kildare, found this statement inconsistent with known facts and committed him to the castle. Then Gerard, who had conducted the private investigation, rashly disclosed his whole case and openly accused the Earl of complicity with the treason of Baltinglass. Wallop, who believed that no good thing could come out of Galilee, observed that the Chancellor would needs have the attorney and sergeant by who are of this country birth, and so were many councillors then present, by means of which it is now in every man's mouth what the Earl is to be charged with. The Vice-Treasurer adds that his lands were worth £3,000 a year, but that he had taken good care to return them to England as worth only £1,500, that the only road towards good government lay through severity, and that unless traitors were made to pay both in person and lands, Ireland would always be what it long had been, the sink of the treasure of England. Waterhouse, whose office it was to look after unconsidered trifles of revenue, thought the original cause of war was Kildare's military commission, and that treason should be made to pay its own expenses. "I will hear your honour's opinion," he wrote to Walsingham, "whether her Majesty will be content to have her great charges answered out of the livings of the conspirators, and to use a sharp and severe course without respect of any man's greatness, wheresoever law will catch hold, or whether all faults must be lapped up in lenity with pardons, protections, and fair semblance as in times past. If severity, then is there hope enough of good reformation. If mildness, then discharge the army and officers, and leave this nation to themselves, for sure the mean will do no good. We must embrace one of these extremities." Grey could not deny that appearances were strong against the Earl, and he ordered his arrest, giving full credit for their exertions to Gerard and Loftus. He believed that greediness of pay and arrogant zeal to popish government were the stumbling blocks of great personages in Ireland, and that Delvin certainly was a wicked creature who had cut the poor Earl's throat. As if to add to the suspicion, Kildare's son and heir ran off to the O'Connors, and they refused to let him go when Grey sent for him. At last, fearing the construction that might be put upon this, they handed him over to Ormond, and he was shut up in the castle with his father and Lord Delvin. All three were sent over to England, Secretary Fenton carrying the dispatches, and Gerard going with him to tell his own story. The capture of Smerwick did not put down the Munster rebellion, but Ormond, or some of those about him, contemptuously reported that Desmond, his brother, and the Baltinglass had but a company of rascals and 4 Spaniards and a drum to make men believe that they had a great number of the strangers. Both Youghal and Ross thought themselves in danger, and Wallop reported that communications between the capital and Limerick were only kept up by simple fellows that pass afoot in nature of beggars, in wages not accustomed. Grey and Ormond having turned their backs, Desmond appeared again near Dingle, and Bingham felt that there might be an attack at any moment. Half of Captain Zouch's men were dead and buried, the survivors being too ill to work or fight. Captain Case's company were little better, and they would have made no resistance without Bingham and his sailors, who worked with a will and raised a breastwork tenable by 20 men against 2,000 kerns and gallo-glasses. The men were put on short allowance, and having thus made the provisions last 13 days longer than they would otherwise have done, Bingham was compelled to return to England. His crew were so reduced by spare diet that they were unable to work the ship up channel, and had to run into Bristol. He left Ireland, to quote a correspondence of Walsingham, in as much confusion as the Tower of Babylon was a building. There were more soldiers in Munster than had been since the first conquest, and war material was abundant, but no 2 officers agreed with each other personally, or were agreed upon the policy to be pursued. Ormond was in Dublin, looking after his own interests, and leaving his lieutenants to shift for themselves. Sir Warham, Sir Ledger, Chief Commissioner at Cork, claimed superiority over Sir George Bouchier at Kilmallock, while the latter acted as a captain of free lances and granted protections to whom he pleased. Sir William Morgan at Youghal would give way to neither, and there seemed no escape from the difficulty but once more to appoint an English president, upright, valiant, severe, and wise. In the meantime the rebellion was as strong as ever, and what the rebels spared the soldiers ravaged. In Connaught the young Burkes daily razed houses and fences. Northern Leinster lay waste. In Munster nothing was left standing save towns and cities, and Ulster was ready to break out on the smallest provocation. The English officials all maintained that Ormond had shown himself unfit to conduct the war. One writer estimates his emoluments at £215 a month, and another at £3,677 a year, and the first result of a peace would be to deprive him of these comfortable subsidies. He was mixed up with Irish families and Irish lawsuits, and could not have a single eye to the public service. He owed the Queen over £3,000 in rents, and the war was an excuse for not paying. Nor was a system of warfare calculated to finish a rebellion, for all experienced officers said that he could be done only by settled garrisons. He followeth, says his enemy, Saint Leger, with a running host, which is to no end, but only wearing out and consuming of men by travel. For I can compare the difference between our footmen and the traders to a mastiff and white greyhound According to the same authority, Ormond was generally disliked, and those whom he was set over would rather be hanged than follow him, finding their travel at great pains altogether in vain. He procured the imprisonment of the Baron of Upper Ossory, whom he accused of treason, of harbouring papists, and consorting with rebels, and of meeting Desmond after he had been proclaimed. But Wallop thought the Earl coveted his neighbour's land, being so imperious as he can abide none near him that dependeth not on him. Spencer's friend Ludovic Brisket said the Lord General did nothing of moment with his 2,000 men, and as for his toil and travel, the noble gentleman was worthy of pity to take so much labour in vain. Wallop, Waterhouse, Fenton, and St. Leger agreed that Ireland could only be pacified by severity, and that Ormond was not the man to do it. But perhaps the heaviest, as it is certainly the most graphic, indictment was that which Captain Raleigh forwarded to Walsingham. Lord Barrymore's eldest son, David, Lord Roche's eldest son, Maurice, Florence MacCarthy, Patrick Condon, and others long professed loyalty because it seemed the winning side, but Barry's country lay open to the seneschal of Ilmokilly, and in passing through it Raleigh had an adventure by which the world was near losing some of its brightest memories. On his return from Dublin, and having at the time only 2 followers with him, and as many more within shot, he was attacked at a ford by the seneschal with 74 men. The place seems to have been Middleton or Ballinacura, and Raleigh's aim was to gain an old castle, which may have been Ballyvodig, to which his Irish guide at once fled. In crossing the river, Henry Moyle was unhorsed, and begged his captain not to desert him. Raleigh rode back into the river, and recovered both man and horse, but in his hurry to remount, Moyle fell into a bog on the off side, while his horse ran away to the enemy. The captain nevertheless stood still, and did abide for the coming of the residue of his company of the 4 shot which as yet were not come forth, and for his man Jinkin, who had about 2,000 pounds in money about him, and sat upon his horse in the meanwhile, having his staff in one hand and his pistol charged in the other. Like an Homeric hero, he kept the seneschal's whole party at bay, although they were 20 to 1. Raleigh modestly left the details to others, and only reported that the escape was strange to all. 2 days later, David Barry was in open rebellion, and Raleigh minded to take possession of Barry's court and of the adjoining island, the great island on which Queenstown now stands. He had been granted the custody of these lands by Grey, but Ormond interposed delays, and Raleigh, who was as fond of property as he was careless of danger, greatly resented this. When, he said, my Lord Deputy came and Barry had burned all the rest, the Lord General, either meaning to keep it for himself, as I think all is too little for him, or else unwilling any Englishman should have anything, stayed the taking thereof so long, meaning to put a guard of his own in it, as it is with the rest, defaced and spoiled. I pray God Her Majesty do not find that with the defence of his own country assaulted on all sides, what with the bearing and forbearing of his kindred, as all these traitors of this new rebellion are his own cousin german, what by reason of the incomparable hatred between him and the Geraldines, who will die 1,000 deaths, enter into 1,000,000 of mischiefs, and seek succour of all nations, rather than they will ever be subdued by a butler, that after Her Majesty hath spent 100,000 pounds more, she shall at last be driven by too dear experience to send an English president to follow these malicious traitors with fire and sword, neither respecting the alliance nor the nation. This man having been Lord General of Munster now about 2 years, there are at this instant 1,000 traitors more than there were the first day. Would God the service of Sir Humphrey Gilbert might be rightly looked into, who, with the third part of the garrison now in Ireland, ended a rebellion not much inferior to this in 2 months. A little later Raleigh reported that he had repaired Belvelly Castle, which commands the strait between the island and the mainland, but that Ormond meant to rob him of the fruits of his trouble and expense, and to undo what he had done. The soldiers, he declared, cursed the change which made them followers of the Earl rather than of the Lord Deputy, and spent their strength in posting journeys with convoys to Kilkenny instead of in service against the rebels. Grey yielded to the arguments of those about him, and announced that there was no help while Irish government and Ormond were continued, adding that neither Walsingham nor Leicester would believe it. Leicester, at least, who corresponded frequently with Maltby, was quite willing to believe anything against their common enemy, and it may be that the present favourite prevailed over the absent friend. At all events, the Queen yielded, and Grey was allowed to tell Ormond that his authority as Lord Lieutenant of Munster was at an end. The Earl submitted cheerfully and with many loyal expressions, saying that he would do such service without pay as would prove him no hireling. His property, he declared, was wasted in Her Majesty's service, and the loss of salary would be therefore great, but to lose his sovereign's favour and to be traduced in England was far worse. There was now a disposition in high quarters to grant pardons freely. Had he known it, he could have brought in every man in Munster. He had thought nothing worth notifying while Desmond was still at large, but he would now make a collection of his services, and the Queen should see that he had not been inactive, and that his activity had not been fruitless. In private he had confessed to having borne too long with some of for acquaintance sake, but blamed Sussex for forgetting his friends, and could not excuse Captain Zouch, who by sickness had lost 300 men out of 450. Walsingham, in a moment of irritation, had said that his appointment had resulted in the death of only 3 rebels. 3,000 would be nearer the mark, and that he was ready to prove. The dismissal of Ormond was intended by Grey, as those about him, to form part of a policy of the severest and most unsparing repression, and it was assumed that Gilbert or some equally uncompromising person would be appointed president. The Queen, on the other hand, considered it merely as a piece of economy, for she determined at the same time to grant a general pardon, or, as the Lord Deputy despairingly put it, to leave the Irish to tumble to their own central government. It was the easiest way, perhaps, for a Lord Deputy, but he had a conscience and could not see it with equanimity. A considerable number were accepted by name, but even on these terms a proclamation of amnesty was a confession of failure. The news leaked out prematurely through the treachery of a servant, and the rebels bragged loudly of the revenge they would have when their past offences had been condoned. The change of policy did not prevent Maltby from executing Clanrickarde's son William, and he reported to Walsingham the opinion of an ancient Irish councillor that Her Majesty was only casting pearls before swine. Desmond still had 1,600 able men with him, and a brilliant night attack by Zouch on his camp, though it was made much of, had no particular result. As to Leinster, Grey reported it generally rebellious, but the bogs and words were far smaller than in Munster, and the remains of castles showed that Wexford and Carlow, at least with the flatter portions of Wicklow, had formerly been well bridled. The object of the rebels was to have no stronghold, for the open country would be always at their mercy. As the Lord Deputy's train passed through Wicklow, the O'Byrnes showed themselves on the hills, and even cut off some plate wagons, but he made his way to Wexford, where he hanged some malefactors, and garrisoned Arklow, Castlekeven, and other places. Grey felt he had done nothing worth speaking of, and begged earnestly for a recall, since he had been overruled in opposing the amnesty as not standing with the reason which he had conceived for Her Majesty's service. Sheer severity was, in fact, all he had to recommend, for fear and not dandling must bring them to the bias of obedience. It is a pity that the resolutions in England should be so uncertain. If taking of cows, killing of their kern and churls, had been thought worth the advertising, I could have had every day to trouble your Highness. He that today seems a dutiful subject, let him for any of those or for other less crimes be tomorrow called upon to come and answer straightway. A protection is demanded, and in the mean he will be upon his keeping, which in plain English is none other than a traitor that will forcibly defend his cause and not answer to justice. Beggars fall to pride, rail at your Majesty, and rely only upon the Pope, and that the changes shall in the end free them. Just before Armand's dismissal became known, his enemy, Sir Warham St. Leger, told Burghley that he lost 20 Englishmen killed for every one of the rebels. But famine and disease succeeded where the sword failed, and in the same letter St. Leger was able to announce that Dr. Sanders had died of dysentery. For 2 months the secret had been kept, his partisans giving out that he had gone to Spain for help. But at last one of the women who had clothed him in his winding sheet brought the news to Sir Thomas of Desmond. Since the fall of Fort del Oro he had scarcely been heard of, and had spent his time miserably in the woods on the border of Cork and Limerick. Some English accounts say that he was out of his mind, but of this there does not seem to be any proof. All agree that he died in the wood of Clonlish, and it seems that he was buried in a neighbouring church. His companion at the last was Cornelius Ryan, the papal bishop of Killaloe, and according to O'Sullivan, who had evidently himself good means of knowing the truth, the following scene took place. In the beginning of the night, Dr. Sanders, whose naturally strong frame was worn out by dysentery, thus addressed the Bishop of Killaloe: "Anoint me, illustrious Lord, with extreme unction, for my Creator calls me, and I shall die tonight." "You are strong," answered the bishop, "and your case is not bad, and I think there will be no dying or anointing just now." Nevertheless he grew worse, and was anointed at midnight, and at cockcrow resigned his spirit to the Lord, and the following night he was secretly buried by a priest, and borne to the grave by 4 Irish knights, of which my father Dermot was one. Others were forbidden to attend, lest the English should find the body and make their usual cruel spectacle of the dead. Sanders had been 3 years in Ireland. He had brought upon the country only bloodshed, famine, and confiscation, and yet among the starving people none could be found to earn a reward by betraying him. End of chapter 38, part 2. Chapter 39, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond War, final stage, 1581 to 1583. Desmond, his brother John, and Baltinglass were accepted by the Queen from the general pardon. Grey himself made several further exceptions, not, as he explained, that he wished to remove the hope of mercy, but only that he did not think them cases for pardon without further inquiry. Lady Desmond was accepted as having encouraged the rebels to persevere, and as having remained with them rather than live under protection. David Barry, to whom Lord Barrymore had conveyed his lands, and Baltinglass's brothers Edmund and Walter, who were heirs presumptive to his entailed property, were accepted, not only as important rebels, but lest the Queen should lose the escheats. Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne, the minister of all wickedness in Leinster, refused a pardon unless alike were granted to Desmond and his brother, and unless religion might be at liberty. Several other rebels or plotters were accepted, among whom it is only necessary to mention William Nugent, Lord Delvin's brother, who had become the leader of a separate conspiracy. Perhaps Grey additions to the list of those whom Elizabeth thought unfit for pardon may have wrecked the whole scheme. July 17 was fixed as the last day for the rebels to come in, and up to that date very few penitents appeared. While notorious offenders abstained from taking advantage of the Queen's clemency, it was noticed that many inhabitants of the Pale, against whom nothing was known, were eager to accept the pardon. As early as 1575, William Nugent had fallen under the suspicion of the government, and was supposed to have an understanding with Baltinglass from the first. He eluded capture during the winter of 1580, and in March 1581 it was announced that he had conspired with some 300 of the O'Connors and McCaughlan's to raise an insurrection. A few weeks later he fled to Turlough Luanich O'Neill, who flatly refused to surrender him to the Lord Deputy when he appeared in person at the Blackwater. In the autumn Nugent was back in the Pale and suing for mercy, but he got no encouragement, and added to the weight of his offence by helping the mountain rebels to harry some of the Archbishop of Dublin's property. When Baltinglass fled a month or two later, he made his way back to Ulster, and thence to Scotland and the Continent. A very large number of his friends and neighbours were more or less implicated, and it is easy to see why so many gentlemen of the Pale were anxious to cover themselves by accepting a pardon. Clanricarde was in confinement at the time of the Smerwick affair, and it is doubtful how far he had the power to influence his sons. He persuaded the younger William to ask for protection, but could not make him observe the implied conditions. Maltby granted it only with the view of weakening the two elder brothers. In the meantime, and no doubt having an understanding with the Earl's sons, 600 well-armed Scots invaded the province. They were to be paid at the rate of £4,200 a quarter, and it was supposed that their presence would turn the scale in favour of Richard in Iron, Grace O'Malley's husband, who claimed to be Lower MacWilliam by popular election only, and against Richard MacGolliver, who had been made Tanist by the Queen. John Burke took advantage of the occasion to plan an attack on the O'Kellys, and the Scots encamped near Shrule, where they engaged to meet the Burkes on the 1st of March. 3 days before the appointed time, Maltby made his appearance. Richard in Iron, who had advanced within 10 miles of Shrule, at once drew back into Mayo, and the Clanricarde Burkes, hearing of the President's movements, never stirred at all. The Scots were surprised, and Maltby, after killing a few, drove them before him to the Moy. They crossed the river, and he followed, but they made good their retreat into Ulster. The President then recrossed and had strayed Babby. The two competitors for the chiefry of Mayo met him. They were both submissive enough to Maltby, but not at all polite to each other. Richard MacGolliver said Richard in Iron was a traitor, that all those who elected him were traitors, and that he himself would refuse to be MacWilliam, except by the Queen's appointment. The other told him he lied, and the President had to remind them that this was very improper language to use in the presence of the Queen's representative. It was agreed that Richard in Iron should be MacWilliam, and that MacGolliver should be Sheriff of Mayo, receiving £40 a year out of the chief rent of his barony of Trawley. About 3 months later, William Burke, though he was under protection, took to plundering people on the highway, and had even the audacity to offer their goods for sale at Galway. He behaved so outrageously that the townsmen laid hands on him. 9 of his men were executed by martial law, and Maltby held special sessions for the trial of the chief offender. The grand jury found a bill for treason, and the prisoner was then tried and convicted. The verdict was considered proof of Burke having violated his protection. The Irish annalists insinuate a breach of faith, but even a free pardon would not save a subject from the consequence of acts done after its date, and Maltby seems to have been legally justified. He refused £1,000 for the prisoner's life, and a like sum for that of Turlough O'Brien, a noted rebel who was executed 2 days before. More than a year had passed since the capture of Smerwick, and amnesty had been proclaimed, and yet the end of the rebellion seemed no nearer. On January 2, a spy came to Zouch at Cork to tell him that David Barry was at Castle Lyons and might easily be taken. The governor waited till 9 o'clock at night, and then set out with 100 men of whom one half were mounted. Arriving at the castle at daybreak, he found that Barry had not arrived. But in the immediate neighbourhood he lighted accidentally upon John of Desmond with 3 companions. He had been sent by his brother the Earl, who himself lay north of the Blackwater, to compose a quarrel between Barry and the Seneschal of Invincible. So little danger was dreamed of that Sir John and his friends rode on ponies and without defensive armour. Patrick Condon, a noted leader, and another managed to escape, but Sir John was run through with a spear and also shot in the throat by one Fleming, who had formerly been his servant. James Fitzjohn of Strancally, a cousin of Desmond, was taken prisoner. Sir John only survived a few minutes, but he was able to say that had he lived longer he would have done more mischief, and that Henry Davils was never his friend. His body was sent to Cork and hung in chains over one of the gates for 3 or 4 years, when a great storm blew it into the river. The head was sent to Dublin as a New Year's gift for Grey and stuck upon a pole on the castle wall. James Fitzjohn was executed, having first confessed that the Earl was in a sad plight, and lived only by eating at night the cows that he had killed in the day. A turquoise set in gold was found upon Sir John, and was sent to the Queen. His Agnus Dei, with its glass and gold frame, was transmitted to the Earl of Bedford, having been designated as his successor by James Fitzmaurice, who had the Pope's authority for so doing. John of Desmond was acknowledged as the Catholic leader, and his death was of considerable importance. He was a man of ability, and the only person fit to manage the turbulent chiefs, who had never served, and who could therefore never command. The rebellion had received a great blow, and if it had been followed up promptly, all would soon have been over. But the Queen immediately ordered the discharge of 700 men, making the second reduction of the forces within 3 months. Zouch had now only 400 men at his disposal, and disasters of course followed. In March, James Fenton, the Secretary's brother, who had succeeded Captain Apsley in West Cork, crossed over from Bearhaven with the intention of provisioning Bantry Abbey, where he expected to find some of his men. David Barry, with a strong party, had already cut the detachments to pieces and lay hidden in the building till the first boat landed. The unsuspecting soldiers were all killed. Fenton, who followed in another boat, turned back when he discovered what had happened. The Irish gave chase, but night favoured the fugitive, who landed in the darkness, and after 3 days' cold entertainment on rocks, scrambled back to his castle, badly bruised and very hungry, but unwounded. In April, the Baron of Lixnaw joined the rebels, and the soldiers in Kerry narrowly escaped annihilation. Captain Atcham and a score of men were killed, and the rest closely shut up in Ardford Abbey, where they daily expected to be overwhelmed. The presence of a Spanish vessel may have determined the action of the Fitzmaurices. There had been a similar visitor before the descent of Smerwick, and it was thought that another and stronger force was about to fortify one of the islands off Baltimore or Castlehaven. Zouch had, however, the satisfaction of taking his revenge on David Barry, led by John Fitzedmund of Cloyne, a noted loyalist. He surprised Barry in a wood near the Blackwater, and killed nearly 100 of his men. The defeated chief sued for protection, and Zouch granted it until his return from Kerry, whither he immediately hurried and succeeded in relieving the beleaguered men at Ardford. And he then went to the Glen of Arhulo, where Desmond himself lay. The rebels were so hard-pressed that Lady Desmond took to the mountains, leaving her baggage and female attendants to be captured. Zouch's foot could not come up in time, and nothing decisive was done. Zouch took it on himself to offer the Earl life and liberty, but he demanded the restoration of all his lands and possessions. Lady Desmond, however, went to Dublin and surrendered to Grey. Lady Desmond's desertion of her husband was justly considered as a sign that he was becoming weaker, but the immediate effect was to make him freer in his movements. He plundered and devastated the whole of Tipperary and descended the valley of the Suir almost to Waterford. at Knockgraffin near Cahir. He defeated Ormond's 3 brothers in a fair fight, though the butlers had greatly a superior force. In Kerry he was not opposed at all. The Seneschal of Imokilly had the eastern part of Cork and the western part of Waterford at his mercy, and the estates of Lord Roche were so completely depopulated that settlers had afterwards to be brought from a distance. The style of warfare may be guessed from the Irish annalists, who remark that when Grace MacBrien, the wife of Theobald Roche, saw her husband mangled and mutilated and disfigured, she shrieked extremely and dreadfully, so that she died that night alongside the body of her husband, and both were buried together. There were but 14 men fit to bear arms left alive in the whole district round Fermoy. Ormond's own house at Carrick was plundered by the Seneschal. On the whole, it was thought that the time had not come to show mercy to important rebels, and the Queen ordered that Lady Desmond should be sent back to her husband unless she could induce him to surrender unconditionally. Her only son, as she wrote to Burghley, remained in the castle of Dublin, without any kind of learning or bringing up, or any to attend on him, and she begged that he might be sent to England as the lesser of evil of the 2. However much the Queen may have been to blame, it was clear that Grey had not been a successful governor, and Burghley had formed a bad opinion of his capacity. He had begun with the disaster at Glenmalure, and his bloody success at Smerwick had not added much to his reputation. Sheer severity was his great resource, and he had made enemies on all sides. Yet Sidney had been severe enough, and even the children in the streets clamoured for his return. Where, said Secretary Fenton, there is so great an antipathy and dissimilitude of humour and manners between a people and their governor, then the government cannot be carried in just rule and frame no more than a wound can be healed which is plied with medicine contrary to its proper cure. The Queen had accused her most successful lieutenant of extravagance, but she found his successor more costly still, and she resolved to recall him. There was no great difficulty about this, for he had very often begged to be relieved, but it was feared that a bad impression would be made in Ireland. Elizabeth therefore determined to send for him under the guise of a conference. This resolution was quickly acted upon, and Grey surrendered the sword to Wallop and Loftus. The governor of a dependency will always be in some measure judged by the state in which he leaves the country that he has been called to rule, and tried by this standard, not much can be said for Grey. The friend and hero of Spenser was called, as the poet himself records, a bloody man, who regarded not the life of her Majesty's subjects no more than dogs, but had wasted and consumed all, so as now she had nothing almost left but to reign in their ashes. Sir Warham St. Leger, who certainly cannot be suspected of any great sympathy with the Irish people, and who was not hostile to Grey, has left a terrible picture of the state of Munster. The country was ruined almost past recovery by the ruthless exaction of cess, and by the extortions of the soldiers. 30,000 at least had perished by famine within 6 months, and disease also was doing its work. Cork was then a small town, consisting of one street scarce a furlong in length, yet there were sometimes 70 deaths in a day, and very seldom as few as 20. John Fitzedmund of Cloyne was of the few really loyal men in the province, had lost 19/20 of his people, and the cattle which could never graze in safety were as lean as their masters. The only inhabitants in tolerable case were the actual rebels, who took freely all men's goods, and escaped disease by enjoying continually at the wholesome air of the fields. And this was Grey's settled policy. 5 counties were to be laid waste, in order that the traitors might be starved into submission. I have, St. Leger said, often told the governor that this is far wide from the true course of government, for the towns would waste away, the revenues dwindle, and the whole country be exhausted by such a frightful drain. Nevertheless, the destruction was nearly as complete as it could be. 9/10 of the men had succumbed to the sword, the halter, or the pestilence. The women escaped better, but taking one thing with another, a competent observer thought there were not enough people left alive to cultivate 1/100th part of the land. But the most harrowing account of all is the oft-quoted passage of Spenser, though the poet lays the blame on the people and not on their ruler. At the beginning of the war, he says, Munster was full of corn and cattle. 18 months had destroyed all. Lean as were the starving people, their legs would not bear them, and they crawled out of caves and glens to feed on carrion, or like ghouls to scrape the dead from their graves. And as if they found a plot of watercresses or shamrocks, there they flocked as to a feast for a time, yet not able to long to continue therewithal, so that in a short space there were none almost left, and a most populous and plentiful country suddenly left void of man or beast. Yet sure in all that was there perished, not many by the sword, but all by the extremity of famine which they themselves had wrought. If Grey was unsuccessful in dealing with Munster, he had at least driven Baltinglass to Spain and crushed the abortive rising of William Nugent. 7 persons were executed on account of one, and 6 on account of the other movement. Of those who suffered, the most remarkable was Nicholas Nugent, late Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, who was perhaps actuated by discontent at being removed from his place. He was uncle to Delvin and his rebellious brother, and the mode of his conviction must have added much to the hatred which was generally felt for Grey. Privy councillors were joined in commission with the ordinary judges, and with them, said the Lord Deputy, I went in person and sat upon the bench to see justice more equally ministered. The evidence against Nugent and against Edward Cusack, who was tried at the same time, was almost wholly that of an informer, John Cusack, who had been one of the most active conspirators. Grey blames the prisoners for audaciously casting doubts on the evidence of this double-dyed traitor. A verdict was, however, secured, some of the jurors knowing in their private consciences that the prisoners were far from that innocency that they pretended. Nugent appears to have died protesting his innocence, though he made private admissions to some officials which perhaps went to show that he was technically guilty of treason. But these admissions were not made until after his conviction, nor in open court at all. Baron Cusack and perhaps another judge was against the verdict. It is to be feared that the extreme severity shown was rather because Nugent was a troublesome person than for anything actually rebellious that he had done. Formerly, when a baron of the Exchequer, he had opposed the cess and had been removed from the bench by Sidney. Gerard restored him to a higher place, and from this he was driven by Grey. William Nugent himself underwent the utmost misery. He lay in the fields without covering at night, and his friends were afraid to attract attention by bringing him as much canvas as would make a shelter tent. His wife, the Janet Marwood, whose abduction has been already related, was with her mother, Mrs. Nicholas Nugent, but his 2 boys were in his own keeping. Nicholas Nugent might have made his peace with the government had he been able to get hold of the eldest, but William said the brother, wife, and child were over many hostages. Give him back his wife, and the children should be sent in exchange. The poor mother, who was half crazed with her troubles, supported her stepfather's request that the child should be given up, in hopes probably that she might thus see him. All the while John Cusack was the active agent who swore in confederates for the holy cause, and took the lead generally. William ultimately escaped to Scotland, and thence to Italy, and his wife, after some delay, was allowed to receive the profits of her own property. Ormond warmly supported her cause, and reminded Burghley that she had been married by force. The only charge against her was that she had sent some shirts to her destitute husband, but she was imprisoned for a whole year. If any fault were, it was urged on the Lord Treasurer. The dutiful love of a wife to a husband in that extremity may, I trust, procure some remorse towards her in your lordship's honourable opinion. The desire of informers to get her land probably caused the harsh treatment. She was at one time on the point of starvation, and yet was accused of offering a bribe for her own safety, and fined £500. She pleaded nothing to give, and though she had friends who perhaps would have given all they had in the world rather than see her life lost, yet they had given nothing with her knowledge. Walter Raleigh was not on good terms with Grey. "I like not," said the latter, "his carriage or company, and he has nothing to expect from me." The brilliant adventurer, who had now got Burghley's ear, may have been influenced by this, but whatever the reason, he seems to have turned to Ormond, whom he had formerly depreciated. His plan for ending the Desmond rebellion was to put the Earl's pardon and restoration altogether out of the question, and to receive to mercy and service all those chiefs who were actuated more by fear of him than by disaffection to the government, such as Lord Fitzmaurice, Macdonald of Allow, Patrick Condon, and the White Knight. 700 men in garrison would do the rest. The Earl of Ormond was to be chiefly relied on for bringing back the still rebellious chiefs to their allegiance. Raleigh's reasons may be given in his own words. There were many adhering to Desmond, which heretofore was good subjects, and served against the Earl, and some of them being evil, used by the English soldiers, and having an opinion that in the end her Majesty will both pardon and restore the Earl. As to heretofore he hath been, they do rather follow him for fear to be hereafter plagued by him, if now they should not follow him. And therefore, if many of these were privately dealt with to return to the service of her Majesty, and to be permitted to possess their own countries quietly, and were well persuaded that the Earl should never be restored, they would be brought to serve her Majesty, etc. The soldiers, he added, if they were to be really efficient, should be able to live on their pay, for the certain evils of free quarters were worse than the risks of rebellion. This reasoning prevailed, and Ormond was appointed governor of Munster, with power to act as Raleigh had advised. End of chapter 39, part 1. Chapter 39, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Desmond War, Final Stage, 1581 to 1583. Ireland could not be held without an army, and that army was irregularly paid. The consequence was that the Queen's peaceable subjects found their defenders more burdensome than their enemies. "I think in conscience," said Bishop Lyons, speaking it with grief of heart, "amongst the heathen there is no such wicked soldiers. In the Pale, food and forage were taken without payment. Every soldier having his boy or woman would, when he came in the afternoon, have a meal's meat, which they term a cussying, and then after that his supper, and if the poor people when they came offered them such as they had, as bread, milk, butter, cheese, or eggs, they would have none of it, but would have flesh, and when they found poultry or sheep, they would kill them, and every soldier would have a quarter of that mutton or poultry at his pleasure, with the reversion of which he would break his fast in the morning, and have 6 pence for his dinner, for all which they would pay nothing, nor captain nor officer give their bill, whereby the ordinary allowance might be answered of the country. Men and even women were beaten to death, and a great part of Kildare lay waste. A proper composition in lieu of cess and increased pay were the only remedies which the Irish government could suggest. In Munster there was scarcely any attempt made to levy a regular cess, but the soldiers took whatever they could find. If the mayor or citizens of Cork interceded for their miserable neighbours, they received such answers as, "Ye are but beggars, rascals, and traitors, and I am a soldier and a gentleman." Under these circumstances it is not wonderful that Desmond's band was 1,000 strong, that the rebels reaped the corn everywhere, and that Captain Smith and his company, who were among the worst offenders, were cut to pieces at Ardfert. The cattle were swept away at noon from under the walls of Cashel. The seneschal of Immalkilly plundered freely in the immediate neighbourhood of Cork, and the mayor pursued them in vain. Luckily, in St. Leger's opinion, for the citizens, soldiers were fit only to defend walls, and scarcely to do that against any serious attack. Desmond was strong for the moment, but his cruel and impolitic conduct shows that he was a desperate man. 4 gentlemen of the Geraldines who had refused to follow him were captured and sentenced by his council of war to be hanged. But the Earl said that every Geraldine who failed him should be cut in pieces, and called on as many as loved him to give the prisoner a stroke of the sword. They were accordingly cut in gobbets in Desmond's presence. He attacked the O'Keefe's loyal clan upon the upper Blackwater, killed the chief's son and other prisoners, and took the vicar of Ascally, and put out upon him a jury of 12 of the Earl's men, which jury passed upon him and condemned him to death, seeing he was a true subject to her Majesty, and held office under her Highness always. Of the whole party, O'Keefe alone was spared, and he was badly wounded. From Maltby in Connaught came the only news which could possibly be called good. Old Clanricarde was at last liberated about the end of June, and a few weeks later he died at Galway of jaundice, aggravated by vexation at the sight of his ruined castle and wasted country. With his last breath he cursed his sons should they prove disobedient subjects, and thanked the Queen for her clemency. The young men soon came in and professed their willingness to have disputes settled according to law, but Secretary Fenton observed that it would be easy to make a civil faction between them, and cut off one without disturbing the province. There was little difficulty in proving that Ulick the elder brother was Earl, and the more difficult matter of the lands was settled quietly, and with at least some show of amity. Each competitor gave a bond in £10,000 to abide by the award, which was based upon the principle of equal division, first choice being in some cases given to the Earl. The whole barony of Leitrim was given to John absolutely, and the title was afterwards conferred upon him. The castles of Pontumna and Lagrea were awarded to Ulick. The brothers agreed to surrender Ballinasloe to Maltby. The right of some other burghs were defined, and in general terms it may be said that the baronies of Dunkellin, Lagrea, and Longford remained with the Earl, though some parcels were excepted. The award was accepted, but the hatred of the brothers was of too long standing to be thus appeased, and it was not long before it broke out again. Famine and pestilence continued to rage through the summer, autumn, and winter of 1582. All Waterford, Limerick, and Cork, and a great part of Tipperary were spoiled. 200 or 300 kine for the public service were as much as could be had for love or money. The Wolf and the best rebel lodged in one inn, with one diet and one kind of bedding. Archbishop Loftus, being, as Spencer says, more mildly disposed, as was meet for his profession, than his colleague Wallop, was so horrified that he advised Burghley to pardon Desmond. There might be, he said, be some question of the Queen's honour if the war of Ireland was like other wars between one prince and another, but this was against a subject bare, rude, and savage. The only honour to be had was by healing the sores of the poor subjects, for the famine was not confined to Munster, but ran its course even in Dublin under the eyes of the Lords Justices. A horse of Secretary Fenton's was accidentally burned and was eaten by the people before it was half roasted. Another of Wallop's died and was devoured in trails, and all apparently without any preparation. It became indeed a regular thing to eat the carcasses of dead horses and to buy them at the soldiers' hands. The Lords Justices admitted that this was a lamentable thing to happen under a Christian prince. The Irish, however, they explained, were less averse to carrion than other people. Still, they could not but be grieved that the soldiers should extort money for any such wares. The fact is that all were starving alike. Sir Warham St. Leger, who hated Ormond and all his works, attributed the evil state of Munster to the cockling and dandling of hollow-hearted wretches in pursuance of the Earl's policy. In the meantime, he intrigued for a capitulation on Desmond's part. He had taken the seneschal's natural son, a boy of 7, as like him as if he had spit him out of his mouth, and proposed to hang him in case the father should break out again. In the meantime he endeavoured to treat with Desmond through his means, but the rebel earl was buoyed up constantly with the hopes of aid from abroad. The Countess persuaded him never to write anything for fear of compromising himself with foreign princes. St. Leger was authorized to offer him his life, restraint without any imprisonment in some part of England or Ireland, and hope of further mercy for himself and child. But a full restoration was not to be thought of. There seems to have been little sincerity in the negotiation, though doubtless both the Queen and Burghley would have been glad to avoid further expense, and Ormond on his arrival found the state of affairs unaltered. St. Leger foretold his failure. The protectees would fail him, and he would have enough to do to keep his own. He is, he said, a person most odious of all men to Desmond's friends. It is death to all the lords and chieftains of both factions to have English government come among them, for they know that if English government be established here, their Irish exactions is laid aground, the which to forego they had as lieve die, such is their devilish consciences. How true was the prophecy as to Ormond's failure will appear hereafter. After many delays, Ormond was at last dispatched, and 1,000 men were assigned to be under his orders in Munster. He had power to promise pardon to all rebels except Desmond himself. His pay and allowances were calculated on a liberal scale, amounting in all to over £4,000 a year, and his rents due to the Crown were suspended until he should be able to make the lands profitable. Much was left to his discretion. Thus rebels who surrendered might have a promise of their lands in consideration of a reasonable rent. 300 men were sent from Devon and Cornwall, Cheshire and Lancashire, Somersetshire and Gloucestershire, to fill up the gaps in the Irish garrisons. A large store of provisions was sent, but on landing Ormond found Waterford, Tipperary, Cork, and Limerick in such a state that he thought it would not last for 2 months. His personal allowance was fixed at £3 a day, but Wallop at once made a difficulty about paying this and many other claims. Ormond, he said, was already too great for Ireland, and desired to be absolute in his government. Money, no doubt, was scarce in Dublin, but the vice-treasurer was advised to satisfy the Earl's demands. The new governor lost no time in preparing for action, but he complained bitterly that companies were defective, that troops of horse were mounted on borrowed ponies, and that he was expected to perform impossibilities. He was ordered not to have more than 4% of Irishmen in any band, whereas Englishmen could not be had, and the Irish were the best shots. Whilst Munster waited for its new governor, the Seneschal M. O'Kelly made 2 attempts to get possession of Youghal. Just as the beginning of winter, some English soldiers, who were probably unpaid, agreed to open the gates, but the plot was discovered. More than 2 months later, 2 goldsmiths who pretended to be soldiers were admitted into the town. On the appointed night, one kept the guard drinking while the other held a ladder for the assailants, whose plan was to occupy every stone house and to cut it off from the gates. Fortunately, the soldiers had only a few days before broken down a stair leading from the walls, and thus only a few rebels were able to descend at a time. 2 houses were, however, taken and held for 3 days, in one of which the seneschal, in cold blood and with his own hands, knocked out the brains of 6 soldiers. Dermot McGrath, papal bishop of Cork and Cloyne, and a very learned man in the papist doctrine, was present, and persuaded him not to kill any of the townsmen. The sovereign or burgomaster, Francis Agnes or Anus, behaved with great gallantry, and on the rumoured approach of troops from Waterford the seneschal withdrew, having lost some 60 men, but carrying away a great quantity of corn, wine, beef, and hides, and leaving half the town in ashes. Cork was asked to send men to the relief of Youghal, but that city had none to spare, having itself been pressed by the rebels, who came up to the very walls and carried off the linen which was drying on the hedges. One of Ormond's first cares was to reinforce the garrison of Youghal. In order to put down the Munster rebellion, the first thing was to localize it. The Queen herself had suggested that if Desmond could be kept out of Tipperary and Waterford, it would be comparatively easy to deal with him, and this was the plan adopted by Ormond. At first he fixed his headquarters at Clonmel, whence the woods of Aherlow were easily accessible, and the seneschal of Immelkilly, who lay there, was harassed by the garrisons of Limerick and Kilmallock. In a month after Ormond's arrival, Desmond fled to the borders of Kerry, and his adherents began to desert him fast. Patrick Condon and over 300 others received protections which they showed a disposition to pay for with the heads of their late comrades. The Baron of Lixnaw submitted about the end of March, and was followed in a few days by Gerald MacThomas, called Tony Boy Riach, who had long kept the county of Limerick disturbed, and now served well against his late associates. About the same time Lady Desmond came to Ormond under a 20 days' protection, but as she still demanded life, liberty, and property for her husband, no terms were granted to her. She then surrendered unconditionally, rather than return to such misery as she had lately endured. Early in June the seneschal of Immelkilly also made his submission, and Desmond was thus deprived of his last important supporter. The rebellion was now confined to Kerry and West Cork, and thither Ormond repaired about the end of June. A few days before Ormond's arrival, Desmond and his wife had a narrow escape from a night attack by the garrison of Kilmallock. The bed in which they had lain was found warm by the soldiers, into whose hands the Countess's gentlewoman and others fell. A fog covered the flight of the two principal personages, but cattle, plate, jewels, and wardrobes were all captured. The presence of a lady and her attendants no doubt acted as a clog, and Desmond himself was becoming infirm. The old hurt received at Affane was likely to be aggravated by cold and fatigue, and a month later he had to be carried in his shirt by 4 men into a bog, and ferried over a river in a trough to escape from a sudden attack by Captain Thornton. After this he fled into Kerry, and it was reported that he would be glad, if possible, to escape by sea. He was too closely watched for this, but after the failure of his wife's mission, he still refused to come to Ormond. The following letter to St. Leger may well be given entire. Sir Warham, where I understand that the Earl of Ormond giveth forth that I should submit myself before him as attorney to her Majesty, you may be sure he doth report more thereof than I have sent him, either by word or writing. But this I have offered in hope to prove the unreasonable wrong and injuries done unto me by her Highness's officers in this realm from time to time, unguilty in me behalf, as God knoweth. I am contented upon these conditions, so as me country, castles, possessions, and lands with me son might be put and left in the hands and quiet possession of me, council and followers, and also me religion and conscience not barred, with a pardon, protection, and passport for me own body to pass and repass. I would have gone before her Majesty to try all those causes just and true on me part, as I still do allege, if I might be heard, or may have indifference, and likewise hoping that I might have more justice, favour, and grace as at her Majesty's hands, when I am before herself, than here at the hands of such of her cruel officers as have me wrongfully proclaimed, and so thereby thinking that her Majesty and I may agree, if not that I may be put safe in the hands of me followers again, and I to deliver me son and me said possessions back to Her Majesty's officers, dated at Field the 28th of April, 1583, Gerrit Desmond. Ormond would hear of nothing but an unconditional surrender, and continued to ply his double policy of war and clemency. Before the end of May he could announce that 134 had been slain, and 247 protected since those last mentioned. The few remaining rebels were reduced to horseflesh or carrion, and Desmond himself knew not where to lay his head. He had still 80 men with him, but his pride was sufficiently humbled to make him address Ormond directly. He could not, he said, accuse himself of disloyalty, but confessed that he had been misled, and pleaded that he had been tyrannously used. He begged for a conference, humbly craving that you will please to appoint some place and time where I may attend upon your honour. Ormond, who was justly proud at this falsification of Saint Leger's prediction, would not alter his terms, and a few days afterwards reported that the rebels' 80 followers were reduced to 20. A little later, when he was himself marching towards Kerry, he learned that the fugitives' retinue consisted of only 5 persons, a priest, 2 horsemen, 1 kern, and a boy. The people of the southwest had already experienced enough of an invasion by Ormond, and hastened on all sides to make terms for themselves. There were rumours that the Queen was getting tired of the war, and that he would be recalled. He was, he said, so confident of success that he was ready to begin the reduction of the forces under his command. Success was very near when he had been removed before, and he begged that the mistake might not be repeated. Thus, he said, am I handled, and do break the ice for others to pass with ease. Sir Warham St. Leger did all that he possibly could to thwart Ormond. Protections to rebels were, he said, bad things which enabled traitors to extort from good subjects. Henry VIII, he reminded the Queen, had quieted the Pale for years by first making a somewhat dishonourable peace with the rebels, and then paying them home. His advice was that Desmond should be received to life and liberty. I dare, he added, adventure the loss of one of my arms, which I would not willingly lose for all the lands and livings that ever he had. He will, within 1/4 of a year after he is so received, if the matter be well and politically handled, be wrought to enter into new treasons, and thereby apprehend and his head cut off according to his due deserts. Any other course would be too expensive. In other words, the wretched man was to be lulled into fancied security, watched by spies and tempted by false friends, until he was induced to do something technically equivalent to treason. This abominable advice was not taken, happily for Elizabeth's honour, but constant detraction was very near shaking Ormond's credit. Wallop and Fenton, who knew the Queen's weak point, and who hated the Earl for his independent conduct and position, lost no opportunity of showing what a costly luxury her Lord General was. Walsingham urged Ormond to make a quick end, lest Her Majesty should repent, and he afterwards repeated St. Leger's sentiments, and almost his very words, about the impolicy of granting protections. Burghley, however, stood firm, and it was probably through his influence that some of St. Leger's letters to the Queen were kept from her eye and sent back to Ormond, who accused his adversary of offering to secure mercy for Desmond if he would only hold out until the Earl was no longer Governor of Munster, and of giving out that his suppression was resolved on. Ormond says he heard this from rebels who were likely to know the truth, that it was confirmed by a priest who had long been with Desmond, and that the latter had thus been animated to hold out, although in great straits. Ormond thought Wallop disliked him nearly as much as St. Leger, and the Vice-Treasurer's own letters bear out this opinion. Fate or Burghley had, however, decreed that Ormond should be allowed to finish the business in his own way, and the sad story may now be told to the end. There was no more fighting to be done, and at the end of June the Lord General passed through Tipperary and Limerick into Kerry. He visited Castle Island, Castlemaine, and Dingle, a principal object of the journey being to prevent Desmond escaping by sea. Castlemaine he found roofless, and in ruins, and that famous hold was never again destined to resist the royal power. Clancyr, the two Sullivans, and other gentlemen came to him with assurances of fidelity, and not the slightest resistance was offered anywhere. The protected people, he said, had generally served well, and were supported by their friends without charge to the Queen. Those who did no service had given hostages, and the work of reducing the garrisons might now be at once begun. The rebels were weary of the war, and were ploughing the land. Sword law and famine had done their work. In all his journey to the farthest point of Kerry, and back by Kinsale to Cork, Ormond had to tell of no enemy but Sir Warham St. Leger, who dwelleth in Cork Castle, to small purpose for any good service he doth, drinking and writing, saving your honour, shameful lies. Early in August, St. Leger reported that Desmond had crossed the Shannon and escaped to Scotland, but there was no truth in this. He was confined to that part of Kerry which lies north of Castlemaine, and to the mountainous corner of Cork where the Blackwater rises. Ormond was pretty confident that he would be captured, and none of the protected men relapsed except Goran McSwiney, a captain of Gallowglasses. Orders were sent to reduce the army in Munster from 1,000 to 600, and to prepare, if possible, for a further reduction to 200. On the very day that this order was penned, Lord Roche was able to announce that he had very nearly taken Desmond, and that he had actually taken his chaplain, who was not so well horsed as the rest. I would, Ormond wrote to Burghley, this chaplain and I were for 1 hour with you in your chamber, that you might know the secrets of his heart, which by fair means or foul he must open unto me. The ployman was coupled with a handlock to one of Ormond's servants, so that no one could speak to him privately, and thus the hunted chief was deprived of his last adviser. On November 1, Goran McSwiney was killed, and Ormond proceeded to discharge 110 foot and 12 horse. Even yet a few desperate men adhered to Desmond, and he might have long eluded his pursuers but for an outrage done in his name. On November 9 he sent 20 men on a plundering expedition to the south side of Tralee Bay, and they drove off 40 cows and some horses belonging to Maurice O'Moriarty, whose house they robbed, and whose wife and children they barbarously stripped naked. Next day, having first asked leave from Lieutenant Stanley at Dingle, the O'Moriartys, with near a score of kern and some half a dozen soldiers of the garrison of Castlemaine, traced the lost cattle to the woods of Glenaginty, about 5 miles to the east of Tralee. Owen O'Moriarty climbed the hill by moonlight, and looking down into the deep glen, saw a fire beneath him, which was found to proceed from a cabin. The hut was surrounded, and at daybreak the O'Moriartys entered. Taken unawares, and but half awake, Desmond's companion only thought of escaping, and he was left behind and wounded in the arm with a sword cut by a soldier named Daniel O'Kelly. "I am the Earl of Desmond," he cried. "Save my life. Thou hast killed thyself long ago," said Owen O'Moriarty, "and now thou shalt be prisoner to the Queen's Majesty and the Earl of Ormond, Lord General of Munster." They carried him some distance, but a rescue was imminent, and Owen ordered O'Kelly to strike off the prisoner's head, since it was impossible to fight thus encumbered. The soldier obeyed, and the head was carried to Castlemaine, and from thence to Ormond at Kilkenny. The ghastly trophy was by him sent to the Queen. As the best evidence against those who spoke malicious lies touching the service and state of Munster, it was exposed on London Bridge. The like exposure at Cork was designed for the headless trunk, but friendly hands hid it for 8 weeks, and finally deposited it in a neighbouring chapel, where only Fitzgeralds were buried, and which is still called the Church of the Name. The spot where Desmond was decapitated is marked by a mound, and retains the name of Bathar an Iala, or the Earl's Way. A gigantic elder formerly overshadowed the place, and in our own day it is covered by a young oak, a holly, and a bright tangle of ferns and foxgloves. A good carriage road then runs through the once inaccessible glen, and marks the difference between the 16th and 19th centuries. Desmond's death closes the medieval history of Munster, and it is no wonder that much legendary glory attaches to his name. He was a man of little talent or virtue, though he need not be too severely condemned for refusing to see that the days of feudal or tribal independence were over. But the past has an irresistible attraction for Irish sentiment, and the popular ear is more readily opened to fable than to historical truth. With nothing heroic about him, the unhappy Earl is still honoured as a hero, but even the fidelity of tradition to his memory is less than that of the natives to him while he yet lived. Let thus much be said in honour of the poor kern who stood so staunchly in a doubtful cause. The Earl's ghost, mounted on a phantom steed with silver shoes, is said sometimes to rise at night from the waters of Locke, and when the west wind comes up fitfully from the sea and makes slates and windows rattle, the Kerry people still call upon travellers to listen to the Desmond howl. End of Chapter 39, Part 2. Chapter 40, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Perott, 1583 to 1584. As early as December 1582, Sir John Perrott had been spoken of as Grey's successor. His actual appointment was, however, deferred for more than a year, Loftus and Wallop continuing to act as Lords Justices till June 1584. They were fortunate in seeing the end of the Desmond Rebellion, but less so in having to deal with those who had been engaged in it. Lady Desmond, in her poverty, subsisted upon a pension allowed her by Ormond until the Queen's pleasure should be known, and the protections which he had given to the Seneschal of Imokilly, Patrick Condon, and other leaders were respected. Wallop did not like the Lord General, but he did not thwart him seriously. Piers Grace, an old and notorious offender in the Kilkenny district, was pardoned at the Earl's intercession, and the Lords Justices observed that they would not have done it for anyone else. In 1581, after the death of Fitzgibbon, Gregory XIII appointed Dermot O'Hurley to the Archbishopric of Cashel. He had spent 15 years at Louvain and 4 at Reims, and he was deeply engaged in the plans of Irish exiles against Elizabeth's government. We get a glimpse of him at Rome not long after his appointment, and find him, like his predecessor, occupied in schemes for the invasion of Ireland. The caution of the Italian ecclesiastic is, as usual, contrasted with the sanguine temper of the exiles. Christopher Barnwall, who had been sent to the continent by Baltinglass, was introduced by O'Hurley to Cardinal Como, and informed him that Kildare and Delvin were in prison, though both had served against the Wicklow rebels. Who, said the Cardinal, with an expressive shrug, would trust an Irishman? The Earl promised to take our part. O'Hurley thought he had not gone so far. Wilt thou tell me, answered the Italian angrily, and produced a letter from Kildare and a document signed by most of the lords of Ulster, Munster, and Connaught, which made his view good. Do you think, he said, that we would have trusted to James Fitzmaurice and Stukely, or to all these lords which subscribed the great letter, unless we had received this letter from the Earl of Kildare? The Pope has no money for any of your nation. O'Hurley landed at Drogheda in September 1583, bringing letters from Rome with him. He was harboured by Lord Slane, whose daughter was married to Ormond's natural son Piers, and in the latter's company he went into Munster after a few days' rest. The Archbishop, who was soon hunted down with Ormond's help, made no secret of having been engaged in the work of the Inquisition, and charged Kildare and Delvin with the late insurrection, thus showing that Barnwell had spoken truly. Walsingham recommended the use of torture or any other severe manner of proceeding to gain his knowledge of all foreign practices against Her Majesty's States. The Lords Justices objected that they had no rack nor other such instrument of terror, and that the Tower of London would be a fitter place for the experiment. Walsingham then advised them to toast the prisoner's feet at the fire with hot boots. A commission was accordingly made out to Fenton and Wardour House, and the ordeal was applied with frightful severity. The letters brought by O'Hurley had been intercepted and could not therefore be denied, but nothing of importance was elicited. A letter which he had written to Ormond was produced, and the Lords Justices took care to hint at the Earl's complicity, but without effect. The lawyers held that an indictment for treasons committed abroad would not lie, and in any case a trial by jury was not to be risked. The Lords Justices suggested martial law, to which, as they grimly observed, the landless Archbishop could not fairly object. Seeing that further torture would be useless, Walsingham agreed to this course, and noted the Queen's good acceptation of their careful travail in this matter. Throughout the correspondence it is evident that Elizabeth and all her servants looked upon O'Hurley mainly as a traitor and not as a recusant, and that defence of their conduct may stand for what it is worth. The torture is indefensible, but it was only too common in those days, and O'Hurley himself had been an inquisitor. The Archbishop was hanged privately in the castle early on June 19, after the arrival of Perrott, but before he had been sworn in. There can be no doubt that the court of Rome had urged upon that of Spain the necessity of relieving Desmond, but Philip II was never in time, and his energies, such as they were absorbed by Portuguese affairs. It was not until the final defeat of Strozzi's expedition to the Azores that Irish exiles could get their business attended to. The Cardinal of Como became friendly once more, and sent for William Nugent almost as often as the post arrived from Spain, saying that he remembered him at every turn of his beads. The Pope saw Nugent every 6 weeks, and the intervals were spent in making interest with Gregory's son Giacomo, whose influence over the aged pontiff had become very great. It was confidently reported that the whole Spanish fleet would sail for Ireland on its return from the Azores, but only 2 ships actually arrived. The papal bishop of Killaloe, Cornelius Ryan, had been sent by Desmond to Spain towards the end of 1582. In the spring of 1583 it was announced that help was coming, but it may have been delayed until the return of Santa Cruz and his fleet. Desmond had been dead nearly 2 months when the tardy succor arrived. Bishop Ryan appeared on the west coast with 1 large ship laden with artillery. Another, also with munitions of war, anchored in Ringabella Bay outside Cork Harbour, and sent a boat which brought off a countryman. Of those on board, the chief spokesman was a friar named Shane O'Farrell, who wept bitterly on hearing of Desmond's death. A Spaniard wrote down all the particulars. "Is there none of the Earl's name," he asked, "that will take upon him to follow and maintain that enterprise?" "You say none. Well, if any had continued it until now, we had brought here to furnish them treasure and munition, good store, and surely they should have had more, and aid enough. There were 3 bags of silver and 2 of gold, each as much as a man could carry. A present was sent by O'Farrell to a lady living close by, marmalade, lemons, and figs, a poignard, and a taffeta scarf, and then, finding their occupation gone, the strangers left the coast. Don Antonio and Philip Strozzi had not saved Portugal, but they had destroyed Spanish influence in Ireland." Within a week of Desmond's death, the newly made Baron of Leitrim came to a violent end. Public opinion attributed the deed to his brother, and no doubt he profited largely by it. Clanricarde himself said that he had intercepted a band of traitors in the Baron's company, and that he fell in the scuffle. His sister, Lady Mary, clamoured loudly for vengeance, but the Earl found means to silence her. A competent English observer tells us that Sir John of the Shamrocks, as the Irish called him, was the best beloved man in Connaught, perhaps in all Ireland. He was very well spoken, he was courteous, he was liberal to every man that had occasion to try him in his house. He was very bountiful, and he wrote better than any Irishman whose letters I have seen. First, he would speak fair to every man, and mean no truth to any man that was honest. He had always a treasonable mind, and did ever thirst after blood. He was betrothed to one woman, and leaving her he was married to 2 others. They are all 3 alive. He was a common haunter of women, and men say he had a child by his own sister, and a great maintainer of thieves he was. The Earl will not steal from one to give to another. He will not spare the offender for any respects. I mean thieves. Other offenders are seldom punished in Ireland, and never among the Irish. The Earl offered to prove the incest by irrefutable witnesses. The Lord Justice thought the simplest plan was to attribute the murder to the mutual hatred between the half-brothers since their cradles. They advised that Clanrickarde's future good conduct should be secured by a pardon, especially in those remote parts where so many heinous facts contrary to the laws of God and man have been infinitely borne within all ages. 3 years before, when Clanrickarde was ill, it was generally supposed that his brother had poisoned him. To avoid further confusion, the English government thought it better to allow a pardon. The murdered man had no legitimate children, and the peerage died with him. This long-standing faction fight was now at an end. The Earl was undisputed master over all the possessions of his house, and became the mainstay of English law and order in the West. The once mighty tribe of the Leinster O'Connors had fallen very low, but even the miserable remnant could not keep from internecine war. Teague MacGillpatrick, who led one party, was accused by Conor MacCormac of killing men who were under protection. Conor retorted that they had broken into rebellion since protection was granted. The Lords Justices persuaded Conor, and Sir Nicholas White persuaded Teague to appear and accuse each other. An appeal of treason was thus technically constituted, and for this they were told that trial by battle was the proper remedy. Fearing it would appear that the courage of the litigants might ooze away, the combat was fixed for the next day. The Lords Justices and Council sat solemnly in the inner castle yard, the display being made more impressive by a large attendance of military officers. The proper ceremonies were observed, and the Lords Justices were careful to excuse any possible want of accuracy by pleading the shortness of the time. The combatants, who were allowed only sword, target, and skull-cap, were stripped to their shirts and searched by Secretary Fenton himself. Then they took their seats on 2 stools at opposite ends of the lists, and the pleadings having been read, a trumpet sounded the onset. Conor, who was wounded twice in the leg and once in the eye, attempted to close, but his adversary was too strong for him. Having stunned and disarmed his accuser, Teague, who was himself seriously wounded, but not mortally, the more was the pity, cut off his head with his own sword, and presented it on the point to the Lords Justices, of one of whom, be it remembered, was the Archbishop of Dublin. Benton sent the sword to Leicester, wishing Her Majesty had the same end of all the O'Connors in Ireland. We commend, they said, the diligent travail of Sir Lucas Dillon and the Master of the Rolls, who equally and openly seemed to countenance the champions, but secretly with very good concurrence with us and between themselves, for Her Majesty's service. The Lords Justices hoped to make more O'Connells kill one another, but a second combat, arranged to take place 2 or 3 days later, was frustrated by the non-appearance of the accused, a brother of the victorious Teague, who had accepted the challenge for him. His adversary, Morach ní Cog, came into the lists and made proclamation for 2 hours with drums and trumpets. Morach was adjudged victorious, but the absent man described him as readiest to fight with those that he knew were farthest off from him. He urged that his brother had no right to promise for him, that Morach was too base a fellow to place in the balance with him, and that he could not be spared until his brother had recovered. Notwithstanding, he added, when my brother is whole of his wounds and able to take charge of his men, if it shall please the Lords Justices to call Marach and me face to face, that I may know upon the what ground and quarrel I am to fight, I will then make it openly known how little able that vain boaster is to stand in my hands, who at the very sound of my name was wont to trot over whole countries. Sir John Perrott was in no great hurry to take up his government, and 5 months elapsed between the date of his patent and his arrival in Ireland. It was rumoured in Dublin that he would not come at all. In England and in Ireland his choleric temper involved him in frequent quarrels, and it is probable that delay was caused by some of these. His instructions did not greatly differ from those which Elizabeth was wont to give to her representatives: to increase the revenue without oppressing the subject, to reduce the army without impairing its efficiency, to punish rebels without driving them to desperation, and to reward loyal people without cost to the crown. These were the usual orders, and they were easier to give than to carry out. Perrott had already tasted the misery of Irish official life, and his half-brother Sir Henry Jones warned him that he would now be envied more than ever, and truly prophesied that he would never see him again. The settlement of Munster was, of course, the most important part of Perrott's work, and he was probably chosen because he knew that province well. He was ordered to take Ormond with him and to give his opinion due weight. The Earl was directed to come to England as soon as he had given all the information in his power. Tired of the delay, and fearing lest he should be undermined at court, Ormond slipped over to Wales and met the new Lord Deputy, who handed him a gracious letter from the Queen. This somewhat reassured him, but he complained of hard dealing in being displaced before he had made known in England in how good and quiet order he had left his late charge. At Carew Castle he received orders to accompany his host to Ireland, and complied, though he always hated a sea passage. He felt that his personal interests were safe in the hands of his old companion in arms, but thought it a little late to consult him about Munster. The journey would only increase his debts, unless, as he hinted to Burghley, the Queen made it worth his while. But over I will, God willing, and back again, seeing you wish it should be so. Perrott made a speech to the great crowd assembled at his installation. He said that the Queen held her subjects of Ireland equal with those of England, and that her care, as well as his own, was to make them equally happy by means of good government. Among other sayings, it was noted as worthy of remark that he wished to suppress the name of a churl and crushing of a churl, and to substitute such terms as husbandman, franklin, or yeoman. This, says Secretary Fenton, was so plausible to the Assembly that it was carried from hand to hand throughout the whole realm in less time than might be thought credible if I should express it. Next day the Lord Deputy ordered a general hosting, according to the ancient custom, for 6 weeks beginning on August 10. Tara was assigned as the place of meeting, and Tyrone, Ormond, Barrymore, and Mountgarret were among those who signed the order. Perrott devoted a few days to the council, whose help was necessary to enable him to gather up the reins. Fenton found him affable and pleasing, seeking by good means to recover the hearts of the people that were somewhat estranged, quick and industrious, careful of Her Majesty's profit, sincere, just, and no respecter of persons. Indeed, he did not respect persons enough. Wallop, whose office of vice-treasurer made him the most important man next to the viceroy, and who had been virtual chief governor for nearly 2 years past, was on the point of quarrelling with him at the outset, but forced himself to make allowance for the deputy's passionate disposition. With Loftus, who had lately been Wallop's colleague in the government, and who was still Lord Chancellor, Perrott was at the open war in a very short time. John Norris, the most famous of Lord Norris of Rycott's 6 good sons, had been appointed Lord President of Munster. Bingham, whom Perrott knighted at his installation, was at the same time made Chief Commissioner of Connaught in Maltby's room, but with inferior emoluments. The Lord Deputy proposed to settle the 2 provincial governors in their places at once and to return in time for the hosting at Tara. Norris went straight to Munster, and Bingham accompanied Perrott to the west. All the chief men of Connaught and Thomond flocked dutifully to the Viceroy, and he decided controversies to their satisfaction. The sheriffs maintained great trains of followers, who became a scourge to the country, and this abuse was sternly repressed. Clanricarde and the rest were ready to make some permanent arrangements with their tenants. So as I, said Perrott, would take a time among them to perform it, which, if I have quietness, I will do hereafter. He was not fated to have much quietness. Bingham's first impression of his province was that the Irish should be won by plausible means. It was, he said, their habit to acknowledge their duty to Her Majesty on the arrival of a new Lord Deputy more for fashion than for faithful obedience. The fashion and the want of faithful obedience have both continued to our own time. Bingham saw clearly that the Queen's government would never be really popular. The people, for every small trifle, are daily suggesting that they are intolerably oppressed and extorted upon. His advice was to keep them down by steady but gentle pressure, so that by having too little the country may not be waste, and by having too much the people may not rebel. Nevertheless, my meaning is rather to better their estate than to make it worse. He understood the problem, but he was not much more successful than others in finding the solution. John Long, a Cambridge man and a Londoner, was consecrated primate on the day on which Perrott left Dublin. As a special mark of favour, the new deputy had been allowed to fill the vacant see. Loftus desired the appointment of Thomas Jones, Dean of St. Patrick's, who ultimately succeeded him in Dublin. Not much, either good or bad, is recorded of Archbishop Long, but he became the chief pastor of a most forlorn flock. There are here, says an English visitor to Ireland, so many churches fallen down, so many children dispensed withal to enjoy the livings of the church, so many laymen, as they are commonly termed, suffered to hold benefices with cure, so many clergymen tolerated to have the profit of 3 or 4 pastoral dignities, who being themselves unlearned are not meet men, though they were willing to teach and instruct others, as whoso beholdeth it must not choose but make it known. Many of the chief men of Munster came to Perott at Limerick, and the rest signified their intention of attending him at Cork, but news arrived that Scots had landed in Ulster, and the Lord Deputy, who liked fighting better than anything, turned aside from Limerick, crossed Tipperary, and returned by Kilkenny to Dublin. Ormond and Norris, together with all the late rebels whom the Earl had pardoned, were ordered to make ready for the northern enterprise. Malachy O'Maloney, papal bishop of Kilmacduagh, was suspected of having a hand in the Ulster plot. He came to Perrott and renounced the Pope and took the oath of supremacy, but there can be little doubt that this conversion was insincere. A messenger from Turlough O'Neill had certainly been in Munster, but found it impossible to stir up the members of the Desmond rebellion. Lord Fitzmaurice told him plainly that no one would stir as long as Perrott and Ormond were in Ireland. The Lord Deputy could therefore turn his back safely on Munster, and he hastened to Dublin to make preparations for repelling what he believed to be a serious invasion. End of chapter 40, part 1. Chapter 40, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Perott, 1583 to 1584. Far more important than the perennial but limited trouble with the Scots was the question of surveying and resettling the attainted lands in Munster. In June 1584, a commission for the purpose was directed to Vice-Treasurer Wallop, Sir Valentine Brown, a man of long experience in English revenue business, Surveyor General Alford, and Auditors Jennison and Peyton. Their survey began early in September, and they did not return till the end of November, having found a great part of the province waste. And Kerry, in particular, seemed impossible to repeople except by importation from England. Sir Valentine Browne, who was an elderly man, was active and zealous, but he found the work very hard. He hath, says his colleague, the Vice-Treasurer, been sundry times bogged, yet hath gone better through with it than might be imagined so corpulent a man of his years would have been able. Rivers and mountains had to be crossed, and provisions could hardly be procured at any point between Limerick and Dingle. 100 persons fed at the commissioner's table who had to supply it on credit. Wallop was struck by the great fertility of the land, and estimated that the Queen would have a new revenue of £6,000 within 3 years. But the difficulty in making an accurate survey was very great. It was supposed that land worth more than £1,000 a year had escheated in parts of Tipperary outside of Ormond's jurisdiction, but what he had once claimed no one dared to inhabit in spite of him. Palatinate was originally a matter of grace and favour, but he tried to extend it to the whole county, and it seemed doubtful whether any subject ought to be so great. The difficulty of arriving at the truth proved even more serious than Wallop at first supposed. Many months passed without anything being decided, and in the meantime Munster was in the utmost misery. Vice-President Norris could not prevent his starving soldiers from running after his brother into Flanders, and the towns which truly pleaded poverty could neither be forced nor persuaded to support them. Ormond, who was in a hurry to get to London, deferred his journey that he might accompany Perrott to Ulster. The young Earl of Thomond, who had been educated in England and who lived to be called the Great Earl, was glad to take part in the expedition. His great object was to have the county of Clare acknowledged as part of Munster and freed from the jurisdiction of the Connaught government, and in this he ultimately succeeded. Clanricarde also gave his services, and so did Lord President Norris. Perott had 2,000 trained men with him besides Irish allies, and he thought they would all be necessary. It had been his intention to govern plausibly and to look through his fingers at Ulster as a fit receptacle for all the savage beasts of the land. But the Scots were said to be 4,000, and there were the usual reports about Spanish ships. Norris, who had a cooler head than Perott, afterwards said that he thought the Scots were bent only on their customary fetching of meat. They took 3,000 cows from Tyrconnell, but their numbers were larger than usual. Maclean's, as well as Macdonald's, were engaged, and the whole movement had probably more to do with Hebridean politics than with any intention of hurting Queen Elizabeth. The Scots disappeared as quickly as they had come, and when Perrott reached Newry he found that no foeman worthy of his steel awaited him. He resolved, however, to go on, and to show that Ulster was within his reach. Secretary Davison was in Scotland at this time, and he ridiculed Perrott's fear of Scottish invasion. The obscure politics of Isla and Cantyre were not well understood even at Edinburgh, and the Englishman's judgment may have been warped by the contempt which he certainly felt for Iran. The whole thing, he said, had been greatly exaggerated, but notwithstanding his opinion and that of Norris, it seems clear that the uneasiness among the western clans, and something to say to the fall of Gowrie and to Aaron's short-lived triumph. The islanders would hardly move for king or regent unless they saw some advantage to themselves. Some of them at least were paid by cattle taken from the O'Donnells, and all were willing to make interest at court if it could be done cheaply. Perrott's ships just failed in intercepting the Scots at Lough Foyle, and he could only speak from report. Yet truly, he maintained, although they ran away thus cowardly, Howsoever Mr. Davison was abused by his intelligence, they were in number little fewer, their training and furniture no worse, and their purpose no better than I wrote. Turlock Lu in each was not minded to oppose Perrott, and he came to him at Newry without pardon or protection. The old chief's adhesion proved of little value, for, like other Irish leaders before and since, the better subject he became, the weaker he waxed, and the less regarded of his followers. In fact, he required help against his own people. But O'Cahan and the crafty Baron of Dungannon also came in, and Perrott proceeded to invest Dunluce Castle. The legal government of Scotland accepted no responsibility for the raids of Maclean's and Macdonald's in Ulster. Formerly, attempts to retaliate on the Hebrides had not been successful, though Perrott wished to repeat them. But James and Elizabeth were at peace, and the Queen was quite justified in treating the intruders as filibusters. Whether or not they were partly moved by Catholic intriguers in Mary Stuart's interest really mattered very little, for they could not influence seriously the fate of creeds or kingdoms. But they were a constant source of expense, and the officer who dealt them a crushing blow would deserve well of his sovereign. This honour was, however, denied to Perrott, and reserved for Bingham. The Scot who commanded the garrison of Dunluce declared that he held the castle for the King of Scots' use, and would defend it to the last. He can, however, have had no valid commission. The position of this place was at once its strength and its weakness. Situated on a precipitous rock rising out of a stormy sea, and connected with the mainland by a narrow ledge, it was almost unapproachable by any enemy. On the other hand, it could scarcely be relieved, and it was impossible for the garrison to escape. The fire of 3 pieces, converging on the small castle, soon made it untenable, and the 40 men whom it contained surrendered at discretion on the 2nd or 3rd day. The Macdonalds had always rested their Irish claims upon their relationship to the extinct Bissets. The extent of the lands once held by that family was very uncertain, but Sorley Boy never ceased his efforts to get rid of the MacQuillians, who had long held the route, and upon whom the garrison of Coleraine habitually depended for provisions. Lady Agnes O'Neill, on the other hand, had the Campbell instinct for annexation, and endeavoured to set up her own son, Donald Gorm MacDonald, against his uncle. As the elder brother's son, he had perhaps the better legal right, but Sorley was supported by the clan. Turlock Luna each was under his wife's influence, but had enough to do to hold his own against Shane O'Neill's sons and against the Baron of Dungannon. Norris said Turlock could do nothing without the Queen's help, but even he seems to have been persuaded by Lady Agnes that Sorley's followers resented his tyranny and were ready to leave him. After the loss of Dunluce, Sorley went to Scotland for help, and Perrott agreed that Donald Gorm should have a grant of the Bissets' lands in consideration of reasonable service. Donald, on his part, undertook to entertain none but Irish-born Scots, to book the men of his country and be responsible for them, and to serve against his uncle or any other foreign Scot. MacQuillan made a contract for victualling English soldiers and to perform other services. McGuinness and the Clandeboy O'Neills also made terms, and Perrott, finding no enemy in the field, returned to Dublin. The war being at an end for want of an enemy, Perrott thought that Scottish raids could best be prevented by clearing the country of cattle. Norris and Ormond entered Glen Concine, now the southwestern portion of Londonderry, but then considered part of Tyrone, and 50,000 cattle were collected in what was then an almost impenetrable stronghold. 25 years later, Sir John Davies described Chichester's march through the district, where the wild inhabitants wondered at much to see the king's deputy, as the ghosts in Virgil wondered to see Aeneas alive in hell. The woods were then said to be among the best in Ireland, and to be as extensive as the New Forest, but they had been wastefully treated, and it was feared that they would soon be exhausted. So completely was the work of destruction carried out that a report written in 1803 declared the county of Londonderry to be the worst wooded in the king's dominions. In the 16th century, a considerable population inhabited Glen Conkine, who tilled such portions as were fit for tillage, and who looked upon the O'Neills as their superior lords. As has been the case in Kerry, fires marked the course of Ormond's march. Norris took much the same view of the Ulster problem as Sidney had done. Permanent garrisons must be maintained, and this would be the cheapest way in the long run. Ireland, he said, is not to be brought to obedience, but by force. And albeit that some governments have been performed with fewer men, yet have these times served for nothing but to give breath for further trouble, and then the country ruled by entreaty and not by commandment. Among the private instructions given to Perott by the Privy Council was one directing him to consider how St. Patrick's in Dublin and the revenue belonging to the same might be made to serve as had been theretofore intended for the erection of a college. This old plan of Archbishop Browne's had been revived in 1564 and again abandoned in deference to the remonstrances of the threatened foundation, but it was very much to Perott's liking, and he adopted it with additions. The dean, Thomas Jones, had just been promoted to the See of Meath, and a principal obstacle had thus been removed. The courts of justice were at this time held in the castle over the powder magazine, but the lawyers had also claims upon the house of Blackfriars on the left bank of the Liffey, where the four courts now stand. Ormond and others had conflicting interests, but the judges and bar petitioned that they might be otherwise compensated, and that the law might be permanently lodged by the riverside. This was the plan favoured by the late Lord Justices, but Secretary Fenton, with whom Perott agreed, cast eyes on the friars as a convenient landing place, and wished to turn it into a government victualling store. The deputy's idea was to combine the two schemes, to let the judges sit in St. Patrick's Church, to convert the residents of the chapter into Inns of Court, and to found a university with the revenues. The two cathedrals, he urged, were too near together to be both useful, and St. Patrick's was held in more superstitious veneration than the one named after Christ. He thought £2,000 might suffice for the erection of two colleges, and the surplus, which he estimated at about £700, could go to eke out the revenue of Christ's Church. For the conversion of the whole Church of St. Patrick, he told Burghley, "Whatsoever shall or can be said to the contrary, it proceedeth from particular covetous humour, without regard to the general good." I could name the sink, if I listed, whereinto the whole profit falleth under the colour of maintenance of a few bad singers. A reformer who begins in this way, though he be a king, and not merely a viceroy, very seldom succeeds in effecting reforms. Adam Loftus was fond of money. He begged so unblushingly for himself and his relations that the chapter of Christ Church, on granting one of his requests, made him promise before them all not to ask for anything more. Even this promise he afterwards tried to evade. He was accused of jobbing away the revenues of St. Patrick's, and the late dean, who was married to his sister-in-law, earned a very bad name for wasting the substance of his deanery first, and afterwards of his bishopric. One extant deed in particular bears Swift's indignant endorsement, made in 1714 as a lease of coal mine, made by that rascal Dean Jones, and the knaves or fools his chapter to one John Allen for 81 years to commence from the expiration of a lease of 80 years made in 1583, so that there was a lease of 161 years of 253 acres in Tassagard parish, within 3 miles of Dublin, for £2 per annum, now worth £150, and so dear Dublin could not then be worth less than £50. How the lease was surrendered, I cannot yet tell. Loftus was accused of being interested in many such leases, and it was said that in defending St. Patrick's he was really defending his own pocket. He had been dean himself too, and very possibly he was not anxious for the Inquisition which must have taken place had the cathedral been dissolved. On the other hand, the Archbishop could give good reason why Perott's plan should not take effect. Sir Patrick's, he said, was the only place in Ireland where a learned man, and especially a learned Englishman, could, without imminent danger, thrust his head. There were 26 dignitaries, some of them very slightly endowed, and of these 15 were university graduates. With the exception of one bishop, there were no good preachers in Ireland but those furnished by St. Patrick's, and amongst them were Dean Jones, Thompson, the treasurer, Conway, the chancellor, and Henry Usher, the archdeacon, who lived to be Archbishop of Armagh. Of 3 bishops who could preach, 2 had been promoted out of St. Patrick's, and Christ Church neither had done nor could do anything in that way. He was ready to give what help he could towards the establishment of a university, but a university could not be maintained long if there were no benefices to bestow upon fellows. The prebends did not depend upon temporalities, but were all attached to parishes. Kildare was patron of 2, but the others were in the Archbishop's gift, and they were all opposed to Perrott's scheme. Loftus himself was ready to reign rather than leave himself a perpetual blot and infamy to his successor for having consented to the destruction of his cathedral. Archdeacon Usher was sent to England, and Loftus also employed Richard Bancroft, one of the prebendaries, to plead the cause of St. Patrick's at court. Bancroft became Archbishop of Canterbury and gained lasting fame for his services in connection with the authorized version of the Bible, but appears to have resided very little in Dublin, though he held his preferment there for at least 30 years. Whatever may be thought of Loftus's character, his arguments on this occasion were good, and Burghley felt them to be unanswerable. The thing could not be done, he said, without the consent of the prebendaries, and he asked Perott how he would like to have his own salary diverted to some other use. Preaching was necessary as well as teaching, and there was no greater abuse in the Church of England than the transfer of livings to abbeys and colleges. Tithes had been instituted for the service of parishes, and he would never do evil that good might come. Perott answered that the idea had not been originated by him, and that his instructions from the Privy Council, signed by Burghley himself with many others, would have warranted him in proceeding far more roughly than he had done. Where he seems really to have done wrong was in not showing this order of the Privy Council to Loftus, and in letting him suppose that he was acting of his own motion. Even after Burghley had given his opinion, he was unwilling to give up the scheme, and the Archbishop begged for a letter signed by the Queen herself. This was granted, and the royal missive was read to Perott in the presence of Waterhouse and Sir Lucas Dillon. Even then the Lord Deputy was not silenced, and the result was bitter hostility between the Queen's representative and the Chancellor Archbishop, who should have been his chief adviser. While Norris was absent in the north, Sir William Stanley governed Munster and improved the occasion by 300 executions. This, he said, doth terrify them, so that a man now may travel the whole country, and none to molest him. The Lord President, on his return, declared the country was waste and depopulate. Even malefactors were scarce, and there was no chance of resettling the province but by importing people. Incognito Bingham complained that he was denied means to maintain the strict government necessary for a people who were not naturally inclined to civility. He hoped nevertheless to increase the revenue in time. From Leinster alone was there anything like a good report. The Master of the Rolls went circuit, and 48 prisoners out of 181 were executed on verdicts found by their own clansmen. Among them were 2 landowners of the Kavanaghs, who had regularly preyed upon the Barrow navigation, and whose property near Leighlin was thus escheated to the Crown. White settled some dispute between chiefs and sheriffs, and visited Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne at Ballincore, where law never approached, nor was the reconciliation with the notable partisan altogether hollow. About 3 months afterwards 50 head of cattle were lifted in the pail and carried with a pipe to the mountain. Fiach MacHugh followed, brought back the cows, and sent 3 of the reivers' heads to Perott. The piper and another were sent alive and speedily hanged, and O'Byrne declared his willingness to send his own son, who had been implicated in the robbery. "Your lordship," said Perott, "perhaps will marvel to hear that Fiach is such a prosecutor of theft, and will think it a great change to that the O'Connors are ready to do good service, and the O'Moores, having put in pledges, do live without doing harm. In Munster only one of the Burkes is abroad in Ahirlow woods with 20 or 30 swords." Exhaustion or despair had for a time quieted east, south, and west, but the north was still unsubdued, and Perott felt that only permanent garrisons could secure it. He asked for 600 men, 25 to be levied in each of the 24 handiest counties of England and Wales. In common years, the Queen had hitherto spent £30,000 or £40,000 a year over and above the Irish revenue, and the average expense was considered more. If he might have £50,000 for 3 years only, he would at the end of them hand over Ireland provided with a trained garrison of 2,000 foot and 400 horse, with 7 walled towns of a mile in circumference, with 7 bridges, and with 7 castles, and the whole country might then be governed infinitely better and more cheaply than it had ever been before. He went so far as to write a letter to the English Parliament, addressing it as Most High and Noble Assembly. The malice of the Pope was urged, and also the certainty that foreign princes would again attempt Ireland, and make it a noisome neighbour to England. "Choke up the sink at once," he exclaimed. "Make one charge of all, conceiving you do but lend so much upon large interest." But even Perott was not rash enough to address Parliament without Elizabeth's leave, and the dispatch was forwarded through Walsingham, who consulted Burghley and promptly suppressed it. The Queen, they said, would certainly resent anyone but herself moving Parliament. She had now resolved to help the Dutch, and was the more determined to spare treasure in Ireland. No real danger was to be apprehended from the Scots, about whom she meant to deal roundly with King James. But Perott was thanked for his services, and some minor requests were granted. A few weeks later, fearing perhaps lest he should be puffed up, she wrote with her own hand as follows: "Let us have no more such rash, unadvised journeys without good ground as your last journey in the north. We marvel that you hanged not such saucy an advertiser as he that made you believe so great a company was coming. I know you do nothing but with a good intention for my service, but yet take better heed ere you use us so again." He could only reiterate what seems to have been the fact, that thousands of Scots had really landed, and had run away before he could reach them. End of Chapter 40, Part 2. Chapter 41, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Perott, 1585 to 1588. Colin Campbell, 6th Earl of Argyll, died in September 1584, leaving his eldest son a minor, and this event added to the confusion generally prevalent in the Western Isles. Sorley Boy, as usual, contrived to take advantage of the situation and persuaded an assembly of chiefs who met in the island of Bute to support his Irish claims. 1,300 Scots under Angus MacDonald landed on Rathlin, a much greater number being ready to follow, and Sir Henry Bagwell hastily moved from Carrickfergus to meet them. The ships which should have cooperated failed to appear, and the Scots attacked him in his camp at Red Bay. In spite of the late negotiations, Donald Gorm was in command, and it is evident that the islanders were not really worsted, though the English officers put a good face on the matter. Sir William Stanley was hastily summoned from Munster to take charge of Coleraine, and Norris was also sent for. Stanley accompanied Bagwell as far as Glenarm, and then marched inland to Ballycastle. The Scots had threatened to burn Ballycastle, but a skirmish with Bagwell proved that they could not do this, and they then withdrew in a northerly direction. Stanley arrived at Ballycastle on New Year's Day with 2 companies of foot and joined Captain Carlisle, whose troop of horse were already quartered in Bunnamargee Abbey. Captain Bowen's company held the fort of Dunanini on a hill to the westward. At 11 o'clock that night the Scots made sudden attack, set fire to the thatched roof of the church with brands fixed to the points of their spears, and fell upon the infantry encamped outside. Stanley rushed out in his shirt and succeeded in rallying the men, but many were hurt by arrows. He himself received one in the back, another pinned his arm to his side, and a third penetrated his thigh. Some horses were burned in the church, and none could be got out in time to pursue the Scots, whose enterprise failed in the main. But a fleet of galleys from Cantyre passed in full view, and a very unusual calm prevented the Queen's ships from following. Stanley sent for reinforcements, and Perott laid all blame on the English government for not sending the 600 men he had asked for. But the real difficulty was to feed the garrisons already established. There was no good harbour. Ballycastle Bay is rocky, and everything had to be landed upon rafts. Some provision vessels were driven back to Holyhead. Others, in great danger, rode out the gales off Carrickfergus and Coleraine, where the sea raiseth such a billow as can hardly be endured by the greatest ships. And scarce once in 14 days those winter seas will suffer any small vessel to lay the ships aboard to unlade the victuals. Money, as usual, was wanting, and the supply service was none of the best. The captains were charged 42 shillings for corselets, which might be bought of better quality in any London shop for 25 shillings or less. Useless articles were sent, and whoever else might be to blame, Perott was quite sure that the master of the ordnance in Ireland deserved hanging. Sorley Boy found that the garrisons, notwithstanding all difficulties, were likely to become permanent in Ulster. He was growing old. There had been attempts to dispose of him by foul means, and on the whole he thought it would be better to make terms for himself. He therefore sought an interview with Captain Carlisle, and professed willingness to live and die a faithful subject of Queen Elizabeth, on condition of being acknowledged as owner of at least a large part of the Bissett estate. He only asked, he said, for such terms as Sidney had been willing to grant some 10 years before. But Perott preferred strong measures. At first he wished to go himself, but the council dissuaded him, and he even allowed Norris to return to his province. The Lord President was very angry at being brought to Dublin merely to suit the council's humour, and at having to spend £300 in bringing up 40 horse and keeping them serviceable. Perott, he said, had never really meant him to go to Ulster. Such honours as might be had there he wanted for himself, but he liked economizing at other folks' expense. The officers stationed in the north proved sufficient, and hunted sorely from place to place till he was glad to escape to Scotland. Before April 26, no important Scot was left in Ulster, and Perott was at leisure to meet his Parliament on that day. A list of this Parliament has been preserved, and it is interesting to compare its composition with that held by Sussex in 1560. The spiritual peers summoned were 26 in place of 20. In both cases, it is doubtful how far the more distant bishops attended. The temporal peers had increased from 23 to 26, but the earldom of Tyrone and the barony of Dungannon were both centred in the person of Hugh O'Neill, who petitioned the House for the higher title conferred by patent on his grandfather, and whose claim was allowed. 27 counties are mentioned instead of 20 on the former occasion, Connaught being now divided into Galway, Mayo, Roscommon, and Sligo, Cavan represented by 2 O'Reillys, and Longford represented by 2 O'Farrells appear for the first time as shires, and so do Longford and Wicklow. Wexford and Ferns are given as separate counties, and Tipperary, reverting to ancient custom, is divided into the county and the cross. Ards disappears as a separate county. All the shires named appear to have made returns. 36 cities and boroughs are enumerated instead of 29, only Carrickfergus and Downpatrick neglecting to make returns. Athy is omitted, and Cashel, Innisteog, Dingle, Callan, Phillipstown, Maryborough, Swords, and Downpatrick are added. For some unexplained reason, the counties of Cork and Sligo returned 3 knights each. Besides the O'Reillys and O'Farrells, the House of Commons contained but few of the native race. An O'Brien and a Clancy sat for Clare. Sir Hugh Magennis divided down with Sir Nicholas Bagenal, and Shane MacBrien O'Neill was returned, but did not attend as Captain Barclay's colleague for Antrim. Among the burgesses we find a Shee or O'Shea sitting for Kilkenny, a Guire or Maguire for Trim, a Kearney for Cashel, a Hurley for Kilmallock, a Casey for Mullingar, and a Neil or O'Neill for Carlingford. John Frahan, who was returned for Phillipstown, was most likely a Celt also. The bulk of the members were of old Anglo-Irish race, with a good sprinkling of more modern settlers, of officials and of military officers. John and Thomas Norris sat for the counties of Cork and Limerick respectively, Sir William St. Leger for Queen's County, Sir Richard Bingham for Roscommon, and Sir Henry Harrington for Wicklow. Nearly all the chieftains of Ireland, though not actually members of Parliament, obeyed the Lord Deputy's summons, and he strictly insisted on English costume being worn. "Please your lordship," said old Turlough Luinich, "let my priest attend me in Irish apparel, and then they will wonder at him as they do now at me. So shall I pass more quickly and unpointed at." Rules were laid down for the conduct of business in the House of Commons. Members were not to wear arms in the House. They were to speak standing and uncovered, and only once on each reading of a bill. Freedom of speech was granted, and freedom from arrest for members, their servants, and their goods. On the other hand, no member was to disclose the secrets either spoken or done in the House to any stranger, under such penalties as the Speaker, with the assent of the House, should think proper to inflict. One rule may seem strange to the present age, in which parliamentary debate has come to be so largely a matter of flouts and jibes and sneers. Every member was enjoined to frame his speech after a quiet and courteous manner, without any taunts or words tending to the reproach of any person in the said house assembled. The first struggle was about the election of a speaker. Nicholas Walsh, Chief Justice of Munster and member for the city of Waterford, was put forward by Perott. Ormond had a very good opinion of him, and Perott, when President of Munster, must have learned his value. The opposition, though strong, was fruitless, and Walsh was duly chosen speaker. Perott had not been easily induced to abandon his scheme for the dissolution of St. Patrick's. He continued to attack Loftus, but nevertheless gave him the chief control over the drafting of bills, and the Chancellor was accused of purposely drawing them so as to arouse opposition. By Poyning's law and the acts explaining it, these bills had to be sent to England and returned after passing the Privy Council. If disapproved in this form, they could not be amended without sending them to England again. Travelling was tedious, parliaments were short, and thus there was a risk that all legislation would be stopped. One bill was for extending to Ireland all the English laws against popish recusants, and this was certain to arouse the fiercest animosity. Another contained provisions derogatory to the privileges of the peerage. Desmond's Bill of Attainder, as amended, contained 8 names instead of 20 times that number, and made so many reservations that it would have been almost useless to the Crown. Nearly all the other bills went too far or not far enough, but the difficulty might have been avoided by suspending Poyning's Act, as had been done in 1537 and 1569. The landowners and lawyers of the Pale said that they feared to make the viceroy despotic, but Perott said that they dreaded all legislation favourable to the Crown. The bill only passed the Lords by 1 vote, of which the validity was disputed, Lord Lixnaw having given his proxy first to Lord Slane, who opposed, and afterwards to Lord Dunboyne, who supported the bill. The Chancellor took it privately from Dunboyne and counted the absent peer among the contents. Upon this or some other pretext, the Commons threw the bill out on the 3rd reading by a majority of 35. Perott looked upon this check as a disgrace to himself and a hindrance to the Queen, and prorogued Parliament for a few days. This enabled him to bring the bill in again, but it was lost by a reduced majority, although Ormond's friends, who had at first opposed, now voted with the ayes. Partly by his rudeness and partly by his determination to prevent jobs, the Lord Deputy had made many enemies, and 6 Englishmen turned the scale against the bill. And thus, said Perott, they have not only overthrown the repeal of Poyning's Act that should have set them at liberty to treat of that and all other things necessary for this state, but also dashed most of the statutes that were penned in Ireland and sent back confirmed from England, as namely, that for the safety of the Queen. The chief opposition to Perott's measures came from the Pale, and among the leaders were Sidney's old antagonists Richard Netterville and Henry Burnell. These popular fellows, said Perott, or good countrymen, as they would be gloriously termed, have been ever of this humour against all governors, and some of them, namely Netterville and Burnell, have been in the Tower of London for causes of far less moment than this is. One great cause of opposition was a bill proposing to equalize ploughlands and to impose a tax of 13 shillings 4 in lieu of cess on each ploughland throughout the whole country. The Pale had hitherto paid when Irish countries were not charged, and the native chiefs were now willing to come to an arrangement. But even in the counties which had always contributed, there were many permanent exemptions and still more fraudulent evasions. A new survey had thus many terrors, and as is so often the case, threatened interests were more powerful than arguments founded on considerations of public policy. The Pale offered the lump sum of £1,200 in lieu of all cess, but this was far less than had always been paid, and Perott indignantly refused it. The chance of making the whole country voluntarily contribute to the expenses of government was thus unhappily lost. The Irish chiefs who had come prepared to agree with the Lord Deputy now left Dublin in far worse humour than they had reached it, and the plan of making them English subjects was indefinitely postponed. Religion was at the bottom of the whole difficulty, and one of the Pale Patriots said in open Parliament that things did prosper in Henry V's and former kings' times when the Mass was up. Perott was willing and anxious to punish his parliamentary opponents, but required orders from home first, because these kind of people, by the mild dealing of England, have ever found more favour there than hath been for the good of this state. Parliament was a second time prorogued on May 25, and it did not meet again for 11 months. The only legislative results of the first session, or more properly speaking, of the first 2 sessions, were an act for the attainder of Baltinglass and his brothers, and an act for the restoration in blood of Lawrence, the son of the old Geraldine rebel James de la Hyde. A German nobleman who was in Dublin during the session is said to have been much struck by Perott's stately appearance, and at the opening of Parliament he had, he said, travelled through Germany, Italy, France, and England, but had never seen anyone so majestic, and he asked for his portrait to carry home with him, and this presence, coupled with substantial fair dealing, no doubt made Perott popular with the masses and with the Irish chiefs. With officials and members of council it was different, for they felt the weight of his hand. Had he been as courteous as he was anxious for the Queen's service, his fate might have been very different. A reformer can never hope to be really liked by those who desire the maintenance of abuses, but a soft hand is no less necessary than a stout heart. The oratorical honours of the session were carried off by John Norris. Fenton said he would deserve the Queen's special thanks had he done her no other service, and Loftus, himself a great preacher, pronounced him to be the best speaker in the House, both for force of reasoning and eloquence of delivery. But Norris himself had no wish to be drowned in this forgetful corner, as he called Ireland, almost in the very words of a still more remarkable man nearly a century and a half later. He longed to be again in the Netherlands, and thought that he could save Antwerp with £20,000. Once lost, it would never be regained. Had his advice been taken, Ghent and Brugge might have been retained, but the Walloon provinces were now past hope, and the Dutch would have to yield unless they received foreign help. His prayer was heard, and a commission to his brother Thomas to execute the office of Lord President in his absence was signed on the day before the Irish Parliament met. Immediately after the prorogation, he left Dublin and was in Flanders a few weeks later. Norris was gone, and Stanley had returned to Munster when the Scots again invaded Antrim in some force. 170 English soldiers encountered 1,200 Scots and Irish near Carrickfergus, and Perott again moved to Ulster. He approved and confirmed a deed by which Turlough Luaneach handed over the southern half of Tyrone to the newly acknowledged Earl, reserving the northern half to himself, with such tribute as he might be able to collect from Maguire and O'Cahan. Wallop and Loftus, who were left in charge of the Pale, saw it was quite impossible for the Lord Deputy to keep the Scots at bay without garrisons and fortresses more permanent than the Queen was inclined to pay for. Perott was really of the same opinion, but he persevered in the hopeless task. There were, he said, more than 2,000 Scots in Ulster combined to set up Shane O'Neill's sons. Journeys to the north had always been allowed, and he could not see why he, of all deputies, was to be kept in enforced idleness. He did, however, return to Dublin after a short absence, for the orders to save money were peremptory. The army was almost literally naked, and many soldiers for sheer want took service with the Irish. The natural result was not long delayed. Perott had returned to Dublin early in September, and on the 1st of November, Dunluce, about the capture of which so much fuss had been made, was once more in the hands of the Scots. Peter Carey, the constable, a man of English blood and Ulster birth, had but 14 soldiers, of which several were Irish. and what was perhaps more important, he had a Scotch mistress. Ropes, which are said to have been made of withes, were let down at night by 2 of the Irish warders, and 50 Scots climbed over the battlements. Carey, whose orders not to keep Irishmen in the fort were strict, refused quarter, and he and his English soldiers were killed after a desperate resistance. "I do not," said Perott, "weigh the loss, but can hardly endure the discredit. As things are proposed now, any man is fitter for the place than I am." James VI had promised Perott to punish his subjects as rebels should they again invade Ireland, but he had not the power, nor perhaps the will, to keep his promise. Queen Elizabeth's thoughts were now concentrated on foreign politics, and economy was her one object in Ireland. It was even proposed to disband companies lately raised and necessarily composed of natives, since Englishmen could not be found to serve without pay or clothes. "Thus," said Wallop, "have we trained and furnished Irishmen to serve the enemy's turn." Walsingham could only say that Perott might have lived in better season under Henry VIII, when princes were resolute in honourable attempts. Our age has been given to other manner of proceedings, whereto the Lord Deputy must be content to conform himself as other men do. Unsuccessful with his Parliament, with his Council, and with the great men of the Pale, Perott found that chieftains of Connaught still amenable to reason. 10 years before, Sidney had found them willing to hold their lands of the Queen and to pay rent, but the completion of the contract was Perott's work. The commissioners named were Bingham as governor, the Earls of Thomond and Clanricarde, the Baron of Athenry, Sir Turlock O'Brien, Sir Richard Burke of Mayo, O'Connor Sligo, O'Rourke, O'Flaherty, and others, and they proposed that the Queen should have a quit rent of 10 shillings a quarter out of all arable and pasture land in Connaught and Clare. There were to be no other exactions, except certain days' labour for fortifications or other public buildings. Contributions of horse and foot on warlike occasions were to be matter of special agreement. Anxious for peace among themselves and convinced that they could not make head against the state, the chiefs agreed to these terms in the hopes of obtaining a firm and just government. To make things pleasant, some special privileges were granted to a few important people, and it was calculated that a revenue of rather less than £4,000 a year would be secured to the Crown. Less than 1/3 of the whole soil was really included in the settlement. Wastelands, water, and fraudulent concealments will account for the rest. The plan of the composition was good, but the result did not fulfil Perott's expectation. In so extensive an area, many were dissatisfied with their lot, and the government was neither strong enough nor steady enough to enforce order among a rude people. Perott claimed to be a careful husband of the Queen's resources, and rather ostentatiously professed his contempt for the interested criticism of others. But Elizabeth's parsimony increased with her years, and she was only too ready to listen to those who told her she was being robbed. She directed a stringent inquiry into the revenue, suggesting that arrears had been allowed to accumulate, that improper concessions had been granted, that crown leases had been given without due inquiry, that personal allowances had been made without exacting service in return, and in short that everyone's interests had been regarded but her own. It is not meant, she said, that possession of lands and chattels lately escheated by rebellion should be in the power and authority of the Lord Deputy, but to be stayed at Her Majesty's will and pleasure. This and other similar hints cut Perott to the quick. No doubt his despotic temper sometimes induced him to overstep the bounds of strict law, and his enemies were always on the watch. He was accused of making money unfairly out of household and table allowances. It was said that his accounts showed annual liveries, whereas they were in reality biennial. He allowed no fires in bitter February weather, and there was no good cheer in the castle. I little thought, he indignantly exclaimed, that any part of Her Highness's honour and depended on my supper. I'm sorry that men's eyes are so narrowly bent on my diet, and I doubt will watch my uprising and down lying too. He had always provided supper for those who could enjoy it, As for himself, the doctors had forbidden him that insidious meal for nearly a quarter of a century, and yet he said he would rather die of indigestion than incur the imputation of niggardly conduct. "I pray you," he wrote to Burghley, "help to rid me hence, that I may avoid all these spiteful occasions of grief and unkindness." Preparations for the settlement of Munster and speculations as to the coming of the Armada occupied the early days of 1586. A rover who put into Cork harbour declared that 20,000 Spaniards were intended for Ireland. Redmond O'Gallagher, whom the Pope had provided to the See of Derry, and whom the Queen had not sought to displace, was once more on his travels in search of aid from France or Spain, and Munster lay open to attack. There was no garrison even at Limerick, which was called the strongest place in the province, and the guns had fallen to the ground from their rotten carriages. The muskets were useless from rust, and the feathers had damped off the arrows. Cork, Waterford, and the rest were in no better case. Wallop had to pledge his plate for £100, and the captains were in debt through vain attempts to clothe their shivering men, who ran off to Irish chiefs to look for brogues and frieze mantles. The vice-treasurer anxiously begged for £20,000. If the Spaniards landed, it would cost £300,000 to get rid of them. But Elizabeth's thoughts were all given to the Continent, and better than any man in Ireland, she probably understood the real impotence of Spain. In the second session of Perrott's Parliament, the chief business was that the Desmond attainder, and there was so much opposition that some of the judges were sent for to assure the House of Commons that Ormond's rights should be saved. In the bill which then passed, Desmond and his brothers John and James Fitzmaurice, and 34 others were named, their lands being vested in the Crown without inquisition, but without prejudice to innocent parties. 82 others were attainted by name in another act which contained the same reservations. Some of the late opposition had apologized, but an opposition still remained, and Perott was not allowed to punish it as he wished. The Commons rejected a bill vesting the lands of persons thereafter attainted in the Crown without the usual formalities, and they finally refused to grant a subsidy of 13 shillings 4 upon every ploughland. The session lasted less than 3 weeks. At the dissolution, Speaker Walsh addressed the Lord Deputy at length, praising the Constitution, lamenting that the Queen was an absentee, and hinting pretty plainly that the subject was overburdened. Lamps, he said, cannot give light that are not maintained with oil. Perott's answer, if he gave one, is not recorded, but Elizabeth was so little pleased with her Parliament of Ireland that she summoned no other during the remaining 16 years of her reign. Perott's last invasion of Ulster and his correspondence with the King of Scotland had done little good. Dunluce was now in Sorley Boy's hands, and the English government inclined to make friends with him. Sorley hesitated to go to Dublin, and in the meantime his eldest son, Alistair, was killed in Tyrconnell. After being wounded in a skirmish, he swam across the river, but we found him, says Captain Price, by great chance, in a deep grave strewn over with rushes, and on every side 6 old Callie ox weeping. But a quick course therein, and in memory of Dunluce we cried quittance with him, and sent his head to be set on Dublin Castle. Perott was inclined to make the most of success, and to break off the negotiations, as though, said Fenton, by this blow Hydra's head were seared up. But his loss made the old chief readier to treat, and he came to Dublin on protection after writing a humble letter. It is said that an official brutally showed him his son's head over the castle gate, and that he proudly answered, as if to justify Fenton's simile, "My son has many heads." He made a formal submission, prostrating himself before a portrait of Queen Elizabeth, admitting that he had no legal right in Ulster, and particularly condemning his own folly in leaving such men in the castle of Dunluce, within this her Highness's land, as should say they kept in the name or to the use of the King of Scots a prince that honoureth her majesty and embraceth her favour. The land he held had been taken by force, and he was willing to keep it on such terms as the Queen might be pleased to grant. Upon this basis a treaty was concluded, by which Sorley had a grant by knight service of all the land between the Bann and the Bush, and of much to the eastward, and he was made constable of Dunluce, while resigning his claim to property in it. He became a denizen, and having got all that he had fought for, gave Perott no further trouble. A great part of the glens, comprising the coast between Larne and Ballycastle, had already been granted to his nephew Angus. Thus were the Macdonalds confirmed in the possessions for which they had struggled so long. Bingham soon tried how real was the submission of Western Connaught, for he held sessions at Galway and hanged 70 persons, of whom some were gentlemen. This he modestly called the cutting off of a few bad members. He then, after a 3 weeks' siege, took Clonlone Castle from the O'Briens and killed all the garrison. He went next against the Hags' Castle in Locke, Mask, which was held by some Burkes who had risen rather than attend Galway sessions. An attack in boats failed, but the garrison slipped away by water, and resolved, according to the annalists, to defend no more castles against the Queen of England. Resistance was vain, and most of the chiefs came into Bingham, among them being Richard Burke, a noted partisan, who was called the Hedge or Pale of Ireland. It was proved that he had been intriguing with the Scots, and he was promptly hanged by the sentence of a court-martial. Peremptory orders then came from Perott to give the rest protection, and the Burkes immediately broke out again, saying that they would have a MacWilliam, though they fetched him out of Spain. They would have no sheriff, and attend no sessions, nor serve a heretic hag, but would transfer their allegiance to the Pope or the Catholic king. They were near 800 strong, and Bingham would not attack them without Perott's orders, who gave them as soon as he saw clearly that conciliation had done no good. After 3 months' delay, Bingham again took the field with Clanricarde and others, and had a parley with the rebels at Bolingrobe. They stood up for their old terms, whereupon Bingham proclaimed them all traitors, and hanged the hostages in his hands. 3,000 cows were driven from the mountains between Mayo and Galway, but the annalists assert that the guilty escaped, and that only the innocent were plundered. These soldiers, they say, killed old men, women, and boys, and hanged Theobald O'Toole, supporter of the destitute and keeper of a house of hospitality. The proclamation had, however, the effect of making Bingham's enemies distrust each other. The Joyces, a tribe of Welsh origin, very long settled in Galway, the Clandonals, or Glasses of Scottish descent, and the various septs of Burkes kept separate, while the O'Flahertys, who had lately been in rebellion, were now glad to attack their neighbours, as the governor's instance. Sir Mark of the Battle Axes, chief of the O'Flahertys, plundered the Joyces, while his kinsman Roger, with a flotilla, prevented them from escaping into the islands. The corn was not yet ripe, but Bingham meant to burn it when the time came, and thought that his subjects would then be in no case to make dangerous alliances with the Scots. The bad spirit showed signs of spreading, and a messenger from Munster reported that Leicester was dead in Holland, and that his army was destroyed. 2 great Spanish armies he gave out had landed in England. There was a Spanish fleet at Baltimore. James of Scotland was preparing for war, and to crown all, Queen Elizabeth was at the point of death. Bingham managed to catch the talebearer and hanged him as a spy, and finding that they had little chance against this pitiless soldier, most of the rebels came in, so pined away for want of food, and so gasted with fear within 7 or 8 weeks, by reason they were so roundly followed, without any interim of rest, that they looked rather like to ghosts than men. Except a small body of the Burkes, who remained in arms at Castlebar, no one was left to greet the Scots when they at last appeared. End of Chapter 41, Part 1. Chapter 41, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Perott, 1585 to 1588. 2 years before, Donald Gorm, a brother to Angus, had been granted nearly 2/3 of the glens, which were then in his possession. But he afterwards rebelled, and was ready for anything. Messengers from the Mayo Burkes earnestly sought his help, and being joined by his brother Alistair, he brought 2,000 Redshanks from the Isles. The brothers landed in Inishowen, and all the loose Scots in Ireland gathered round them, so that their force was uncertain. Only a week before their appearance on the Erne, Wallop said they were less than 600 bare-tailed beggars, and not at all dangerous. They plundered O'Doherty and Maguire, and waited at Bleak for news of their Connaught friends. Bingham, who was at Bala in Mayo, heard that they were likely to enter his province by the north shore of Lough Ree, hurried to Roscommon, found that he had been misled, and then made his way to Sligo by forced marches. The Scots were encamped on the Erne, and he sent to ask what they wanted. The MacDonalds said their friends had drawn them over by offering the spoil of Connaught, that like all other soldiers in the world they had no shift but to serve the highest bidder, and that they would take what they could until hindered by the strong hand. Bingham had with him but 60 regular horse and 400 foot. Of these 300 were half-trained Irishmen, and upon his 200 kern and 200 Irish horse he could place little reliance. He stood on the defensive till help came, and after a fortnight's delay the Scots advanced stealthily towards the Curlew Hills and passed Bingham's scouts on a very dark and stormy night. 50 Irish horse watched the bridge at Collooney, but they made no fight, and 400 Scots passed before the infantry came up. The rest of the intruders crossed higher up by a ford Bingham had never heard of, but they lost some 50 men in subsequent skirmishes. Bingham then discharged his Irish auxiliaries. They were, he said to me, a great trouble and very chargeable, and during their being in my company I could keep no enterprise secret, and yet bemean men when they come to action, for at the charge they forsook me. Their hearts were not in the work, and no real help was given but by Clanricarde and 2 or 3 of his men. While waiting for reinforcements, Bingham crossed the Slieve Gamp mountains near the sea, with a view to saving the great herds of cattle in Perrott. Mayo was the real destination of the Scots, but Bingham's information was uncertain, and he moved towards Lough Gara, where he was joined by 40 horse and 250 foot, which Perott had ordered up from Munster. He had now nearly 600 men, of which less than 100 were horse, and this was his greatest strength. It had been supposed that the Scots would seize Roscommon, but they moved the clean contrary way towards Ballina, giving out and perhaps believing that Bingham's forces had abandoned him, and that the country was theirs. Sir Richard's spies brought the news at noon, before our men could kill their beef and prepare it to refresh themselves with, and he followed the Scots at once through the woods to Banada Abbey. A priest and 2 gentlemen of the O'Haras guided him by Clare to Andanaria on the Moy, where the strangers lay waiting for the Burkes to join them. Bingham left Castlemore Costello in the afternoon of Wednesday, halted at Banada Abbey 2 hours after nightfall, and marched by moonlight to Eclair. With the morning light, he says, we forsook the highway and took through the mountains with horsemen, footmen, and carriage, carrying all our own forces as in a haze together, keeping the bottoms and lowest passages as near as we might by circumferent ways, and with as great silence as was possible. Reaching firm ground about 9 o'clock, Bingham learned that the enemy were only 2 miles away, and pushed on at once with his cavalry, the advance guard actually riding into their camp unchallenged. The Scots got into order as quickly as they could, Bingham skirmishing until his foot camp came up. He had the advantage of ground, and the Redshanks broke at the first charge. "I was never," said Captain Woodhouse, "so weary with killing of men, for I protest to God, for as fast as I could, I did but howk and paunch them." In an hour all was over. About 80 swam naked over the Moy, and were mostly killed by the natives whom they had come to fight for. The rest became entangled in each other, and, to use Bingham's own expression, were carried out to sea in plumps. Both their leaders were slain, 1,000 corpses lay on the field, and 500 more were found next day about the banks and shallows. The number of their fighting men slain and drowned that day we estimated and numbered to be 1,400 or 1,500, besides boys, women, girls, and children, which could not be so few as many more and upwards. If it be true that Bingham only lost 2 or 3 men, and those chiefly through their own folly, the surprise must have been more complete than we should infer from the English accounts. They were, says the Four Masters, first aroused from their profound slumbers by the shrieks of their military attendants, whom the governor's people were slaughtering throughout the town. The Scots then arose expertly, and placed themselves as well as they were able in order and battle array. Bingham had asked for only 250 men from Perott, and had particularly requested that the deputy should not enter Connaught. He complained that the aid was tardily sent, and that much of the effect of his victory would be taken away if he were not left to follow it up in his own way. The council also opposed Perott's expedition, but notwithstanding this, and the rebuke he had received from the Queen for visiting Ulster under similar circumstances, he set out upon the journey, but had only reached Mullingar at the date of Bingham's victory. He went on to Galway, though his retinue were a heavy burden to the province. He took cattle for their use at a forced price, and thus broke the composition which had been made in his name, but chiefly through Bingham's exertions. Perrott afterwards declared that the journey only cost the Queen £100, that Bingham had requested his presence, and that the council had given him leave to go. But it is impossible to reconcile these statements with those made in a hostile sense. At first the council altogether refused their consent, and then, when some of Perott's opponents were absent and more of his supporters present, they agreed by no means unanimously that he should go to the borders of Connaught only. After the overthrow of the Scots, there was no longer any valid reason for going forward. Bingham complained that at Galway the Lord Deputy did nothing but hunt up evidence against him, so as, if possible, to make it appear that his misgovernment had made the Burkes rebel. The chief men of the clans were, however, induced to sign a paper in which they declared their confidence in the governor. They said their revolt was caused by what they could not deny to be commendable reforms. It had been reported that this new governor would make their churls their masters, and that the gentlemen were like to become beggars for want of their cuttings and spendings, and such other exactions as they compelled the tenants to yield unto them at their own devotion. This and the destruction of their old tribal organization by abolishing the name and power of MacWilliam were the real causes of the outbreak, and surely we need look no farther. It is impossible to say whether Perrott was jealous or whether he really disapproved of Bingham's proceedings, but he indulged in strong and even coarse language, and that could not fail to excite prejudice against him. Like many of his predecessors, Perrott chafed under the restraint of the council. The English or official party at the board were inclined to lessen his power by frequent references to the home government. On this side were Lord Chancellor Loftus, Sir Nicholas Bagwell, the Knight Marshal, Vice-Treasurer Wallop, and Secretary Fenton. The Great Seal was in the Chancellor's hands, the signet in the Secretary's, and Perrott had thus the mortification of seeing his opponents concerned in every act of importance. Most lawyers of Irish birth took the other side, and of these the most active were Sir Nicholas White and Chief Baron Sir Lucas Dillon. Loftus and his friends generally leaned on Walsingham, while their opponents had more hope from Burghley. Fenton was in England during the latter half of 1585 and until March in the next year, and Perott, who knew what the secretary's influence would be, expected his recall and was ready to welcome it. The Queen did not blame her representative directly, but she sent home dispatches by Fenton, which he greatly disliked, though they were very moderate and considered in terms. The council was to be more often consulted, and the secretary was directed to read all instructions from headquarters openly at the board at least once a quarter. This was no new thing, but a rebuke may have been implied in giving Fenton the initiative. In secret matters the deputy was to confer with the English councillors, and offices in his gift were to be bestowed only on fit persons, which seems to suggest that he had made some improper appointments. Perott considered these orders derogatory to his dignity, and he begged to be relieved. The argument between the Lord Deputy and the Lord Chancellor about St. Patrick's was so loud that it reached the Queen's ear, and she wrote to them both enjoining a reconciliation. Burghley added some fatherly advice to Loftus, and an open breach was avoided. But the Archbishop lost no opportunity of doing the deputy an ill turn. Contempt of God's religion, immoderate government, abhorred and loathed of the best sort of this people, were among the expressions he allowed himself to use in writing to Walsingham. With Burghley he was more guarded, acknowledging that the private mislike between him and the deputy made open complaint unbecoming, yet complaining very strongly at the same time. There was not much outward scandal, for the Chancellor's mitre protected him in some measure, and a dignified ecclesiastic had probably enough self-restraint to avoid irritating language. Others were less fortunate. Secretary Fenton owed £20 to the deputy and £50 to one of his retainers, and for this small debt, the liability to pay which he had not denied, Perott had this high official hurried off through the streets on market day and ignominiously cast into the common jail. For this extraordinary proceeding the Queen took her deputy severely to task, and ordered Fenton's immediate enlargement. Considering, she said, how inconvenient it is at all times, but especially in so doubtful and perilous a season as this, to have you and the rest of our council there divided, as we hear you are, by factions and partialities, to our just offence and mislike, the slander of your government, and prejudice of our service, whereof we doubt not but you will, for your own part, have that regard that in honour and duty appertaineth. Bingham's duties in Connaught kept him from the council board, but Perott gave him as little countenance as possible. There was a standing dispute about the house of Athlone, which was in the deputy's hands, and which Bingham naturally wanted for an official residence. Perott's journey into the province against the governor's advice made things worse, and Bingham complained of hard usage, especially in bad speeches and uncourteous terms, such as for modesty's sake I omit to write here. Theobald Dillon, collector of composition rents in Connaught, was supported by the Lord Deputy against Bingham, but the council heard Dillon's charges and declared them unfounded. The evening before the council gave their decision, and doubtless after the result of the hearing was known, Stephen Seagrave, constable of the castle, came to Bingham's on Perott's part with a great white truncheon in his hand, and informed him that his lordship was ready for the combat. Bingham said he never heard of any such combat before, and the Lord Deputy admitted having sent Seagrave. The provocation alleged was mere hearsay, that Lord Delvin had told Perott that Sir Richard had told Lieutenant Jacques that he would fight the deputy if he were out of office, and Seagrave was told to tell Bingham that the duel might take place at once. Still worse was the treatment of Sir Nicholas Bagwell, who was near 80 years old, and who had served the state well for half a century. A dispute arising in the council chamber, Perott actually struck the old man. According to Bagwell, he knocked him down. Others thought the blow was nothing, but that the aged marshal fell in the confusion. Bagwell held up his stick, but not till the deputy had first laid hands on him. They were separated, and then this edifying dialogue took place. "You do lie," said the deputy, "if you think I have dealt evil in anything." "You lie," said the marshal, and to amend it, he said, "If you were not deputy, I would say you lie, for I care not for Sir John Perrott." "If I were but Sir John Perrott," said the deputy, "I would teach him that came from a tailor's stall to use me thus." "It makes no matter," said the marshal. "Well," said the deputy, "because you dote, I will bear with you, otherwise I would commit you to the prison." "If you did," said he, "I would come out, whether you would or not." "Very well, Mr. Marshal," said the deputy, "get you hence, for it is not reason to talk with you. A man would think you are drunk." "Nay, you are drunk," said the marshal to the deputy. After this, it is hardly worth while to repeat Wallop's complaints that his labours in Munster were slighted, and that the Lord Deputy sometimes indulged in violent language against him and against Chief Justice Gardiner. Perrott's health may partly excuse him, for he suffered much. "By God, Mr. Carew," he wrote, "I daily grow weaker and weaker of body through the great pain I have of the stone growing more and more upon me in this slimy country. In Connaught, if I travelled one day through the grating of the stone in my kidneys, I was fain to rest another, and in the end the Irish ague took me that I was 7 days like to die in Galway, and am not yet thoroughly recovered thereof, nor shall not, I believe, pass this next year, except Her Majesty of her great grace give me license to go to the Spa the next spring. A suit that I made to Her Highness 9 years agone. It were better Her Majesty preserved me to serve her in some other place, than I to be willingly cast away here. Ireland was a prison where he could do no good to himself, nor to any other man. Help your poor friend out of this hell, was his prayer to Leicester. If he could but see Elizabeth, all would be well, for she had promised not to listen to detractors who were his enemies, because he served one God and one Queen. But now her deputy was brought into greater contempt than ever Sir John Perrott was. One can sympathize with the man, but no good work could be expected from a governor who had personally quarrelled with all the more important members of the council, by whose advice he was bound to act. Ireland being comparatively peaceful, it occurred to Elizabeth, or to some of her advisers, that an Irish force might be raised for service in the Netherlands. Perhaps it was also thought that the more loose swordsmen were sent out of the country, the more likely it was to remain quiet. The officers chosen was Sir William Stanley, who had done good service in many parts of Ireland, and who had been rewarded by a reversionary grant of the mastership of the ordnance. The Catholic party was at this time in the ascendancy at Deventer, and had given trouble by introducing provisions into the beleaguered city of Zutphen. Leicester sent Sir William Pelham to secure Deventer. Then Stanley, whom he must have known well in Ireland, was ordered to support him. Pelham secured the municipality in Protestant hands, and Leicester then handed over the place to Stanley, who was known to favour the old religion and suspected of being concerned in plots, and who had been associating with Spaniards for months. Leicester's chief object in making this appointment seems to have been to annoy Sir John Norris, from whose control, with almost incredible folly, he especially accepted Stanley and his Irishmen. The fort of Zutphen, which had lately taken, was entrusted to Roland York, an adventurer of the worst character, who soon opened communications with the Spanish garrison of the town. Stanley's Irish soldiers were allowed into Zutphen to hear mass, and Leicester, though he was warned of what was going on, took no steps to prevent it. When the Earl went to England, York and Stanley had ample time for plotting, and Deventer was given up to the Spaniards in due course. But treason rarely prospers. York, who was promised a large reward, died under suspicious circumstances before he could enjoy it. Stanley seems to have been more disinterested, but he received money from Philip, joined Parma's army and was seen by Robert Cecil during his mission to France in 1598, who notes that the renegade was fain to pull his cap over his face. Nor did all Spaniards approve Stanley's conduct, if it be true that in passing through Seville he was well handled of the country, for they unarmed him, unhorsed him, reviled him for his lewd doings towards his prince, and made him go on foot. But coming to the king he was in favour, and punishment used on such as thus dealt with him, and the officers displaced for suffering it. An invasion of Ireland was contemplated under Stanley's leadership, and he looked forward with pleasure to the service. "I will," he said, "ruin the whole country as far as Holland, and the parts about Wesel, Yessel, and Edmund in 6 days, and in Ireland I will open such a game of war as the Queen has never seen in her life." Against his advice, the descent on Ireland was abandoned, and he sank into obscurity. It was even reported that he had gone mad. An Italian named Giacomo de Francesqui, and sometimes called Captain Jacques, who had been his lieutenant in Ireland, was arrested by Burghley's orders. This officer was on friendly terms with Florence McCarthy, and was known to have been acquainted with Ballard, and it was thought that he might be utilized by the Spaniards in Munster. Most of Stanley's Irish levies doubtless left their bones in the Low Countries, but a few returned to Ireland, and 11 of these poor men were pardoned by Elizabeth nearly 7 years after the treason at Deventer. They were, she said, innocently forced to disobey us. For many years there were reports that Stanley was coming to Ireland, but he never came. In Cheshire, old Sir Roland Stanley grievously lamented his son William the traitor, maintaining his son in Cambridge, and also relieving his wife and children, having no other maintenance. If Stanley's advice had been taken, Elizabeth might have been reduced to serious straits, for it was impossible to prevent a Spanish descent, and there were but scant preparations to meet an enemy on shore. Early in 1586 it was rumoured that there would be an invasion on May Day, and Perott asked for a small cruiser to gather news on the Biscay coast. Merchants from Spain and Portugal reported that Irishmen were free from the embargo laid on English shipping, and that the many Irish residents in the peninsula made no secret of what was going on. 40,000 men had been collected, 85 ships were ready, all but the rigging. Irish refugees from Rome and elsewhere flocked to Spain. Irish sailors were often detained by the Spanish government, and occasionally told their adventures to Perott, who also employed a secret agent, one Davy Duke, who knew Italian and Spanish, passed as a Jesuit, and had letters of introduction from a papal bishop imprisoned in Dublin Castle. Miles Brewitt, mariner of Dublin, told how he had been taken before Santa Cruz, and how the Marquis had said that he knew Perott very well, regretting that he was such a Lutheran, and wishing for one of his best horses and for one of his best hawks. The admiral asked Brewitt much about Ireland, and he answered that he had never known it so quiet. One of James Fitzmaurice's sons boasted to him that 5,000 men were going to Ireland, that Fiach MacHugh was ready to welcome them, and that all Ireland would do the same except Dublin, Waterford, and Drogheda. But Brewitt heard from others that Philip was weary of the Irish, and that his subjects called them beggars. Their priest cried out against Duke. After learning all he could, went over to Bayonne, and wrote boldly to say that he was going to his mistress, Queen Elizabeth. He bade the Pope farewell, saying that he liked of his countrymen's company, but not of their learning. As the plot thickened, news of Santa Cruz came constantly to Waterford, and Drake's very successful predatory cruise was freely discussed by merchants and others. One said that the great sailor must have taken Cadiz if he had landed at once, for that the whole population were at a comedy where 18 persons were crushed to death in the panic caused by his appearance, a lady with 16,000 ducats a year being among the victims. Even in the heart of Castile, Spaniards hardly thought themselves safe. Philip and his train were amusing themselves on some artificial water, and a lady who was invited to enter the royal barge refused to do so for fear of Sir Francis Drake. The usually impassive monarch is said to have lost his temper and banished the timid, or perhaps only sarcastic lady from court, swearing a great oath that he would be revenged on England. To bring this happy result about, he ordered that all Irishmen and Scots should be used as Spaniards. Baltinglass had left a brother who assumed his title and offered to invade Ireland if the king would give him 500,000 men. Philip was willing to do so much, but the Irish gentlemen clamoured for twice or thrice as many, and he then said they did not know their own minds, and should have none at all. Despairing of Spain, Fitzmaurice's son and some others proposed to go to Ireland and make terms with Perott, but this plan was given up, owing to rumours of some severe measures of the Irish government, and they again began to talk glibly of invasion. Santa Cruz had good information about Ireland from Limerick and Waterford merchants who, under colour of their conscience, lie at Lisbon these 2 years past, and have their wives and children at home, and doth nothing but hearken for news of the state of England and Ireland, and whatever they can hear they report to the Cardinal and Marquess, and deliver the same with more than they can learn, and all to win themselves credit. The English court were not blind to the danger of Ireland, though most to the last Elizabeth seems hardly to have realized the Armada. Everything was wanting for the defence of Ireland, and the Queen would not listen. If, said Perott, any number of enemies arrive here, the cities and towns of this kingdom, and consequently the realm itself, will stand in great danger of losing, and the few Englishmen that be here in like danger of perishing. I wish that the desire of peace, whereof I have the little hope, may not cause forgetfulness or breed peril to lose that we have. The regular revenue of Ireland was small, and as an army was absolutely necessary, it had been usual to levy irregular taxes upon the shires of the Pale. There were plenty of lawyers to condemn taxation without the consent of Parliament, but in this case the prerogative had been allowed, though there were many long disputes as to the amount of the aid and as to its incidence. Cess of some kind had been exacted since the time of Edward III, and Sidney, who understood the subject thoroughly, describes it as a prerogative of the prince and an agreement and consent of the nobility and council to impose upon the country a certain proportion of victual of all kinds, to be delivered and issued at a reasonable rate, and as it is commonly termed, the Queen's price, so that the rising and falling of prices makes the matter easier or heavier to the people. The cess had been regularly levied since the latter years of Henry VIII, and a practice had crept in of applying it to the Lord Deputy's household as well as to the army. The uncertainty of the impost was the worst part of it, and Elizabeth wished to substitute a regular money payment. Temporary arrangements were made, and the total sum leviable was fixed at £2,100. The cultivated parts of Kilkenny, Tipperary, Wexford, Carlow, King's County, and Queen's County being made contributory, as well as the original Pale. Perott tried to abolish the cess altogether and to substitute a fixed land tax of £1 on every plough land. This was reduced to 13 shillings 4 pence, but the bill failed in the House of Commons, and Perott had to fall back upon the composition of £2,100. The council acquitted Bingham of all Dillon's charges, but no peace followed, and Perott continued to pile up accusations against him. For the sake of quiet, the English government resolved to utilize Bingham's energies in Holland, and he took the opportunity to sum up his services for Burghley's information. Connaught was at peace, though he had little help from his official superior, and Elizabeth was sure to be pleased at his having made the province pay its own expenses. The Lord Deputy, he said, took the composition book from myself, and would not give me so much as a copy of that which in effect was my own work, whereby I was driven to search it out with infinite labour and pains. Bingham had been given to understand that he should succeed Lord Willoughby in Holland, and be allowed to appoint a deputy in Connaught, but the Queen named Sir Thomas Lestrange to act during his absence, while giving particular orders that none of his officers should be displaced. Bingham saw no prospect of advancement in Holland after the departure of Leicester, on whose patronage he relied, and returned to England with him or before him. He was admitted to the Queen's presence. The house of Athlone was given up to him, in spite of Perott and of Wallop's claim to a leasehold interest in it, and he returned to Ireland much stronger than he had left it. The restoration of Bingham to his government marks the time when the scale finally turned against Sir John Perrott. His faults of temper had been already sufficiently commented on. He was in bad health, and worse things than ill health or ill temper were whispered about him. But Ireland was manifestly peaceful, and by appointing Sir William Fitzwilliam, the Queen showed that she expected quiet times and wished for an ambitious policy. Whatever chagrin Perrott may have felt at his supersession, he certainly expressed none. All he asked was that his successor might come at once, so as to let him take the waters at Bath, Spa being now out of the question. Fitzwilliam, however, lingered 6 months, and when at last the time came for delivering the sword, Perrott presented to the Corporation of Dublin a silver gilt bowl bearing his arms and crest, and the words "Relinquo in pace." In handing over the badge of office, he called his successor to witness that all was peaceful, and hoped that he would say so to the Queen's Council. Fitzwilliam answered that if he could leave it half as well as he should do his queen and country good service. There is, continued Perrott, no ill-minded or suspected person in this kingdom which can carry but 6 swords after him into the field, but if you will name him, and shall desire to have him, notwithstanding that I have resigned the sword, yet if they come not in on my word, I will lose the merit and reputation of all my service. Fitzwilliam replied that it needed not, for all was well. 3 days later, Perrott left Ireland forever. A great number of noblemen and gentlemen came to see him off, among whom old Turlock Lucania was conspicuous. That representative of an order that had almost passed away accompanied him to the ship and would not put off until the last moment. He watched the retreating sail until it was below the horizon, and then shed tears as if he had been beaten. Nor was it only lords and chiefs who mourned for Perrott. The poor came 40 miles to see him pass, praying for his long life, and striving to take his hand if possible, or to touch the hem of his garment. When he asked them why they did so, they answered that they never had enjoyed their own peace before his time, and they did doubt they should never do so again when he was gone. The quiet state of Connaught is perhaps most justly attributable to Bingham, but the Lord Deputy might take full credit for Leinster. Yet it was perhaps well that Fitzwilliam was polite, for the home province, though not in rebellion, was full of brigands who would certainly not have come at Perrott's call. Fiach MacHugh, with his 100 swordsmen, gave a ready refuge to vain and light persons, but he thought it politic to pay his respects to the new governor. His son-in-law, Walter Rioch, one of the bastard Geraldines, who had long given trouble, was ready for any desperate feat. Captain Thomas Lee planned his destruction, but Mrs. Lee was an Irish woman and kept the outlaw well informed. Walter Rioch promptly murdered one of his followers who had been in communication with Lee, and the captain not unnaturally separated from his wife. Sir George Carew had assigned his constableship of Leighlin to Dudley Bagwell, son of the old marshal, whom Perrott justly called a very unadvised man. Bagwell had treated many of his Irish neighbours abominably, yet he neglected to keep his proper quota of English, and garrisoned his fort with kern at 40 shillings or £3 a year. Walter Rioch, having stolen some cattle, the constable pursued with 18 men, was withdrawn into an ambuscade, killed and mutilated. Walter Rioch was not hanged until 10 years later. Munster was exhausted by war, and the only danger was from Spain. Some said soldiers were as little needed in Kerry as in Surrey or Middlesex, but little could be done in the way of colonization, while rumours of the Armada filled the air. The land, however, was roughly surveyed, and the seigneury of 12,000 acres was fixed as the basis of a plantation, fractional parts being assigned in proportion to the colonists' means. The younger sons of gentlemen and substantial yeomen were to be encouraged to take leases under the undertakers, as the great grantees were called, and English partisans and labourers were also to be provided, while settlers from the same country were to be placed near one another. Difficulties soon arose. A disposition was shown to stretch the Queen's title, and this caused universal distrust. Thus Fitzgerald of Decies, who had been created a viscount for his staunch loyalty against the Desmonds, who had always claimed to hold of the Queen, was required to prove his title strictly. If he could be made out Desmond's tenant, then was Decies at the Queen's mercy. It was no wonder that Mr. Surveyor Robbins had stones thrown at him. Legal questions sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Who were innocent of rebellion, and how far were conveyances to uses fraudulent? At Cork, Kilmallock, and Clonmel, said the Solicitor General, we spent 5 weeks in hearing the claims and titles to Her Majesty's lands found by office. We had every man's bills, and fair evidence showed us, whereby it appears that the Irishry, especially by their daily fovements to uses, have practised as many fraudulent shifts for preserving their lands from forfeiture as in England, and albeit their evidence be fair and very law-like without exception, yet because fraud is secret and seldom found for Her Majesty's by jury, we have put the undertakers for the most part in possession, who dwelling but half a year upon the lands, shall have better intelligence to discover the false practices than the commissioners can possibly learn out. They plead their cause by lawyers who almost all of them in those parts have purchased titles against Her Majesty, so as we have had much trouble to pacify and content them in some reasonable sort by persuasion of further hearing thereafter and full allowance of their good titles. The Irish took advantage of the delay to take possession of land everywhere, and 3 or 4 years after Desmond's death the population was 5 times as great as it had been at the end of the war. A native squatter would offer a higher rent than any English settler, and everyone saw that the plantation would fail in its main provisions. Between surveyors, lawyers, and undertakers it was impossible to make a clear title to anything, and the settlement hung fire during Perott's administration. But some of the undertakers came over and resided, leaving the final measurement of lands to a future day. They quarrelled among themselves and made confusion more confounded. In Ulster, Turlough Luna each was getting old, while Hugh O'Neill, representing the bastard Dungannon branch, grew daily stronger. Hugh was now Earl of Tyrone, with a title to all he held in his country or district, reserving 240 acres to the crown for the fort at Blackwater, and with a grant markets and fairs. The new Earl covenanted to let Turlough enjoy the chiefry during his life, to abide by the decision of a royal commission as to boundaries, rents, and services, and not to make estates to any of the smaller chiefs, called Earrogs, without consent of the state. Turlough was thus placed in possession of that part of Tyrone which lies north and west of the Mullaghcarn mountains, while receiving 1,000 marks from the Earl for the remainder. But Tyrone grasped at all which Conbachach or Shane had enjoyed, and Perott saw that he was restrained by fear only. His wife was O'Donnell's daughter, when with that chief's help he hoped to crush Turlough, but Hugh, the son of Calvach, claimed the succession in Tyrconnell, and joining his force to that of Turlough, he attacked Tyrone's camp at night. The latter's force was much superior, but he was surprised, defeated, and obliged to fly to Dungannon. Hugh was afterwards murdered by order of Ineen Dueve, who wished to clear the succession for his own son. When Fitzwilliam reached Dublin, he found the Earl and Turlough there, lodging complaints against each other. Tyrone's defeat gave great delight to many, and David Powell, who had some personal experience of his dealings, said publicly at Dundalk that he would climb so high as to break his neck, while Perott thought nothing had done so much good in the north these 9 years, but the troubles in Ulster were only beginning. End of chapter 41, part 2. Chapter 42, part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Invincible Armada. On the death of Jacques Wingfield, Perott had granted the mastership of the ordnance to his son Sir Thomas. It appeared, however, that there had been a grant in reversion passed to Sir William Stanley, which was voidable, but not void, by that officer's treason. On the place becoming legally vacant, it was conferred upon Sir George Carew, the late master's nephew. He reported that almost everything in the Dublin store was rusty and rotten, and that the small remainder would soon be as bad, since no allowance was made for maintaining it in a serviceable state. The gunners and armourers were no better than the stores, while Cork, Limerick, and other places were as ill provided as the capital. Yet the Spaniards were daily expected, and the whole population, exhausted by their late sufferings, stood at gaze, waiting in fear and trembling for the great event. On the 2nd of August, Drake made up his mind that the enemy could not land in any part of Great Britain, and left the Armada to contend with the elements only. The rumours of English defeat which reached Spain were industriously propagated in Ireland also, but on the 26th the discomfiture of the invaders was known as far west as Athlone, though no letter had yet arrived. In the first days of September the flying ships began to tell their own story. From the Giant's Causeway to the outermost point of Kerry, the wild Atlantic seaboard presented its inhospitable face, and the Spaniards who landed met with a reception to match. At first they were the objects of great anxiety, and if the fleet had kept together, the crews, sick and hungry as they were, might have made some dangerous combination with the natives. But the Duke of Medina Sidonia, with 52 ships, managed to weather the Irish coast. This was owing to the advice of Calderon, who was the only officer with him that knew our shores, and who had a proper horror of the terrible west coast of Ireland. Admiral Recalled, a distinguished sailor but with less local knowledge, parted company with the Duke off the Shetlands. When the storm moderated, he had 27 sail with him, but by the time he reached Kerry, these were reduced to 3. There were 25 pipes of wine on board, but no water except what had come from Spain, which stinketh marvellously. There was very little bread, and the thirsty wretches could not eat their salt beef. Recalled anchored between the Blaskets and the mainland, and sent for water. But Smerwick was close by, and no Kerry Catholic cared to run the risk of comforting the Queen's enemies. Recalled's ship, the Don John of Orpotor, was one of the largest in the whole Armada, containing 500 men, but of these 100 were ill. Some died daily, and the strongest were scarcely able to stand. The masts were injured by the English shot, and would not bear a press of canvas. Yet there was nothing for it but to trust once more to those crazy spars. When Slee Head was passed, the immediate danger was over, and Recalled ultimately reached Corunna, but only to die of exhaustion 4 days after. He seems to have had some presentiment of disaster. When Medina Sidonia was appointed to command the expedition, his Duchess wished him to decline the perilous honour. If he succeeded, she philosophically remarked, he could be no more than Duke of Medina Sidonia, whereas he would lose his reputation if he failed. Yes, said Recalled, significantly, if he returns. The noble landsman to whom Philip was extraordinarily folly entrusted the greatest fleet which the world had yet seen, had probably no choice but to make his way homeward as best he might. Unable to cope with the English or to cooperate with Parma, a great seaman might perhaps have been equally unsuccessful in attaining the objects of the expedition, but a chief of even ordinary capacity might have managed to ship some fresh water on the Faroes or the Shetlands. Neither on those islands nor on the Norwegian coast could any serious resistance have been offered. But the chance was lost, and the consequences of this neglect were frightful. Wine was but a poor substitute, and some of the victuals were as unwholesome as the foul water. Among other things, lime had been mixed with the biscuit, and for this many bakers in Spain were afterwards hanged. The ships were so much damaged, and the men so weak, that it was often impossible to keep clear of the coast. One unfortunate vessel, named Our Lady of the Rose, foundered in the Sound of Blasket, in sight of the open water which Recalled had reached. The Genoese pilot had probably no local knowledge, and steered her on to a sunken rock, where she went down with 500 men on board, but not before an officer had killed the poor Italian for supposed treason. The pilot's son alone escaped by swimming to tell the tale. Among the doomed was the young Prince of Ascoli, said to be a son of Philip's, who had originally sailed with Medina Sidonia, and had taken a boat at Calais, had failed to regain the admiral's ship, and had sought refuge upon that which had now gone to the bottom. A small vessel, which seems to have had no boat, was driven into Trolley Bay. 3 men swam ashore and offered to surrender, saying they had friends at Waterford who would ransom them, but the names of those friends they refused to disclose. Lady Denny hanged the whole crew, consisting of 24 Spaniards, on the ground that there was no way of keeping them safely. Norris afterwards regretted that this had been done, but he also at first dreaded a landing in force. 7 ships were driven into the Shannon, and lay for a short time off Carrick-a-Holt. The Spaniards burned one which was too leaky to go to sea again. Another was wrecked in Dunbeg Bay, on the other side of Loophead, and between 200 and 300 men were drowned. Another was lost at Trumee, a few miles farther north, and the names of Spanish Point and Mall Bay are believed to commemorate the impression which these disasters left upon the native mind. 300 men who landed were slain by the sheriff in obedience to Bingham's orders. Another ship lay for a time at Liscannor, where there is little or no shelter, but the crew were unable to land. One of her 2 boats was washed ashore, and a large oil jar found in her showed that water was the Spaniards' great want. Other ships were seen off the Aran Islands, and one of 200 tons came within a mile of Galway. It is not recorded that any of these were lost, but neither does it appear that any were relieved. They drifted away in misery, the men dying daily, and the survivors having to work, though themselves in a condition very little better than that of the fabulous ancient mariner. The ocean waves which roll into Clew Bay are partly broken by the island of Clare, which belonged in the 16th century to the O'Malleys, a clan famous as sea rovers and fishermen. The western half of the island consists of a heathery mountain, which is said to harbour grouse, though other grouse are so far away. The eastern half is cultivated, but as late as 1870 there were no roads in the island, no wheeled vehicles, and only a single saddle reserved for the annual visit of the agent. A native leaning on his spade and lamenting the badness of the potatoes asked a stray visitor if there were any news of the world. Upon these lonely rocks a large ship commanded by Don Pedro de Mendoza foundered with 700 men. Less than 100 had landed 2 days before, and these were all slaughtered by Dowderry Roe O'Malley for the sake of the gold which they had brought with them. Mendoza tried to escape with some fishing boats, but he shared the fate of his men, much to Bingham's regret. 1 poor Spaniard and an Irishman of Wexford were spared out of 800. At Ormond's village of Burrishool, up farther up the bay, a ship of 1,000 tons and 54 guns was driven ashore. Most of those on board were lost, but 16 landed with gold chains and surrendered to the Earl's tenant. It was reported in London that the Duke of Medina Sidonia was among them, and Ormond sent over a special messenger with orders to seize all that was valuable, to let the Duke ride his own horse, and not to put him in irons, but to treat him as the greatest prince in Spain. But Ormond was not fortunate enough to capture this rich prize, nor is it likely that any of the plunder was reserved for him. In the western part of Galway 2 vessels were wrecked, one of them being the White Falcon, with Don Louis de Cordova in his company. The O'Flahertys were at first disposed to shelter and to befriend the strangers, but Bingham made proclamation that anyone who harboured Spaniards for more than 4 hours would be reputed as traitors. Many were brought to Galway accordingly, where 300 were straightway executed by the provost marshal, who was then sent to exercise his office in O'Flaherty country and to do what he could towards saving ordnance and munitions, and other officers were sent into Mayo with similar instructions. Of the prisoners at Galway, 40 picked men were reserved for Bingham's decision, of whom 30 were afterwards executed. Don Louis and 9 others were spared, as likely to be worth ransom or to be able to give useful information. The most famous Spaniard in the Armada was Alonso de Leyva, who was in command of the troops, and who would have acted as general had the invaders effected a landing in force. Even at sea he was the second in command, and had a commission to take supreme direction in case anything should happen to the Duke of Medina Sidonia. De Leyva had been suspected of intriguing for the command during the life of Santa Cruz, and even of thwarting that great seaman's preparations. He had served under Don John in Flanders, where he raised a famous battalion consisting entirely of half-pay officers, and afterwards in Sicily and Italy, and had resigned command of the cavalry at Milan on purpose to take part in the expedition against England. When the Armada actually sailed, he had charge of the vanguard, and had pressed the Duke hard to attack the English in Plymouth Sound, where their superior seamanship would avail them little. The guns of the fort, he said, would be silent, for their fire would do as much harm to one side as to the other. This bold advice was probably wise, but Medina Sidonia was not a man to take it. At a later period, de Leyva is said to have directly accused the Duke of cowardice, and to have been threatened by him with the penalty of death, his only answer to every criticism. He himself sailed on board the Rata, a ship of 820 tons, 35 guns, and 419 men, of whom only 84 were seamen. Among the landsmen were many noble adventurers, who were desirous of seeing war under so famous a captain. When the fleet parted company, the Rata remained with Recalde, and went as far as 62 degrees north latitude, the object being to reach Ireland and to refit there. The increasing cold frustrated this plan, and the half-sinking ships staggered southward again in the direction of Spain. The Rata was driven, much disabled, into Blacksod Bay, and anchored off Ballycroy. The sailing master was Giovanni Avancini, an Italian who, with 14 of his countrymen, being ill-treated by the Spaniards, stole the ship's only boat and wandered off into the country, where they were robbed and imprisoned by the Devil's Hook's son and others of the Burkes. De Leyva then sent men ashore on casks, who recovered the boat, and the whole ship's company were brought safe to land. They then entrenched themselves strongly in an old castle near the sea. 2 days later the Rata was driven on to the beach. A boat full of treasure, besides such unaccustomed wares as velvet and cloth of gold, fell into the hands of the natives, and the ill-fated ship was fired where she lay. Meanwhile the transport Duquesa Santa Anna, of 900 tons, drifted to the same remote haven. She had 300 or 400 men on board, who had been specially levied in honor of the Duchess of Medina Sidonia, but room was somehow made for all de Leyva's people, and the transport set sail for Spain. The overladen craft had no chance against a head wind, and was driven into Logres Bay in Donegal. The shelter was bad, the cables parted, and the Santa Anna went on the rocks. But here again no lives were lost. the shipwrecked men encamped for several days and heard that the Girona, one of the 4 great Neapolitan galleasses which the luckless Hugo de Moncada had commanded, was lying in Killybegs harbour. De Leyva had been hurt in the leg by the capstan during the confusion on board of the Santa Ana, and could neither walk nor ride. He was carried 19 miles across the mountains between 4 men, and encamped at Killybegs for a fortnight, while the galleass was undergoing repairs. He despaired of reaching Spain in such a crazy bark, and determined, if possible, to land in Scotland. The Spaniards were in the meantime dependent on MacSwiney Bannock for food, and that chief was afraid of bringing famine on his country. At first the unbidden guests had beef and mutton, but afterwards they were obliged to buy horse flesh. Some of the Irish pressed De Leyva to stay and to be their general against the English heretics, but he pleaded that he had no commission to do any such thing. He does, however, seem to have had some idea of wintering in Ulster, which he abandoned either on account of the difficulty of getting provisions, or because he saw no chance of defeating Fitzwilliam, whose arrival in Ulster was constantly expected. And he may have thought that the MacSwineys were not altogether to be trusted. The Girona had been made seaworthy with MacSwiney's help, and by using the materials of another wreck, but she would not hold anything like the whole of his people. The bulk of them were willing to take their chance of a passage to Scotland, and in the meanwhile to make friends with the natives, and to join their fortunes to those of their shipwrecked countrymen. The galleass originally carried 300 galley slaves, who could not be dispensed with, and less than that number of soldiers and sailors combined. It may be therefore assumed that she put off from Killybegs with not far short of 600 men on board. Her pilots were 3 Irishmen and a Scot. The noble volunteers all shared the fortunes of their chief. The Girona was a floating castle rather than a ship, built for the Mediterranean and for fine weather, and utterly unsuited for the work required. Nevertheless, she weathered Malin Head, and may even have sighted the Scotch coast. The wind came ahead, or the leaks gained upon the pumps. No one will ever know exactly what happened. For some time the fate of Don Alonso was doubtful, but about the beginning of December it became certainly known that the galleass had gone to pieces on the rock of Bomboys, close to Dunluce. 5 persons of no consequence escaped, nor were any of the bodies identified. Hidalgos and galley slaves shared the same watery grave. Alonso de Leyva is described as long-bearded, tall and slender, of a whitely complexion, of a flaxen and smooth hair, of behaviour mild and temperate, of speech good and deliberate, greatly reverenced not only of his own men, but generally of all the whole company. And Philip said that he mourned his loss more than that of the Armada. It was well for England that the sovereign who rated Don Alonso so highly had not given him the supreme command, for the brag countenance which stood Lord Howard in such good stead would not then have been allowed to pass unchallenged. The loss of the Girona brought mourning into many of the noblest houses in Spain and Italy. The gentlemen were so many, says a Spanish castaway who visited the fatal spot, that a list of their names would fill a quire of paper. Among them were the Count of Perrott and his brother Don Francisco Manrique, and Don Thomas de Gravella, the cardinal's nephew. 3 large ships were wrecked on the seaboard immediately to the north of Sligo Bay. A survivor recorded their failure to double the Cabo de Clara owing to a head wind. Erris Head was probably the actual promontory, and the Spaniards must have thought it was Cape Clear. Their ignorance of the coast is evident, and it seems certain that they mistook the northwest corner of Connaught for the southwest corner of Munster. Cape Clear was well known by name, and they would have been in no danger after doubling it. As it was, the west coast was a trap into which they drifted helplessly. Even of those who succeeded in rounding the mullet, we have seen that few escaped. Of the 3 who were lost near Sligo, one was the San Juan de Sicilia, carrying Don Diego Enriquez, son of the Viceroy of New Spain, and an officer of high rank. They anchored half a league from shore. For 4 days the weather was thick, and on the 5th a stiff nor'wester drove them all aground. The best anchors lay off Calais, and there was no chance of working her offshore. 4 sails and rigging were injured by the English shot. The beach was of fine sand, but there were rocks outside, and in 1 hour the 3 ships, badly fastened in the best of times and kept afloat only by frequent caulking, had completely broken up. Don Diego, foreseeing this, got into a decked boat with the Count of Villafranca's son, 2 Portuguese settlemen, and more than 16,000 ducats in money and jewels, and ordered the hatches to be battened down. With a proper crew she might have reached land safely, but more than 70 despairing wretches flung themselves into her, and the first great wave swept them all into the sea. The imprisoned hidalgos had no control over the boat, which was driven on to the beach bottom upwards. More than 36 hours later the natives came to rifle her and dragged out the bodies. 3 were dead, and Don Diego expired immediately after his release. According to the Spanish account, more than 1,000 were drowned altogether, and less than 300 escaped, and this agrees pretty well with what we learn from English sources. At my late being at Sligo, says Fenton, I numbered in one strand of less than 5 miles in length above 1,100 dead corpses of men, which the sea had driven up upon the shore, and as the country people told me, the like was in other places, though not of like number. The smallest of the 3 ships was that which carried Don Martin de Aranda, who acted as Judge Advocate General or Provost Marshal to the Armada, and who had been ordered by the Duke of Medina Sidonia to hang Don Cristobal de Avila and Captain Francisco de Cruella for leaving their places in the line. The first was actually hanged and carried round the fleet at the yard arm of a dispatch boat to encourage the rest. Cruella was spared at the Provost Marshal's earnest request, and with him he remained until the loss of the ship. He stood on the poop to the last, whence he saw hundreds perish, and a few reach the shore astride on barrels and beams, to be murdered in many cases, and stripped in all by 200 savages and other enemies, who skipped and danced with joy at the disaster which brought them plunder. Don Martin de Aranda came to Cuellar in tears. Both sewed coin into their clothes, and after some struggles found themselves together upon the floating cover of a hatchway. Covered with blood and injured in both legs, Cuellar was washed ashore, but Don Martin was drowned. May God pardon him, says the survivor, and perhaps he needed pardon, for it was he who had signed the order to kill all the French prisoners after the fight at Turcaria. Unobserved by the wreckers, Cuellar crawled away, stumbling over many stark, naked Spanish corpses. Shivering with cold and in great pain, he lay down in some rushes, where he was joined by a cavalier, a very gentle boy, who was afterwards discovered to be a person of consequence, stripped to the skin, and in such terror that he could not even say who he was. He himself was a mere sponge full of blood and water, half dead with pain and hunger, and in this state he had to pass the night. 2 armed natives, who chanced to pass, took pity on him, covered them with rushes and grass, which they cut for the purpose, and then went off to take their part in the wrecking. Green as the covering was, it probably saved Cuellar's life, but at daybreak he found, to his great sorrow, that the poor gentle lad was dead. End of chapter 42, part 1. Chapter 42, Part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Invincible Armada. Slowly and painfully, Cuellar made his way to what he calls a monastery, probably the Round Tower, and Church of Drumcliff, which is about 5 miles from the scene of the shipwreck. He found no living friends in this ancient foundation of St. Columba, but only the bodies of 12 Spaniards hanged by the Lutheran English to the window gratings inside the church. An old woman who was driving her cows away for fear of the soldiers advised him to go back to the sea, where he was joined by 2 naked Spaniards. Miserable as they were, they picked out the corpse of Don Diego from among more than 400 and buried him in a hole dug in the sand with another much-honored captain, a great friend of mine. 200 savages came to see what they were doing, and they explained by signs that they were saving their brethren from the wolves and crows, which had already begun their ghastly work. As they were looking for any chance biscuits which the sea might have cast up, 4 natives proposed to strip Cuellar, who alone had some clothes, but another of high rank protected him. While on his way to this friendly partisan's village, he met 2 armed young men, an Englishman and a Frenchman, and a most extremely beautiful girl of 20, who prevented the Englishman from killing, but not from stripping, the wretched Spaniard. A gold chain worth 1,000 reals was found round his neck, and 45 ducats sewn up in his doublet, being 2 months' pay received before leaving a Corona. He protested that he was only a poor soldier, but it was nevertheless proposed to detain him as worth ransom. Cuellar records with some complacency that the girl pitied him much and begged them to return his clothes and to do him no more harm. His doublet was restored, but not his shirt, nor a relic of great repute which he had brought from Lisbon, and which the savage damsel hung round her neck, saying by signs that she meant to keep it, and that she was a Christian, being as much like one as Mahomet was. A boy was ordered to take him to a hut to put a plaster of herbs on his wound, and to give him milk, butter, and oatmeal cake. Cuellar was directed towards the territory of O'Rourke, narrowly escaped. A band of English soldiers was beaten and stripped naked by 40 Lutheran savages, not easily identified, mistook 2 naked Spaniards for devils in the dark, joined them, and at last, after enduring almost incredible hardships, reached the friendly chief's house, partly wrapped in straw and fern. O'Rourke had many houses. This one may have been Drumhair, near to the eastern extremity of Lough Gill. It was a castle, and Cuellar calls in a hut, the probability being that thatched houses were generally occupied, and that the stone keep was little used except for defence. Everyone pitied the stranger, and one man gave him a ragged old blanket full of lice. 20 other Spaniards came to the same place, reporting a large ship not far off. Cuellar was unable to keep up with them, and thus failed to embark on a vessel which was soon afterward wrecked. All that escaped the sea were killed by the soldiers. Cuellar then fell in with a priest who was dressed in secular habit for fear of the English, and who spoke in Latin. Following his directions, the Spaniards sought the castle of McClancy, a chief under O'Rourke, who held the country south and west of Loch Melvin, and who was a great enemy of Queen Elizabeth. A savage whom he met enticed him to his cabin in a lonely glen. The man turned out to be a smith, who set his prisoner to blow the bellows. This lasted for 8 days, and as the old man of the sea refused to let Sinbad go, so did this old man of the mountains declare that Cuellar should stay all his life with him. The Spaniard worked steadily for fear of being thrown into the fire by this wicked savage smith and his accursed hag of a wife. The friendly priest then appeared, and, owing to his exertions, 4 natives and 1 Spaniard were sent by McClancy to release Cuellar. He found 10 of his shipwrecked countrymen with McClancy, and everyone pitied him, especially the women, for he had no covering but straw. They fitted me out, he says, as well as they could with one of their country mantles, and during my stay of 3 months I became as great a savage as they were. Cuellar seems to have been susceptible to female influences, for he remarks that his host's wife was extremely beautiful and very kind to him, and he spent a good deal of time in telling her fortune and those of her fair relatives and friends. This was amusing at first, but when men and less interesting women began to consult him, he was forced to apply to his host for protection. Mackenzie would not let him go, but gave general orders that no one should annoy him. An account of an Irish household by a foreigner who had lived among the people for months, and whose sight was not coloured by English prejudice, is so rare a thing that quillers may well be given in full. The habit of those savages is to live like brutes in the mountains, which are very rugged in the part of Ireland where we were lost. They dwell in thatched cabins. The men are well made, with good features and as active as deer. They eat but one meal, and that late at night, oatcake and butter being their usual food. They drink sour milk because they have nothing else, for they use no water, though they have the best in the world. At feasts it is their custom to eat half-cooked meat without bread or salt. Their dress matches themselves, tight breeches and short loose jackets of very coarse texture. Over all they wear blankets, and their hair comes over their eyes. They are great walkers, and stand much work, and by continually fighting they keep the Queen's English soldiers out of their country, which is nothing but bogs for 40 miles either way. Their great delight is robbing one another, so that no day passes without fighting, for whenever the people of one hamlet know that those of another possess cattle or other goods, they immediately make a night attack and kill each other. When the English garrisons find out who has lifted the most cattle, they come down on them, and they have but to retire to the mountains with their wives and herds, having no houses or furniture to lose. They sleep on the ground upon rushes full of water and ice. Most of the women are very pretty but badly got up, for they wear only a shift and a mantle, and a great linen cloth on the head, rolled over the brow. They are great workers and housewives in their way. These people call themselves Christians and say Mass. They follow the rule of the Roman Church, but most of their churches, monasteries, and hermitages are dismantled by the English soldiers, and by their local partisans, who are as bad as themselves. In short, there is no order nor justice in the country, and every one does that which is right in his own eyes. The savages are well affected to us Spaniards because they realize that we are attacking the heretics and are their great enemies. If it was not for those natives who kept us as if belonging to themselves, not one of our people would have escaped. We owe them a good turn for that, though they were the first to rob and strip us when we were cast on shore, from whom and from the 3 ships which contained so many men of importance, those savages reaped a rich harvest of money and jewels. Queller helped Mackenzie to defend his castle against the Lord Deputy, and the chief was as unwilling to let him go as the smith had been. He escaped with 4 or other Spaniards during the first days of the new year, and after 3 weeks' hardship in the mountains found himself at Dunluce in Antrim, where Alonso de Leyva had been lost. He was told that his only chance of a passage to Scotland was by some boats belonging to O'Cahan, which were expected to sail soon. The wound in his leg had broken out afresh, and he was unable to stand for some days. His companions left him to shift for himself, and after a painful walk to Coleraine, he found that the boats had gone. There was a garrison there, and he had to take shelter in a mountain hut, where some women compassionately nursed him. In 6 weeks his wound was well enough to enable him to seek an interview with O'Cahan, but that chief, who was afraid to help any Spaniard, had gone upon a foray with the soldiers. I was now, he says, able to show myself in the town, which was of thatched houses, and there were some very pretty girls, with whom I struck up a great friendship, and often visited their house to converse. One afternoon when I was there, 2 young Englishmen came in, and one of them, who was a sergeant, asked me if I was a Spaniard, and what I did there. I said yes, and that I was one of Don Alonso de la Luzon's soldiers, who had surrendered that my bad leg had prevented me from going with the rest, and that I was at their service to do their bidding. They said they hoped soon to take me with them to Dublin, where there were many Spaniards of note in prison. I replied that I could not walk, but was very willing to accompany them. They then sent for a horse, and their suspicions being set at rest, they began to romp with the girls. The mother made me signs to leave, which I did very quickly, jumping over ditches and going through thick covert, till I came within view of O'Cahan's castle. At nightfall I followed a road which led me to a great lagoon. This was probably Loch Foyle, and here he was befriended by herdsmen, one of whom, after a visit to Coleraine, told him that he had seen the two Englishmen raging in search of him. He kept his counsel, but advised Queller to remove into the mountains. He was conducted to the hiding-place of a bishop, a very good Christian, who prudently dressed like the country folk. I assure you, writes the devout Spaniard, that I could not restrain my tears when I came to kiss his hand. It seems almost certain that this was Redmond O'Gallagher, papal bishop of Derry and acting primate, one of the 3 Irish prelates who had attended the Council of Trent. He had 12 other Spaniards with him, and by his help Queller managed to reach Scotland. He was a reverend and just man, says the latter. May God's hand keep him free from his enemies. 4 shiploads of castaways from the Armada were ultimately dispatched from Scotland, and were not molested by the English, to whom they were no longer dangerous. But Queller was wrecked once more near Dunkirk, and saw 270 of his companions butchered by the Dutch. At last, in October 1589, 14 months after his narrow escape from swinging at the Duke of Medina's Sidonius yardarm, did this much endured man reach Antwerp, which was then in the hands of Alexander Farnese, and from thence he wrote the account which has been so largely used. It is not possible to trace the history of every ship lost on the Irish coast. Bingham, in a letter written when all was over, says 12 ships were wrecked in his province, which included Clare, and that probably 2 or 3 more foundered about various islands. He particularly excluded those lost in Ulster and Munster. In a paper signed by Secretary Fenton, the total number of vessels lost is given as 18, but full accounts had not yet come in, and that number certainly falls short of the truth. Queller says that more than 20 were lost in the Kingdom of Ireland, with all the chivalry and flower of the Armada. According to Fenton's account, 6,194 men belonging to the 18 ships whose loss he records were drowned, killed, and taken. This does not include those who escaped, nor the men belonging to ships not comprised in his list. At the end of October, the number of Spaniards alive in Donegal alone was not far short of 3,000. About 500 escaped from Ulster to Scotland, miserable, ragged creatures utterly spoiled by the Irishry, and some of their descendants remain there to this day, and preserve the tradition of their origin. Very few of them reached Spain, and on the whole we may believe that the number of subjects lost to Philip II out of that part of the fleet which was lost in Ireland cannot have been much short of 10,000. In my province, says Bingham, there hath perished at the least 6,000 or 7,000 men, of which there hath been put to the sword by my brother George and executed one way and another, about 700 or 800 or upwards. Bingham spared some Dutchmen and boys as probably engaged against their wills, but these were executed by the Lord Deputy himself when he visited Athlone. 24 survivors from a wreck were executed at Tralee, but this was done in a panic and was quite unnecessary. Munster was indeed too thoroughly subdued to make the presence of a few Spaniards dangerous. In Ulster the arm of the government scarcely reached the castaways until they were no longer of much importance. Even the native Irish did not always spare those who had come to deliver them. The McSwineys killed 40 at one place in Donegal. Plunder was no doubt the object, as it had been in Lee and in Clare Island, but a desire to curry favour with the government had also a good deal to say to it. It was only in those parts of Ulster and Connaught where the power of the chiefs was still unbroken that the Spaniards received any kind of effectual help. Tyrone did what he could for the Spaniards by sending them provisions, and he bitterly reproved O'Donnell, who with his eldest son had helped the government against them. Other O'Donnells joined the strangers, and the chief does not seem to have carried his country with him. His MacDonald wife made no secret of her intention to employ the foreigners for her own purposes. Tyrone himself was careful not to commit any overt act, and indeed professed the utmost loyalty, but he took the opportunity to renew his complaints against Sherlock Luinich. Two brothers named Ovington or Hovingdon, who were partly in his service and partly in the Queen's, skirmished with the Spaniards wrecked in Inishowen, and brought most of them prisoners to Dungannon, but many of their soldiers ran away, and their own good faith was much suspected. The MacSwineys all helped the Spaniards more or less, and O'Doherty complained that they transferred them to his country as soon as their own had been eaten up. With men and boats he had saved many hundreds from a wreck, but this was little more than common humanity demanded. There were at one time about 3,000 Spaniards alive in Ulster. O'Rourke had given them arms. Maclancy interrupted the communications. Ballymote, where George Bingham had a house, was burned by the O'Connors, O'Dowds, and O'Harts, who said they were making way for King Philip, and it was thought that Sligo must inevitably fall into their hands. Bingham's vigour disconcerted the plans of the Confederates, and a good many of the Spaniards made their way to Scotland. A few continued to lurk in different parts of Ireland, down to 1592 at least, but it is hardly possible to believe what is so often stated, that they were in numbers sufficient to leave traces upon the features and complexions of the natives. Spanish blood there may be in Ireland, but it is surely more reasonable to attribute it to the commerce which existed for centuries between a land of fish and a land of wine. The ship wrecked in O'Doherty's country was the Trinidad Valenciera of Venice. She had on board about 600 men, Spaniards, Greeks, and Italians, and of these 400, including more than 100 sick, were brought to shore, some of them with arms, but without even one biscuit. The natives, who are savages, had retired into the mountains, but they found some horses at grass, which they killed and ate. They were attacked by Tyrone's foster brethren, Richard and Henry Hovenden, who made much of the glorious victory of 140 over 600. The Spaniards said that they had surrendered on promise of their lives and of decent treatment, but that their captors nevertheless stripped them naked and killed a great many, not more than 80 being reserved as prisoners. Among these was one who seemed to carry some kind of majesty. This was probably Don Alonso de Luzon, chief of the Tercio or Brigade of Naples, who was distinguished by a pointed beard and a large moustache. De Luzon, with several other officers, was brought to Drogheda, where they were told that those who had plundered them were not Englishmen, but sons of the soil. Don Diego de Luzon and 2 others died after their arrival, and several had perished on the road. Don Alonso and Rodrigo de Lasso, who were both Knights of Santiago, were sent to London for ransom, as well as Don Luis de Cordova and his nephew, the only prisoners whom Fitzwilliam allowed to live of those which Bingham had saved. More than 50 others were afterwards sent over, and something like £800 appears to have been paid by way of ransom for them all. The amount of plunder secured did not at all satisfy expectation. Much treasure fell into the hands of the Irish, who regarded the wreckage as a godsend. The small arms and the lighter pieces of artillery were appropriated in the same way. The larger cannon were not so easily moved, and a few were recovered by Carew and others. One wedge of gold found its way to the Queen, and there were rumours of various costly articles which had been seized by officers or adventurers. The guns rescued for Her Majesty hardly exceeded a dozen, and a few others were sent into Scotland by the Macdonalds, who also got hold of a good many doubloons. The relics which have been handled known to us are very few, but the memory of the Invincible Armada is preserved by the names which have clung to some points of the Irish coast. By a strange reading of history, it has lately been attempted to divest the Armada of its religious character. It is very true that some of Queen Elizabeth's subjects were conspicuous by their loyalty, though they adhered to the communion of Rome. They were Englishmen first and Catholics afterwards, but it was against heresy and against the Queen of heresy that Philip shot his bolt. One Spanish poem in honor of the Armada begins with an invocation of the Virgin conceived without sin, and ends with some lines about turning the Lutherans into good Christians. Another poet laments that the wise, powerful, and warlike island of Britain had been changed from a temple of faith into a temple of heresy. The land which produced the Arthurs, the Edwards, and the Henrys was now, he says, condemned to eternal infamy for submitting to a spindle instead of the scepter and sword. And he apostrophizes Elizabeth as anything but a virgin queen, but rather as the wolfish offspring of an unchaste mother. Lope de Vega, who served in the Armada, contents himself with calling Philip the Christian Ulysses and the Queen of England a false siren, and he avers that faith only dispatched the vast fleet from the Spanish shore. 180 Spanish and Portuguese friars sailed in the Armada, Franciscans, Dominicans, Carmelites, Augustinians, and Theatins being all represented, and there were certainly some Irish ecclesiastics. Thomas Vitris is probably Thomas White of Clonmel, who became a Jesuit in 1593. There was also a friar named James Nay Dalrock, who originally went to Spain with James Fitzmaurice, and who was cast upon the coast of Donegal, where the people paid him much respect. Some few Irish laymen there were also on board, of whom the most important was a son of James Fitzmaurice, who died at sea, and who was buried with a great ceremonial in Clwyd Bay. One or two other Desmond Geraldines are also mentioned. There were a few who belonged to good families of the Pale, the most important being Baltinglass's brother, Edmund Eustace. Eustace was reported dead, but he got back to Spain. Cahill O'Connor, who killed Captain Mackworth, was another, and he also was afterwards alive in Spain. James Matury, a native of Tipperary, said he was impressed at Lisbon. On the whole, it is clear that there was no thought at all of a descent on Ireland, though some Spaniards taken in Trolley Bay said that on board the Duke of Medina's ship was an Englishman called Don William, a man of reasonable stature, bald and very like Sir William Stanley. But Stanley had not left the Netherlands, and there were other Englishmen in the Spanish fleet. As late as February 1589, Irish merchants spread flattering reports in Spain. Alonso de Leyva was alive, they said, and held Athlone against the Lord Deputy with 2,000 men. But an Irish bishop at Corona said there were no Spaniards in Ireland, and the tellers of both tales were arrested until the truth should be known. Norris had recommended that Irish auxiliaries should be used in retaliating on the coast of Spain, and when he visited Corona with Drake, they lamented that the advice had not been taken. Had we had either horse on land or some companies of Irish kerne to have pursued them, there had none of them escaped. There is a tradition in Munster, and the local historian fixes the date in 1589 that Drake was pursued by Spaniards into Cork Harbour, that he took refuge among the woods in the secluded Carrigaline River, and that the foreigners sailed round the harbour and departed without being able to find him. It is not easy to say when this happened, but the place is called Drake's Hole unto this day. The Scotch government did what it could to get rid of the Spaniards peaceably, but some were not shipped off until July 1589, and even then a remnant was left. They hung about the Orkneys, taking stray English vessels and even committing some murders on Scottish soil. In the correspondence to which they gave rise, Bothwell's name is frequently mentioned, and they continued to give trouble for some years. The few who lingered in Ireland could do but little harm, and the years which followed Philip's great enterprise were unusually quiet. End of chapter 42, Part 2.